Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's TCH Live Thursday, and it's time for some 2-5 Match the Stack action here. Or at least I think it's Match the Stack. We'll find out here in a moment. But I do know that I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. That's one thing that we all have in our minds for sure. And joining me tonight is Cameron Blazevich. What's going on, buddy?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to be here with you. Thanks for joining me. And thank you all for tuning in and joining us here on TCH Live. Looking forward to this game. It's going to be a good one. We've got a lot of action here on the table, and I suspect that we are going to see a lot of chips flying. So let's go ahead and take a peek here. We're going to let go of this camera and get down to the poker action here on TCH Live in Austin. Definitely know that we got Will Lottie out there on the felt. We got Jon Pardy. We've got Caitlin, and a couple of new faces for sure, as well as Mr. Poker Guru doing a little circuit around Texas here. Was playing on the TCH live stream up in Dallas this week as well. So looking forward to that, and we'll also start taking a peek here in the chat, see who all is joining us. All right, we've got Poker Monkey. What's going on?
Caitlin,
how's it going?
Clock.
Frank, what's happening? What's going on, y'all?
Well, we're still waiting on you.
Raina, hey, what's going on, Raina? What are you guys starting at? 15. Oh, I hear myself in the background asking them how much they're starting with, which is $1,500. And then is it Match the Stack or is it just $1,500 hard cap?
Hey, Cammy. Hey, y'all. Sorry we're late. I took 183 south instead of 183 north. It's my fault. It's my fault.
Okay, we think it's Match the Stack, but we will get a more thorough understanding of what the rules tonight are. We got Skullbone, Captain Underpairs. What's going on, guys? Adam Davis.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started.
All right, so we are just about to fire things up, get the cards in the air. And of course, we will do the usual and start with $10 ELO bomb pot.
I'm sure we'll mix in a 25 here and there.
I don't deal my days.
Hey, it's me, Caitlin.
All right, we are playing with all sorts of new gadgetry in the booth.
All right,
Enjoy clicking some buttons and throwing some
bomb pot. My name is Carly. I'm
new
going to
things at you, or at least
2 hours
new to
of the
me.
live stream. Then we'll get Jesse in for the
Like, for example,
bomb pot.
Jesse.
I know.
Everybody needs to see
I am really short. I'm also 5 months pregnant and cannot reach the table at all. So if you guys will push your
I like the new setup. It definitely
everybody, good luck, and we are going to get started.
definitely
Are you
gives
in on
us
the ball
more
box,
flexibility.
Sir? All right, $10.
I like this one too from
Everyone is
Ragnar.
in except for obviously Caitlin.
In the booth and on the
Those
table.
little
audience.
stinkers.
That was
What if I stack you
Schrodinger's
literally
Aaron.
scoop
Schrodinger's Aaron on both on.
That would be crazy, dude.
This feels like an angle to get out of a bomb pot.
Yo, what? No.
The past and the future at the same time. All right, here we go. Cards in the air.
Checking in the door.
As let's see, we are.
Lottie way.
Two seat. Whoever that
So
person
all 4 cards
will be
on the card
is not
at
seated
the
yet.
same time.
I presume this is going to be a full game. As at this point, we have Caitlin joining us there in the 9th seat. And yeah, we'll get these cards scanned in. Guess moving right
Oh,
along.
I'm scooping this 100%.
Captain Underpairs here in the chat saying the commentary being drowned out, and Garza is
If there's one thing I
confirming
know,
that. All right, we'll get that
it's
taken care of. Thank you guys so much for the feedback. Always do appreciate that. And if you guys have any additional feedback, comments, or suggestions, please do let us know. Always helps us out. We are happy to
One is going to bet $70.
make adjustments. Bet on Drew joining us as well. Very good. Like DK. We got Mixson, of course.
I will be right back.
And yeah, we'll get these cards all scanned in and see who's got what.
Let me know when you guys want to catch up.
All right, I
She
see
actually
one
literally
agent
sat
out
and was
there,
like, blame
DK,
Ash when she
sitting
sits
on-
down.
That's
She did.
Nope.
6, 7,
I said I've hated her. I've always hated
Firing on
her.
top.
and
I guess
that's
Mixson
awesome.
has top 2.
How you find Texas so far, Ash?
5 fold.
It's fun.
Texas raw with
Your space
no
you
flush
guys
draw,
have out there looks
straight draw,
beautiful.
all kinds of stuff.
I love it. That's like
Yeah,
a dream.
Texas Rob actually with a pretty good hand flush draw on the bottom as well. So pretty good spot to find a winning hand. Lightning PC in here with bottom set on top.
Found the fish.
Looks like a bet of 65 and a couple of calls. Off to the turn we go. 7 of spades, 10 of clubs. Doesn't really change anything here.
Check.
One check.
Cool, thank you. All right, just got word it is match the stack, so 1,500 cap to start, and then after that, go ahead and add on all the way up to the biggest stack at the table. So we'll see how big these stacks get up to here.
Or bet 200.
After this first hand, at least. All right, so still 3 players to the river. 5 of clubs, 10 of diamonds. So the diamond flush coming in on the bottom. That is going to be the best hand down there. And the set of 3s is going to hold on top as well. So Mixson here going to get chopped up. And it looks like Mixson is betting here.
That's a decent.
That's 200. Gonna get called in 2 spots. Yeah.
Oh, you think trips are
Good
good
job.
there? Oh, God. Oh.
A little bit of a curious spot to go for the bet there. Just playing one board, but hoping to get value from opponents that may be playing the other board.
Should we add lifelines?
Oh, I guess Texas Rob is actually still trying to decide if he
One
wants to
river.
continue.
Just call him out, Mom.
Just
I have
have
the
the top
nuts.
pieces.
I don't even have the nuts.
So Lightning PC is going to scoop this now because Mixson is only playing the top board, and once the flush is out of there, Lightning PC gets to play a pair of 3s with the 10s on board.
Rob.
And
stuff.
Lightning PC is going to scoop this. Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
no, it looked like Mixon took some money back, though. Did we miss something
Maybe
there?
we just read it.
Yeah, was there something wrong with that first bomb pot?
Actually,
Makes one trip to Texas.
Because it looked like Mixon got money back, and he supposedly got scooped.
go do
Okay,
your
well,
job. What are you
unclear what just happened there, but I'm not exactly sure. We may have a slight error in the stacks, is all, right? Like Lightning Poker may have $200 less, and Mixing It Up may have $200 more. Which, yeah, it's pretty clear from that Mixing It down at 1.2K. He definitely did get half of that pot. So somehow we had a card read error, and the pot was awarded incorrectly.
I'll take one too.
The soft.
One
But
hand.
I don't think it'll change too much. A couple hundy here and there, no big deal.
I'm just gonna come
Is it
away.
reading, guys? Am I stopping
All right, so here we go on to the 2-card game.
Fold, 6, fold.
I was just playing PLO bomb pots only for the last couple of hours. It was
I think I got a little bit of
lovely,
water on the table.
but
Yeah, how's the action in that game?
it sort of depends. There's some people that are pretty tight and playing bomb pots sort of more the way that you should. And then there are a few other players that like to get after it, and they are going to see. Yeah, they're going to see all the streets because they want to see exactly how strong their hand is by the end.
Sure.
So sometimes those pots can get nice and juicy.
It's a girl lady.
All right, Caitlin here going to open it up. 30 to go in the cutoff. Texas Rob going to put in a third bet. Ace-6 off. So Texas Rob
Wow,
coming
Drew
in
just
right
big
away,
timed you.
getting after it. It up on suited 10-9 here. In the straddle, looks to be putting together a chunky 4-bet.
4 is going to raise the 5.
Seems like everybody came to play today.
Yeah, seems that way. 450 here from Mixing It Up.
Phone off the rail, please.
Generally
I
speaking,
don't want you to put money in the
when you're this shallow, relatively shallow,
He's like,
the whole 4-bet size is going to go down a lot, but I mean, I think he could have 4-bet to pretty much anything more than one click and I would have gotten through, but a little bit interesting on the sizing there. We'll see how everybody starts to play here. I mean, quite a few new faces here, so always exciting to see new strategies, new players that implement new strategies or different strategies, so awesome stuff. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. Well, why is it showing Caitlin at DK? It's just like stuck heaps.
We backed at 4 in the morning.
Oh my God.
I was
We-
rigging 5. For whatever reason, they started at
In the
5, and I
future,
wanted
it
to
doesn't
definitely
make
have 2 solid chances, and I couldn't play again until Saturday.
All right, we will try to take a peek at that and see what's going on. But like I said at the beginning of the show, and for those of you just joining us, this is a little bit of a new setup certainly for me, and we've only had it in effect,
It was
I don't
rough.
know, a couple of shows now, so still looking under the hood to see
Well, it was the
what
nut
might
low
be
because
a little bit
we
off.
were gonna bag 13%.
If anybody sees anything that stands out to them as incorrect or has any feedback whatsoever, please do let us know.
The end of level 15, the 11th player busted. So then we had to go hand for hand. and
All
they
right,
made us play 6
about
more
15
hands,
minutes
even
into the
though I had to
future,
just
we
play
will
through
have
the
a
clock. It was like
momentary
3 or 4
pause.
hands. I was so annoyed. And then we didn't get out till
As
4:15,
I am hearing from
truly.
across the way from the production staff that
Oh.
we've had a connection issue with the table. But at least for the next 10 or 15 minutes, thereaabout. We'll see.
It, like there was 14 on
fun
the clock, they
contest.
said we were gonna have 7 hands.
One of the best moves I've made in a long time.
We went hand for hand when we were at 10.
Chad Hunter here
Because
says
9 we're gonna bag.
that there's something needs to be addressed with the camera swap. Camera swap. Tell me what you mean by that. Always open to feedback.
Wish I was able to play that one.
9 raised to 30.
It turned out
Caitlin
to be
here
there
gonna
were only
open it up
66
with a
people
couple of
in the,
trays.
flight. And
Building it on the beat button.
well,
Not gonna
did
get
you see
frisky.
my post?
Or call.
My very first orbit, I made
But,
kings
Mixson
full, and
will
my opponent had quads.
Make the call. And Jon Pardy here. Does he want to play the 6 deuce?
I think it's good. It's good a lot of the time.
Thinking about it, and he does not.
Heads up.
Painful pull.
That looked pretty painful.
Just, you know, I got 2 nines. Or
Releasing
never
the
really
10
didn't raise
little
flop,
orphan dollars
didn't
into
raise
the
turn,
effort.
so I just like
Confidence
literally was
levels
just
go
like,
up.
Why you're the way you are.
No
No morals. No.
Caitlin, however, has flopped bottom set, which is a pretty good hand.
9 bet.
Mixing it up with a whole lot of squat douche here, so this is very likely to just be a check and a fold. However,
Or fold.
there are other options. You can go for the standard line.
Was this a
Go
1
for
outer or was
Caitlin.
this a
yeah.
board that didn't get there?
It always feels like you got robbed when you flop a set.
no, like I flopped set of kings, he flopped a
Yeah,
set
bottom
of
set,
nines,
you're
and
like,
he
dude,
hit the 1
Yeah.
outer
You could
overcard.
have
don't
top
have
pair, you could
so
have
I
a
didn't-
flush draw.
Thank you.
Nope, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, the worst is you call a raise.
Like when he snapped
Color
off
raise
the
at
riverbed,
5,
I
or
was
it's
like,
Ace
guess
King
it's
5.
Mama's
and
day.
then What's going on?
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, that's like that
Sure.
one. It's like the sweet spot of like you don't really want to.
But such is life, you know? And for every time that you like flop bottom set and don't get paid, or flop top set, or whatever it is and don't get paid, there's the equally improbable
Oh, Lord.
situation where
my
you flop
God.
something massive like that and just get cooler for all of your chips. And
Oh,
you're
yeah.
like, oh, well, that wasn't great. Maybe I'd rather have just won the 50.
Wish I would have missed.
Yeah, exactly.
2 raised to 20. 3 fold.
All right, Poker Face Ash. Of course, I didn't mention that, which is ridiculous. Poker Face Ash joining us. She's over there in the 2 seat. Oh, she did come in a little bit late. That's what it was. But there she is. King Jack off in the hijack. Raise it up. Gets called in several spots. Multi-way action to a queen high board. Jack and a deuce behind it.
Access to tournaments. Yeah.
4 check.
So Poker Face Ash with the best hand. Checks all the way through, though. We get a free 9 of spades now on the turn.
5 check.
John here improving to an up and down straight draw to go with second pair. Poker Face Ash, though, still best.
6 bet. 40.
John going to go ahead and take a stab at this. Pretty reasonable for 1/3, just to sort of clear out the field and find out if there is any resistance, which there is from Ash. Here we go, heads up to a
Y'all,
river.
Callie's one of the best massage therapists that works for Rose Touch.
And it's a king of spades. Bad card for Ash. She's going to improve to 2 pair, but John now with the straight. Back to where spades comes in as well, but Ash does have the jack of spades. Interesting that John
Callie, I'll do 20
checks
minutes.
it. Yeah.
I'd
You're
do
going to get
longer, but I
checked
already
back
had a massage
from
today.
pretty much everything, and like that you would get value from. So Yeah, I definitely think
One
that's
of the best
spot to
cash
go
game
for a
players
bet.
in this.
Some people would say like, oh, well, I'd rather check, and if they have the flush or a better straight, then I can just go for the check call and the pot stays small. And it's like, yeah, but you're thinking about losing there,
Yeah.
right? Like, you're focusing on the negative, which is that, you know, you just don't want to lose as much. And it's like, well, but what about winning?
Right.
Like, you have a really good hand, and you should probably go for some value. But John does go for the slightly safer approach,
Alcohol too.
and shits the pot nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna lose a bet either way when they have a better hand,
Can we go to 20?
probably better bet yourself that way. You get value.
40's available.
Yeah, because it's like if you're in that position and you bet 90 into 160, or maybe you go a little bit bigger than just
Keep
fun,
this
like
game
100,
low,
110,
where you
and then
like
you
it.
get raised,
Yeah.
right? Like you can just ditch it, or if
Yeah.
you know that your opponent loves to do this kind of shit to you on the river, you can put in the call and hope
Sure,
to pick
yeah.
off a bluff. You know, maybe they got the dry guy or something, but
Yeah.
yeah, definitely agree with that. All right, we got some straddles on here,
6 raise,
10 and the 20 out there.
7
After the stream.
Holds to John in the small blind.
so
He'll
that's
open it up. 65 to go. Bet on Blue.
I think if they just flush them,
Straddle, let it go, and Caitlin will follow suit. Dirty diaper, not a believer.
Oh wow.
So let me ask you this: if you're ever in a game and there's somebody that just like loves to play a dirty diaper or 7 deuce, and like the game isn't going, you guys don't have like a bounty,
Right.
but like somebody else is playing it and showing it when they win.
Yeah.
Does it like inspire you to play those cards too, or do you stay disciplined and stay away?
I really just
Generally, it does not inspire me to play those hands as well. Every now and then, maybe I'll sort of throw in a kill.
Yeah.
you can't get through.
But yeah, I tend to try to play solid usually. But yeah, like for instance, there are some players who really love the 9-6 suited. Every now and then when I'm in a game with them, I might
Homemade pierogies.
mix it up with that hand just so I can show them. Especially because like a lot of times the people that are sort of playing those hands are kind of the fun. They're just having fun, you know, and so like it's pretty important to make sure that they continue to have fun in order to sort of keep things
Like if we were
running.
chilling in Toronto, say if like
Absolutely.
hypothetically,
Yeah, no,
we
and
lived together
it
during
helps when the hand
COVID,
doesn't
we were
totally
really
suck.
Yeah, yeah.
Like if it's 3 deuce off, it's like, oh, like I really don't want to play this.
Yeah.
But like when I'm playing with Gordon and I get King 5 suited, I'm like, all right,
Oh,
let's
yeah,
go.
totally.
We're playing this one.
Yeah,
Because you know it's actually a playable hand.
right.
All right, Caitlin here does not have a playable hand, but she disagrees. Queen 3 off, raise it up, and Texas Rob will defend
we should order news.
from the big straddle. Ace high board with an 8. Texas Rob flops the best, and Caitlin not going to bet this ace high board. A little bit curious. She does have the bottom pair, which is a little bit of showdown. However,
I was at the
generally speaking, you just bet all of your ace high boards disconnected like that.
up with this transaction.
Yeah, I think standard would just be like a small C bet.
Texas Rob here
Yeah, I was
going to pounce on this pot with the turn 2 pair. Hits Caitlin with the slight overbet, and she makes the call with just bottom pair, and another ace here on the end.
I was third in line too. I was like, oh, it was a sweat.
Yeah, this goes check, check, and Caitlin will lose the pot.
I'm gonna do for this one. It's gonna be John highlights
Rob
and
here
Rob
said he
blunders.
may have got this counter.
Yeah, not super happy to see that ace in the river for sure.
And John plays his hand
But pretty
perfectly.
pleased
Let's go
to
with
drag the
Rob
pot
Blunder.
after Caitlin lost her hand.
Parley. Yeah.
Ever see iCarly?
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yeah, I really don't know what that's all about.
What's up? What's your name? John Pardy. Oh, you love to party.
And player stats, we clearly have some sort of issue with Caitlin and DK, as not even possible for them to be stuck this much. But yeah, we'll get that looked into. I imagine, you know, we had this before when we first switched over to the RF poker system. It was like there were just like a few hiccups, a few lines of code that just weren't quite tidied up. And it led to these sort of, you know, humorous situations where it's like, actually that person isn't up like $800,000, you know, and you just had to kind of work out all the kinks.
Yeah.
Just sort of still dealing with a few of those issues. do want to thank
You know
everybody
what?
for tuning in
Since you're a
tonight. Thank
special
you guys
guest tonight,
for joining us here on TCH Live Thursday. 169 of you fine folks hanging out with us right now.
Yeah,
Good to
because
see ya.
when you the good cards, your eyes go like this.
All right, so the 20 is on. Caitlin limps from the big blind. Texas Rob bumps it up, and Poker Face Ash and Caitlin both call. So here we go, 3 ways to
My
a
first
flop.
stream we did him, so I was so scared. But now we
Nice.
did. Yeah, I was like, please no.
Missing 1 card scanned in here.
Dave's
for
like,
Poker
you do whatever
Face
you want,
Ash,
but, like,
but
probably
from what we
shouldn't
can
mess
see,
that. I was
Texas
like,
Rob has flopped second pair and is going to bet a little over 1/3 into his 2 opponents.
Nice.
And that's just going to get the job done, and Rob will ship the pot.
So, are we allowing?
Digging the
that
hat
to
here
be on-
between the battle of the hats
said-
between Texas
Ashley
Rob
said
and
match.
Jon Pardy.
Matching.
Oh yeah.
Mixson sporting a more casual baseball cap.
Oh, winner's
And
power
like
hour.
20
Have you ever
Beautiful,
gotten
love
into
it.
the
double
Wins power hour.
cap game or the hat game? We've got a hat on our friend over in the 7th.
What do we need
Yeah,
here,
a
do you
couple of
think?
cowboy hats.
Yeah. I don't actually. I do own one cowboy hat. I think. I think I got one for like a Western themed party at some point.
Live
No.
40
But other than that, no.
Oh my
I'm not much of a
Lanta.
cowboy hat guy.
I'm not much of just a hat person in general, except for during the winter, like wearing a beanie.
Oh, yeah.
If it's cold out. But
Live
yeah,
40.
when it comes to like decorative hats, not really my jam.
No fedoras for you, huh?
No. I have. Well, have is actually a strong statement. I may have like a bowling cap or whatever. You know, one of the like Irish gangster.
Yeah.
Like,
Bro, to be honest,
I think
I
that's
was feeling myself like
Is that?
2
I don't know what
weeks
it's
ago.
called. I know what you're
Whatever.
talking about.
I think there's a more specific name for it, but I think it's like colloquially
I like you feel
called
badass, you know?
a bowler hat, bowler cap,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah.
You know the one that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
It's got
sure.
the really short brim,
Big
a
hit.
wool kind of a hat.
Like a Peaky Blinders.
Exactly.
He's like, that's good color.
I found one that was
Yeah, don't know
big.
which
Nine call.
What's
It's a
your
fun
time,
show,
Stevie?
though. Do you watch all the seasons of Peaky
Are
Blinders?
we gonna run it?
I did
Can we
not.
see? Can we watch?
Mixing it up all in with ace-5 suited.
Alright.
Woo, that's rocking
And
socks.
yeah, and Caitlin is going to make the call. This is a massive pot. This is ballooned out of control all of a sudden. Mixing it up here is ahead. Still ahead on the turn.
It all
Caitlin's
comes
going to need a
down to
king or a
this.
jack here to improve to the winner. I do want to apologize for missing the action here, but this just like went back and forth, raise, and then all
Thank
in.
you. Yeah, if you tell me to hold on, you gotta tell me what to go.
Harmless 6 of clubs on 10. Mixon is just going to get a dub with ace-5 of
Let me
spades.
know when you're ready for that second board.
Oh, here we are.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
they're
gonna
running
see
it
it.
twice.
I'm
Never
gonna
mind.
check my
Okay,
back.
so we got another shot at glory here for
TCH.
Caitlin.
What is it?
To flop a gut shot.
Still, the same joke.
Backward. Half the pot, though, certainly going the way of Mixon. Caitlin still needs to improve.
Valid, I guess.
Yes.
Well, that 5-10 doesn't play 5-10.
Four spades, not going to do it. Actually takes away some of her
man.
outs.
A guy I met.
There's no spade available in the king and jack department. Here we go to the river. Can Caitlin find what she needs? And she cannot. It's the jack of spades making spades flush. And Mixon is going to scoop this one.
Oh, wait. Oh, is that spades? Oh my gosh. Yes, that's a spade fly. I just saw her hit the jack.
An obscene amount
To be
of
honest,
money.
it was like 8 seconds.
think
after
this
the
was-
family.
Wait,
What's
what
the
on?
deep stack? What can Caitlin
Looks
do?
like
That doesn't look like
Scam.
all of Caitlin's chips, right?
Yes, for sure, buddy. Got you.
Just put a 10
Thank
Kizzler on there. All right, guys. Drinks of choice. Non-alcoholic drinks.
Uh-huh.
or anything?
Okay. Players checks
Okay.
on live.
Okay.
I've been liking the.
Okay, so I guess Caitlin just didn't have as many chips as I thought she did. So yeah, so they got it all in there. Mixon did have her covered and scoops that one up. And then yeah, this is the point
What else do we need?
at which we lost our connection to the table. So we're just going to hang out here for a moment as we wait for everything to get
So if I'm 60 hit,
put back together.
At least 5.
And let's see here. So,
it's not bad, right?
yeah, a
To be
bowler.
honest,
Okay,
I was
sure.
the best hand.
Bowler cap is
Majority of the
correct.
time when I'm rolling
Cool.
around,
Thank you guys for that.
looking like a 10.
Hey, it did look, you know,
Live
Ragnar
10,
here
seat 9,
throwing a little
2500 behind
shade.
is in play
But
this.
yeah, no, I generally do wear mostly like those colors. I have some green,
Well,
And,
holy
some white.
shlammer.
right?
Alright,
I mean, I'm not
Southeast.
totally just black, gray, blue, but yeah, that's mostly what I wear, I guess.
I'm gonna get a case. I'll take it home.
And a Newsboys cap here from Chad Hunter. That is something else that I've heard, but I had forgotten about that one. Yeah, the bowler cap or the Newsboys cap.
Yeah. Corona.
Frank here says that the booth volume is really low.
Anyone else?
Okay, let us know if that is something that the rest of y'all are experiencing. I know we did try to equalize things because we were having a little bit of
Everyone cool?
competition between us here in the booth
Anything?
and the players on the table.
Water, yeah. There's actually a water machine like right down there, yeah.
Ragnar also calling you out,
Sure there is.
saying you probably went through a fedora phase at one point.
Never did, actually. Hate to break it to you, Ragnar.
Might as well just
I
get
did not go through a fedora phase.
Worst case.
Yeah, what's the...
Was the running it twice really messed up the...
Yeah, I don't know. I had a beanie with like the ball on top, you know, like the little fuzzy ball on top.
Yeah,
And it was like
I'll blame
this
somebody.
rainbow, like super hippie hat that I had from when I was a little kid. And I busted that out in undergrad
Okay.
because I was definitely...
So it was a hat from your childhood that you continue to use.
Until we're done.
Nice.
Yeah,
It was tough though because
500 for 2, and then you
the
have
beanie
one
was
sponsor.
relatively tight fitting already, and I had a lot of hair. I had a big old afro in undergrad.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, so it was really tight to pull that thing on.
we've
a
now
bunch of hair
decided-
sticking
we've now
out
decided-
around the side.
Do you have curly hair?
I do, yeah. So when it gets really big, or when I let it grow out, it gets big and poofy.
Really? Do you have any photos?
I do, actually.
I would love to see what that looks like.
Put it on G-Man.
Yeah, no, I may be persuaded to show you.
Okay.
Alan Keating, this motherfucker.
That would be exciting.
No, if I was rich, I'd be like,
Christian Soto joining us here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, Chen? The pot with the King Jack and the Ace Five. The Ace Five scooped on 2 full runouts. Ace High held the first board and made the nut flush on the second runout.
26, 27.
people buy it for like 40,000.
1-2 on cap.
Chad wants to know if running it twice broke the table. No, it wasn't the act of running it twice as much as
I played there one
perhaps
time and
someone
got
taking
in a tournament.
a loose connection under the table or something.
I got a hoodie.
Not exactly clear what happened, but we are just getting everything sorted out here. Caitlin has
Trophy and like
topped off
$1,000. I got a hoodie.
what looks to
Like
be
28, 40 if you
a matching
out on the
stack
table right now.
for
The tricky part was like,
what I presume is now Mixson being the chip leader here.
bust at the time. So
No, well, I topped up 15.
Oh, and Ragnar here says, next time you play, if your RF profile pick isn't you with an afro, I'm going to be disappointed. Every time I'm going to play on the stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I have to update my profile pick, and I forget to do it, and so it's just the boring little box or whatever.
Right.
Deep stack is 200.
Oh man, that would be a good one. Maybe I'll do that. Me from undergrad with the big afro. All right, I'll try to remember to do that.
so yeah, we're all like just
Yeah, that seems like a great idea.
straight,
All right,
straight to the strip.
all right, cool. I'm gonna
Is
go.
this the look that you've been sporting for quite a while, or is this relatively new, or what?
Yeah, relatively new, I would say. I mean, it's been several years actually. I don't really know how this happened to me.
Just like very quiet room.
It didn't start with a dare or anything, or a
No,
bet.
I think one day I was just like,
3, 7, counting how many.
I think I remember mentioning to my friends, like, I'm just going to grow a mullet or get my hair cut into a mullet. And they're like, you're not going to do it. And I was like, no, I am going to do it. And then next thing you know, like 3 or 4 years later, I still have the mullet.
Like, it's just insane.
And the mustache came afterwards, but I think it was a
That was going to be my next
Complimentary
question.
edition.
I'd so
Stash
struggle.
or mullet, like chicken or the
Yeah,
egg. but-
yeah. Stash was second to
Wait,
the
what did
mullet.
we miss?
Okay.
Don't let me miss that.
Yeah. And now I've just like grown to like it.
No,
It's
no,
weird.
no, we
I think I have
straddle, but we
Stockholm
straddle
syndrome.
You can tell her your auto
Something along those lines.
Stockholm syndrome from
Yeah,
who? Who?
no, from the mullet. You know, it's like
Oh.
it's.
Well, you need mutton chops
Sure.
now.
Oh God,
Clearly.
I can't grow any facial hair besides a mustache, unfortunately.
Well, you're going to have to do like, I don't know, the hair implants. You need plugs.
I could try. I can try. I don't know. Yeah, hair implants. That's an option. I need to explore that.
Yeah, definitely. Right into the cheek line there.
Seems like the right thing to do.
Sure.
Looks like we are back in action.
One's gonna raise 200, 2 fold.
Caitlin back in there with another king jack.
Might have a little bit of PTSD from that last hand, but she's still going to play. Instantly gets raised up by Texas Rob to 200 from the small blind. Jon making the call, and Caitlin will follow suit. So here we go, 3 players to the flop. Texas Rob without cards scanned in, so a little mystery hand.
Just showed me your hand.
So thank you guys for sticking it out through our little hiccup as we go 3 players to a flop, and it's 4 high. Not a bad flop for pocket 5.
Fives.
My name is
Feeling pretty good
Caitlin.
about it.
If you want to use my name, I prefer that.
Yeah, when you flop an overpair to the board, you always feel a little bit warm and juicy inside. I don't know about juicy, fuzzy. I think that's the word I was looking for. I guess we're all juicy on the inside, but I was thinking fuzzy.
Warm and juicy on the inside. I'm gonna start using that one.
Yeah, that's a words are hardsism right there for sure. So Texas Rob here will continue. 275 to go. Jon obviously will not be folding. A little bit of an awkward spot because your hand has like a ton of equity, but could still be way behind. And if you raise here, you could just end up getting all of the chips in as a dog. Whereas if you just call, you can sort of continue to play in position against the pre-flop aggressor and see how things shake out. But like this is a very natural board for ace king, ace queen to just bet, right? And feel pretty okay about it. And so I think I like a call here rather than a raise. Caitlin, of course, would be headed for the hills whenever it gets to her. But Jon is going to take the other track, which is just rip it all in, put Texas Rob to the test. And if he just folds 2 overcard equity, like that's fine too. So
Yeah, not the worst thing in the
understandable.
world. Not the worst thing in the world if he folds 2 overcards here, right?
Check it out.
Yeah.
And like even if he does have an overpair and he calls you, I mean, you do have a bunch of equity. So. Worst case scenario, you can't be that far behind, I guess. Is kind of the idea. And then you get a bunch of protection when he folds out
Indeed.
overcards.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. I'm curious to. I mean, you don't see a lot of multi-way action going into solvers these days, especially
Yeah.
this deep. But it would be very interesting to see like how a computer would handle that scenario.
Yeah.
As the player in the middle, you know, you got one player to act pre-flop aggressor, all of the dynamics there.
Yeah.
Like you just pile it in as a standard play. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But Texas Rob here is unsure of how to proceed.
In the blender.
We have not played much.
He is also sitting on substantially more than 1.2. Oh, no, sorry, I'm seeing that's getting called towards his stack here, 2.8, as we can see the pink chips over there. But yeah, this is just about 2 to 1, right?
Yeah, I'd love to know what he's debating with.
It sounds like that greasy
It seems
Orbit
like-
guy on, Family Guy.
I don't know. It seems like an overpair just calls, and then I guess
Overpair
it,
just calls, and even like ace king, ace queen,
Yeah.
like you got 2 overs.
yeah, ace king. You have the gutter ball as well, right? To the wheel. So 2 overs in a gutter, maybe a backdoor flush draw to go with it or something.
Yeah, I could see if you're just like on ace queen of clubs here that you're kind of like, ugh, like I really just don't love it. And that's pretty understandable. I think I'm going to ditch that, but give me diamond, spades, or hearts and like shrug, call it off.
Right.
Of course, we don't have Texas Rob's card scanned in, so we don't know exactly what he's contemplating here, but he's thinking about doing something here. And it is a call. So here we go. We're going to get a run out, at least one. And it is
Nines?
Queen 9? No, Pocket 9s. I was like, what on earth is that? No, it's Pocket 9s, and he is well ahead. 3,500 in the middle.
Stuck out, I want everyone to know.
Mr. Jon Pardy here going to need to find an ace
I hope
5
I
or a
rock you on
6.
both boards. See,
On
me
this
saying
one.
that, I'm not hitting that at all.
Max Payne, I guess. Let's go.
9s. Against his 5. 2, 3, 4.
Oh God, wish I had
Spades,
tens
no
now.
help for John.
Again with John. I'm up again. We'll be in the blender.
10 spades. 10 spades. All right. I'm gonna go.
And here we go. Off to a river. Deuce of diamonds, no help. Run it one time.
Roll once or twice?
And Pocket 9s are going to
Did you
hold.
guys say twice? All right.
I'll be a man of
Oh, no, they are going to run it twice.
once, but
Okay, so they wanted to run it twice, but we were unaware of this, so we are going to, oh, we're just going to run out the turn and river twice as well. Which I get, oh, of course, we'd already seen the flop, of course.
Yep. The straight
So,
came in on the second
Wait,
one. looked like.
117, buddy.
all right, well, all sorts of fun things happening here. And
Yeah, and then you were like, I think
there
you
you
have
go.
tens.
I
was
mean,
like, yeah,
what do you
keep
think? You
thinking
got Black 9, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can see the hang up, right? I guess you're just like super dead to a set, but
Guru, that'll be a fun one, buddy.
I think you're beating some pretty reasonable shoves, like 5s, 6s, 7s could probably all shove here, right? So I think I flick it in with 9s.
Yeah, I think I would have
No, no.
put my chips across the line pretty
glad
quick,
we're
but
able. Imagine if you were
but
like,
as
no,
you say,
sorry.
you're
Nope,
dead to the
sorry,
set,
so you ain't
and
mad.
only one.
if John's
You're
in there with
getting stacked, that's
5s,
it.
like he could
I'd be
definitely.
like, can we see what the other
Yeah,
one
totally.
would have been?
But you can have those. You can have 8,
9.
Oh, Rob, I would
whatever,
have
and you
loved
might
if
just
you folded
pile
there
those
and
into.
showed nines.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
never.
You actually might, I actually
But
potentially could have retired.
yeah.
Might have just said, that's
All right,
that's
so
enough
we
for me.
got everything chopped up there for those two men, and
We have a life
do have some
10.
phones out at the table.
Am I good to go?
I'm always a stickler for this, as I do think that it's very important that we maintain the integrity of the game, make sure that everybody, both playing and watching, is of sound mind when it comes to understanding that nobody else at the table is working with electronic devices. So we will ask that everybody keep the phones and other electronics away from the table. What do you think about a purple mullet? You could go bet on Drew purple hair.
Wow.
And,
I actually was just admiring the color of his hair.
yeah.
Still on live?
I'm not sure I have it in me, I'll be honest.
Well, if you don't go hair plug mutton chops, maybe the purple mullet, or pick your own color. You could do hot green or something,
Hot green, yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
or just do the stash. You could dye the stash. Neon pink, yes, I like it.
I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll have to start gambling, doing some wagering back here, so that I can get you to
Yeah, totally.
at least be on the hook for
You can,
something.
so they pay 1 and
Yeah.
5 in the sound.
Jack high flop here, three-way action,
And you can,
poker,
sell it.
spades, hash with the best hand. Checks through to the 5 clubs on the turn, which changes nothing.
And
She'll
then the
bet,
cash
never
games are
fold.
nothing there. Yeah.
Have you ever lost a bet where you had to do something big like that?
Oh, man.
So actually playing a bunch, you're playing a bunch in Dallas, yeah?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so,
You're
actually.
probably gonna hear more
I don't think I've ever really made one, which is fairly surprising to me.
Yeah, I've always been pretty reserved when it comes to making bets and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just clearly don't have enough degenerate friends that would.
Right.
Like, if you're surrounded by people that want to make bets like that, you're just
Yeah.
naturally going to get roped into
Yeah,
shit.
totally.
Because they'll offer you something, you're like, I can't turn that down.
Right.
That's too good.
Yeah.
And then you might still get screwed and have to do it. But
Yeah, I've definitely heard of some really crazy prop bets going around, but I've never been involved in any. I think they were just floating. I don't remember who it was. Someone in the poker world were just floating whether or not someone could live inside of Bally's in Vegas.
oh yeah, no,
For an
it's,
entire year.
Landon,
Is that what it
Well,
was?
Landon's the one who's being like presented with it, and he's like,
Propositioned?
"I'll do it."
Yeah.
But he wants to get enough money in, so he wants.
Yeah.
I don't know. This came up a little while ago. I don't know if it's actually gone anywhere.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember it was floating around in the.
And then there's one in Evans.
It was floating around for a while, but I didn't hear whether or not it had been accepted.
That would be miserable.
Yeah, I don't think it would be enjoyable at all. Like, especially, I mean, I guess the reason why it's Bally's is for Max Payne, but like,
Yeah.
that's not the place I want to be stuck for a year.
No. Like, do you get to go over to Paris, or is it like hard stop at that little like strip mall thing in between? You're like,
Every day you just walk to like the divider and stare across longingly.
try to breathe in some of that Paris air. All right, Will the Knit here raises it up, and everyone bows down in fear.
Yeah.
Allows him to win the pot uncontested.
With a name like Will the Knit, not a surprise that you don't get action when you open, huh?
That and like Mike always had the thing where he went ladies, and then at some point he just went bloody, and that sort of stuff.
What do you have?
What did I have?
Yeah,
Aces.
no,
Big ace.
God, Bally's or anything else, really. Like, just to
Staying
not
inside.
be able to leave the property,
And the last
to
time
not go
I made
outside.
4-bet shoves.
I wonder if like the
You did
pool
do
is
that. That is
fair
very
game,
shows
right?
I
Playing this stuff?
There's Bally's.
We did last time though.
That's a great question.
That's a bit. No, but for
I
real,
mean,
though,
Bally's
that's
is
the
like
second
just a
game. I
concrete,
escaped with a small win in that game. Like I had
Yeah.
right? I
hard
mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if they.
I would have escaped with a small win if not
I know the
for
front of
seven.
that place is pretty unremarkable. I
Yeah,
don't know if
totally.
I've ever seen the back of it.
The back is unremarkable as well.
Raise to 40, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
I mean, maybe if you get a penthouse suite or something, you get a little pool or whatever.
Living in a penthouse for a year, that would make the bet easier, I guess, but
Yeah, imagine though that like
be honest, I would've
you're gonna
gone.
get paid out like $250,000 or whatever, and you're like, all right, so the penthouse will cost me
Right.
$250,000 to just stay there for the next 365 nights. So yeah, is he on? I mean, I guess he would have to be on the hook for the.
yeah, that part I don't
So
know.
you'd have to subtract it out of whatever you were
Yeah.
gonna win.
I was watching.
The whole thing is just sort of.
Yeah, it doesn't sound very
I was
fun.
watching Tony G today. Like.
All right,
Tony
pocket
G's
nines versus
plays
jack
this
nine.
final Table,
8
like,
high flop here,
moments.
so bet on Drew with the over pair, John 2
Cool,
over
cute
cards
Jack.
and a
It
cut
was
shot.
so good. He was intense at like like sometimes. I call.
6 call.
Half pot size bet here from Drew. John will make the call.
On your bike.
Queen of diamonds changes
Dude, he's like
nothing,
my
but does
favorite.
add
I
an
know,
over
yeah,
card
go back to Russia.
Drew's pair. Natural spot check from John, and Drew will. Oh, I thought he thought he would check back,
Thought I did it too.
but perhaps just the chip shuffle.
You're a very bad player. He called with King Jack.
Okay, it is going to be a check. Here we go to a river.
You're a disgrace.
Find a pair or a 10 for a straight. Finds neither. And now with just the jack high here. No heart, though. I don't know. I feel like your hand is just kind of like, I don't know, probably just done with it.
Yeah,
Well, you could take a shot at it. Your opponent hasn't shown a lot of strength,
true.
so why not?
What type of sizing does he go with here?
105.
I'm gonna make this look like,
2/3.
I don't know. Would Queen Jack bet this size? I'm not sure. Right? Maybe a little bit big, but I don't know. I guess most of your queens, if you're gonna bet, you may as well go big enough so that you only get called if your opponent does in fact have you beat with some sort of 2 pair, right? They're not gonna want to raise you with anything less than a flush. So
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty. I guess like a river 2-pair beats you if you have a queen,
Eight
but
call.
pretty hard to be beat with a queen,
Showdown.
given that turn went check check. I think.
Bet on Drew does make the call, and John's size there, I guess, just a little bit too small.
No respect here tonight.
Yeah,
No respect here tonight.
I'd be interested to see. I mean, like, I'm not sure he gets a lot of folds. Just from 9-9 specifically with a heart, like, pretty decent hand to call down with, I think.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hard block all of the best hands available out there, and when that's the case, shrug, make
Yeah.
a call, and
Put the money in and hope he
lose,
doesn't have it.
$100.
Yeah.
Myth, buddy.
Yeah, I think maybe a check raise on the flop with Jack 9 could have been a decent play, but maybe without a heart, wouldn't do it as often. But you do have the gutter ball, 2 overs. Potentially a way to win the pot there would be check raise flop and then barrel it off or something.
Yeah. Mr. BCDS here is making an observation about the cumulative winnings there. Yeah, we have a little bit of a bug. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but the RF Poker guys that have developed the software and the table for us are have been made aware of it, and they'll be conducting a thorough investigation to figure that out. But you are indeed correct that we have a bit of an error on the cumulative winnings there. So pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We will do our best to just power on ahead. As will these two players. Heads up to a flop.
Oh, you're going to
Go. King high board here, mixing it up. Gonna flop top. Not much here for Lightning PC.
Yeah, no, it's such a six.
Four bet 100, 7 fold.
I think it's just girls' night, so I think that's. No, I'm not going. I think it's the 17th. I'm not sure what time.
Betting a fold takes it down for
I'm
Mixson.
sure there'll be other opportunities for Uchiha.
5-10 life 20 double straddle.
Oh, it's the top sure.
Mill been playing there a lot?
She played 1 session.
Chip's here asking a question.
No, because we got her on the 15th and she left like fairly soon.
Do any of you make folds in tournaments just because you don't want to go home yet, or is it just me? I mean, that's one way of putting it, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Like, well,
You are
just because you don't want to go home, I don't know. That I mean, maybe that's not the words I would choose, right?
Yeah,
But
like maybe staying in the tournament.
yeah, like I probably don't want to lose, so I'm just gonna fold here.
Yeah.
But I will say that I've gotten substantially better at being like, yeah, fuck it, I might just be out of the tournament here, but we're not holding this hand.
Yeah.
If you're folding really big hands, like if it's like a bet and a raise in front of you, and then someone like, you know, cold 4 bets or something, and you just like muck king 3 or something, you know, like
Yeah.
you're probably just like torching money. But against the right players, you can make big folds like that. I don't know. It all just comes down to the situation.
Right.
But I certainly wouldn't just like hang my hat on, oh, I don't want to go home yet, so I'm just not going to play any more hands. Like, blind out is better than going out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah.
Not me. All right, mixing it up here, finds an ace-high board with no diamonds in hand, but with the betting lead, I suspect he'll take a little stab and just get this one through.
4 bet 60.
Yeah, Monte boards are always tricky. It's always kind of hard to come up with the right strategy.
Thank you.
Sorry, did you say monotone?
Monotone, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so my understanding is that when you have the pre-flop lead, you're just going to do a lot of small betting, right?
Yeah, certainly size goes down a lot.
Yeah, because if you flop a flush, like your hand is just golden. You don't want to scare your opponent off. You'd love for them to continue. And if they don't have anything, like they're just going to fold to any size bet. So going for the small size is just sort of like give me the pot and for minimal effort.
Right.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense logically.
Yeah, and I guess if you bet big, they're just going to continue with their sort of really strong hands, right? They don't really. There's no sense in them continuing some sort of middling type of hands if you go too big.
Yeah.
That's kind of not really the goal. You don't really want to get into a spot where they only have really good hands.
Yeah,
Not-
definitely not.
not the goal of poker.
No.
Aces.
Yeah, Will the Knit here with number 1. 60 to go. Mixing it up. We'll make the call with a couple of red 9s. Texas Rob here.
Give him a talent photo.
This is an early position open, and if he knows anything at all about Will. Oh, look at Will's body language over there. He can't wait. He's like, oh, this guy just grabs the black chips.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happening. I love Will. All right, so Texas Rob is going to go for the squeeze here with the ace-jack off, and Will is going to think about this for a moment before he presumably goes all in. I don't know what else
Yeah.
you do on that stack size, but
I mean, yeah. It would be interesting to see him put in a call, but I would be pretty surprised.
yeah, I think the call's out of the question. It's just like, can you make a raise that isn't all in
Right.
They call me John
and have it
Scott's
not just
surprise.
look like it's exactly aces?
Right.
I don't know, but Will
Oh, he
is
goes
just
for
going
the
to make the
call.
call. Let's go, Will.
That's probably going to bring Mixson in.
Oh,
Mixson into the mix.
Sure. You can't go fold now.
Yeah. I like it.
I do too. I mean, this is new. I think the Will of yesteryear would have like snap jammed.
Right, sure.
Stood up from his chair.
Yeah.
Started pacing around. I'm kidding, of course.
Pretty good
Favorable
flop.
flop.
Yeah.
Texas Rob here going to see this as a pretty innocuous flop as well. However, when the original raiser calls and the guy that called in between calls, you've got to know that there's like at least one middling pair out
Yeah,
there somewhere.
And Will is going to continue to play it slow. Mixon in a really interesting spot now.
I think you just have to call again. I mean, you're getting this incredible price. This is like 8-1.
I wonder if he ever thinks about raising also.
I'm from Long Island. We're not old.
It's like, of course, the other guys all have
Newfoundland, we are.
bigger pairs than yours, but at the same time, your pair is
Like long winners.
a lot of time.
I mean, it is, but you're in
A lot
position
of
against
alcoholics.
your opponents, which changes a lot.
Yeah.
I think, right? Like, if you're in the small blind, you go check, and it's like bet call. Like, I'm a way bigger proponent of being like, nah, let's pump this up to like 650 and see what happens,
Yeah.
right? Because then you can really sort of, I mean, it's such a binary response from your opponents to that raise,
Yeah.
and
He
you
goes for
really
the
get to
raise.
set that up for yourself because you're out of position. Like, you're just totally screwed in this pot. Like,
Right,
going to be
yeah.
check calling, like,
Yeah,
into
just
two
check
players.
calling all the way down, out of position.
But when you're in position, it's not as nasty because, like, imagine that you call, the turn is just like a whatever, and then it goes like check, check to you,
Right.
or check and a bet to you, right? Like the way that the dynamic changes on the next street is going to be so important.
Yeah. Position really is just so powerful, right?
Yeah. Mixing it up here though is going to raise, and once Texas Rob releases his hand, we'll go all in. Mixon will have to shrug, call it off, and find out the bad news. But
Lottie's plan has come together.
One is all in.
Oh my goodness.
wow, Texas Rob.
Texas
Get-
Rob is saying he has the aces and the kings. But Lottie here with the actual aces.
Yeah, so now here is the big problem with raising with nines, particularly to this size also, 700.
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking 650 when you're in the small blind. Like, 700 in position to me. Okay, like, sizing is, everybody's going to have a different approach to this, but if you have to fold now, this is disastrous.
Right. Interestingly, I mean, yeah, just such a weird spot now, right? Because Lottie is the shorter. I guess it's not by that much. I was going to say he's the shorter of the three, so potentially a side pot to win. Because once Lottie just snaps here, which he did,
Yeah.
you can't feel too great about nines against
Yeah.
against him specifically.
Yeah, I think I would think I would have pitched the nines by now. Mixing it up though is going to go through the action on the earlier streets leading up to this moment to try to figure out if the nines are ever good. I mean, Texas Rob is in here with ace jack off, so
Right.
like, you know, like nines are actually going to be good for the side pot at least right now.
Sure, yeah.
If he manages to find the call here, he will be ahead and just needing to fade an ace or a jack.
I mean, given the action sequence, like, unless he knows something about Texas Rob that I don't, like, Texas Rob is representing a pretty strong hand here, so pretty tough to call with nines, but
Yeah. And, like, I mean, Will has gone all in for his 1,200, so there's
Yeah.
an additional 5 on top of the 7 that he bet that's going to just disappear into Lottie land because that dude's got to have something, right? Like, do you beat him with 9s? Probably not very often.
Yeah, totally agree.
So then you're looking at doubling up your like 1,400 and change, which yes would sort of like break you even on the hand, and that's fine. But like, is that where you want to go right now? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he does fold.
Yeah, tough spot. Okay, Mixson lets it go. And his 700 goes into the middle. Here we go between Texas Rob on 2% equity. Literally needs to go runner on a shop.
Next game.
I guess running back.
Let's see him, boys.
Yeah.
Let's see
Lottie
him.
with the sneaky aces here. His trickiness gets him paid.
Yeah, and that's going to do it right there on the turn. 8 of spades makes it a done deal. Deuce of spades will brick it out the rest of the way. And will the nit with the tricky trappy aces gets the full dub and more. Let's go, Will. What a
Nicely
beast.
done. Yeah, and I think like pre-flop, if he just rips it there, like he potentially just gets 2 folds.
Yeah. No, he
So.
gets absolute max value here. This is amazing. Really well played. Chip's here, I love this. As we get the pot counted down. I think the worst thing about having a losing session is telling your roommate or significant other how much you lost when you came home. Yeah, I lost 700, but I played good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've all had that, whether it was to a roommate, significant other, or just some other curious bystander. But,
Sure. Yeah, whoever's there to listen, really.
Yeah.
Strangers on the street, maybe.
Yeah, you know, you got.
I played well, I promise.
Yeah, I feel good about
Nothing
it.
I could do.
Yeah, we're gonna miss rent this month, but we played our A game.
Yeah, I think generally for me, I actually have like a relatively hard time being objective about, like if I have a big losing session, like I'm pretty rough, pretty quick to beat myself up over certain decisions that like once I run it by someone, maybe they're like, no, that's totally standard. Like you probably shouldn't worry that much about some decision that costs you X amount of dollars. But sort of in the moment, it's really easy for me to be pretty hard on myself about like making the wrong decision in a certain spot, for instance.
Is it PLO, double boards? That's what every time.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when the hand could go one of 2 directions and you choose incorrectly, and then,
Right.
you know, like maybe you try to hero somebody off and then they just have the nuts and you're like, oh, good God.
Yeah. That's a rough.
Here I am thinking they've got this really wide range and they just don't.
Yeah.
We used to do them at
It also takes like a certain amount of confidence in your game to make a play, he has the nuts, and then still just be like, well, it was the right play, regardless, right?
Me too.
And poker's such like a fickle game to where like
Let's do a challenge.
results don't actually
That would be fun.
equate to correct decision making in really any way over the short term, which is frustrating and challenging, but it's also why the game's sort of so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, and the key there is in the short term, right? Like every hand is just like a microcosm. And if you just like, go to town analyzing that one hand,
Yeah.
you're really missing the forest for the trees,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, great.
it's tough though, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we're
totally.
human beings. Like, it's like, what happened today? Like, I don't give
Yeah.
a shit about yesterday or tomorrow. Like, what's going on right now? And what on earth is? Oh, we're doing bomb pot. I was like, what is this crap? We were running something twice to just flops. Okay, silly me. We are doing a PLO bomb pot. So as we get cards scanned in, I'll finish my thought. Yeah, like especially I think to me the ones that I beat myself up about, or at least in the moment, like you're saying, is when like a loose, flashy player or someone that you perceive to be like have a pretty wide range, you know, goes for a big bet or all in or whatever, and you hero them off, and you're like definitely reaching down into the hero calling range, and you find out that they just have the nuts, and you're like, oh good God, like why am I reaching so far down, right? Because it's like you're deviating from your normal game plan to try to counter them, and then you just get slapped right in the face.
Yeah, and it's hard to realize like maybe like 9 out of 10 times they are bluffing there, and like this is the one time where they weren't, right? And in that case, like your hero call is actually really good. It's just it happens to be that they had it that time, right? So like But then again, like, it's so hard to know if that's true. Like, maybe your read on the situation is completely wrong and they're never bluffing there. And, like, your hero call is just completely horrible. So
Yeah.
it's like you never really know what's going on.
Yeah. All right, Poker Face Ash here is looking to scoop this thing up as she's got kings and jacks on bottom,
And then
as well as the aces and sevens on top. Lightning PC here with just a couple of eights and a jack.
you guys
So
both
yeah,
just
Ash is going to scoop
Oh
this
yeah, I
one up.
had not flush draw.
The pot really didn't blow up as nobody really had anything in pairs going around.
I think she's a new Texas resident. I've been seeing her around TCH, Dallas, as well as around town.
should be on
Is
here.
that
Poker
so?
Face
Well,
Ash.
I know she's
Fold
been
one,
like
two, like,
like sort of touring around and getting on a bunch of different live streams. But,
I think she mentioned she moved somewhere near Fort Worth.
oh, very good.
A new addition to the Texas poker scene. Happy to have her.
Welcome.
I knew he was slapping.
Yeah, William's not usually in pots.
Yeah, Texas is the place to be in. I swear, like every time I play a tournament or go and play cash game, I like see a new face, and they seem like
Double straddle.
they're very familiar with poker, and I'm
all of
like,
aces was pretty bad.
you're not moving here, are you? Like, get out here.
I said he ran the sim, and he said no.
Yeah.
You want to come and stay for a little while and have a good time? Okay, fine. Go tell your friend.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
lovely, but
Yeah.
get out of here.
Yeah. But I was up at TCH Dallas a couple weeks ago, and I mean, that room is just always full. It's always full, and there's so many games running. But I did notice sort of an influx of people not from Texas, and so you get to meet a bunch of different people, which is cool. But the games
I saw you guys.
maybe aren't as well. I mean, actually, the games are still wild. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it's amazing.
Yeah, the games are still wild.
Yeah. Ooh, Poker Face Ash here with a couple of Cowboys. Going to make it 250 to go. And Mixson here has shown that he is not shy about seeing flops. He will get to play this one in position with the ace jack.
No, we're really talking.
Poker Face Ash first to act with the betting lead here. Heads up.
You like fish
Jack
sticks?
527
like
in
fish
the
sticks?
middle.
You
Ace
like
right in the window. Ace magnets.
Of course,
Happens every time.
every time.
this?
It's
I'm
like
the
such
only one
a
that watches South Park.
Yeah,
such a,
nobody
like,
else got any reaction. I was like, okay.
50 plus year old person thing to say
Oh, for sure. That's
every
why we
time.
got to say it.
But when you have the kings and the ace comes, it definitely is what goes through your head.
Yeah, you're like, damn it, man, come on.
Yeah.
I'm marrying French toast.
Ash is going to go ahead and continue, though, for 180.
I'm gonna marry the
Essentially, you eat one more time, and you
Okay, now I
the rest of your
understand.
life, and then you have to shower.
Now I understand.
This is such a dry, disconnected board that
We're marrying
Poker Face Ash can
killing pancakes.
think to herself, like, I may have just
Oh,
gotten
no, no, he's just
value
making
from, like,
stuff.
pocket tens or
Yeah,
jacks
I
or
said
something
marry
of
French
that
toast.
nature. Still possible, but
French toast. No,
he's
no,
going to check the turn, which I think is going to be fairly standard. If you bet again and get called, then you know that you're just toast. Whereas if you check and they check back, then you've got a lot of opportunities to go for some reasonable value on the river,
Every time I see that, conversation goes like this.
or just check and let them take a stab at it.
Two on ACL, but I swear to God, no matter what happens in the first tournament.
Here, though, be torn between betting and checking back.
He goes, what was that?
Where?
I think you can go both ways.
So every
Yeah, I see
conversation
merit.
starts with
Both sides.
two, but as soon as
I honestly would like to check back here, though,
I bust or
because
I win,
Ash can still have, like, some pretty
funny
strong
thing is that
hands.
happens every
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And, wow,
Yeah, we're not on
700.
the
This is nearly full pot.
He's a funny guy. You enjoy. I enjoy
You
him.
targeting.
Sorry, this is my debt here, because you're always talking to me on this side. Yeah, guys, screw with me if you're on this side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer.
Your
but
good side, Rob.
nice fold.
Left or right?
Yeah. Yeah, you pretty much just gonna have to let that
Thank
one
you.
go.
Full frontal.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think if Mixson either checks back and goes for like half
why don't
pot
you
on the
just
river or something like
stay
that,
for a few days and
he
fire
could
the,
convince Ash to come along.
Davisus.
Or even
Right.
like imagine what like a 1/3 bet does there on the turn.
Yeah, totally.
Right, just kind of like a little tickle, and she's on kings. I mean, your hand is
Can you give me out?
objectively still
They
quite
don't
strong,
they don't
especially
pay
against a
here,
small
I'll tell
bet.
you. The law just has a 1 million guarantee me.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's hard for Mixon to have
They don't pay me.
anything that's like
I
an
don't
ace.
even
Like,
get it.
really, like when he
used to
once
that,
he
it was just like the
uses such a large
rainbow
size there,
blockers on your
because
TV.
when he calls flop, that kind of narrows him down quite a bit to like an ace or pocket pair. But if he has a pocket pair below an ace, he's probably not going to
I
bet
saw that. Congrats.
big there on the turn, right? So
Yeah, unless I mean there's definitely some merit to like you float
turning it into a bluff.
with your pocket nines or something, and then they check, and you're like, oh well, you might have just hit the queen, but if I bet
Yeah.
small to medium, you're gonna call, or you could have kings, right?
Yeah.
I bet small to medium, you're gonna call. If I hammer this, you might let everything that isn't an ace go.
Yeah, true.
So, I
Holy
mean, I think
shit.
there could be some merit, but he has a hand that wants to get called.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So it's like it's a little bit outside of
Same,
the
it's same
storyline,
orbit. You're going
unless
to
you're
get
trying to be
lobby aces
hyper
so many
balanced and
times.
you don't split your ranges. It's like everything I do. Is
How often are we going to do this?
Yeah.
You know, if you're going to bet big with your bluffs, you should bet big with your value
Oh, Lord.
in that scenario. So, in any case, does take it down. Everybody flops a pair here on this hand. Check over to John, and he will bet 85. About a little over 1/3. Will gonna make the call here.
Thank you.
Mixon gonna let go of top pair there pretty quickly.
Yeah, the season's about to start up in Cedar Park right here, so.
Deuce of spades brings in the front door flush draw. Will check it over, and John, I think it's a pretty standard check back. His hand not going to get a lot of value from a bet. However, he disagrees.
6-bet 225.
Is going to put out another wager and just take this one
No
down.
good, Lenny.
220.
Yeah, sort of another spot where
I have aces there.
kind of just getting worse hands to fold and better hands, I guess, to continue in some way.
Yeah, I mean, the tricky thing there is like people play suited hands so much more than they play off-suited hands,
We're having a
right?
conversation with my
So you could imagine like
I know.
quote unquote getting
No,
value
to be
from
honest,
something
once
like a
they
queen
gave
10
me-
with a
once they
spade,
told me I couldn't
or
play, like,
you know,
anymore,
pick your
I
poison.
haven't
Right.
played
People just
stuff
aren't going to
on
show up with a
stage
bunch of that
since
stuff. Now,
I played
he
my
was in the blind,
hunts.
so more likely that he could have something like queen 10 off, or
Yeah.
maybe pair in a flush draw, something like that. So
It's actually insane. That
Definitely
used to be the
reasonable
one
to go
thing
for a
like in
bet
my
there.
life that brought me
But,
continuous joy, like all the
standard
time.
is going to be to
No.
check back.
I understand that,
Front
and I
door flush
played.
comes in, because if you bet and get check raised, like
I played
That
in
sucks.
men's leagues here and
Yeah.
there with, like all my buddies from school. So.
And I suppose you bet and
wish
get
my-
called and you
both
just
my
check back
shoulders are so
most first.
bad that I can't throw a ball.
Hopefully win.
I can't
yeah, which is the nice thing
I
about
was
betting
so-
turn, is
Yeah.
that you have a natural check to you on the river, and you
Yeah.
get to just be like, haha, showdown.
Yeah. You don't have to face the pot and a half from the river. From Lottie.
Yeah, it's giving you the business.
It is only, that's just like any, but like,
All
It wasn't John.
One
It
down.
wasn't John.
all my good friends were like such great volleyball players. So like that whole, I was like,
So Lottie
I
is
was
the
like,
big
this
winner
is
so
weird.
far.
I'm in such a great looking group right now.
Ace
Do I?
cleaned up the whole team.
Yeah, that was pretty fantastic. Really well
I
played.
was like, sure, I guess.
Yeah.
Then when you
You
get good
know,
at
it's
sport, they
so
swear, Dave, 'cause you're good at the
rewarding and
sport. I was
so-
just like, I should get good
I
at
don't
more
know,
things.
You say
rewarding
that
isn't
like
the right
it's
word.
really bad.
No, it was great for me.
So
obviously.
exciting
Word
to
of word.
watch players
People
develop,
attracted to it.
because
Really
like
pisses me
I've been
off.
around here for years now, and I've been playing with Will pretty much for most of that time. I mean, it goes
Yeah.
way back to the 1-3 days and shit even, and Will has developed a lot over that period of time, right? I mean, Will the Knit,
Well,
like he
remember when
was
it was your
the
birthday
Knit
and
Yeah.
you played
so
five,
much
six heads up?
back then,
Yeah.
where if he ever raised me, bet you or check raised me, it's just
Rob Black, like
absolutely
playing
Yeah.
200,
everything
400
looked
heads up. I was just like,
everything
what is
brought him.
going on here?
because he just wasn't
One,
balanced.
two,
And
for sure.
We've seen here tonight that he can.
Oh, you're just trying to not be a hero.
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I was playing with him a couple weeks ago
Not a chance.
on stream, and he
Zero.
4-bet me with
I wouldn't have been
ace-4
mind-boggled
suited.
by that.
Yeah.
And he got me to fold. I think it was ace-jack or ace-queen suited, one of the two.
Yeah.
So
brave
he's, I
new
think
world
he's,
out there.
Yeah, I think he's really taking advantage of his reputation in some sense. In a great way.
Well,
They can't
Well, I
all
told
be
back,
just
I
showed
didn't realize
Will
everything was
just
on the.
folding queens, so clearly that isn't correct.
And he's just,
the real difference.
he's back. Will
Oh
Dennett
no,
is
the
back.
graphics are just incorrect. He is in there, but
Chips back there, right?
Okay.
but did he just call with the queen? I think he just called with the queen.
I have not been out in Austin.
We don't have the action here,
Well, I'm
and
hanging out
clearly
with
it is
3 of my
incorrect
friends
because
that run as fast
Will
as I
is
do.
in the hand.
Wanna run
Oh, it's
these
just
down
showing
to
Poker
three
Face
of
Ash with her
I
focus
have
hand.
never,
It's actually just
never,
Will
I've never in my
with pocket
life.
queen. So I think
I've
it was
never in my
probably a
life-
raise and a 3-bet.
I don't know how much you know about Newton.
There it
No
is.
one
There
has
it is.
ever
Okay, raising a
looked
3-bet
at
from
me and
Will.
said, if you can keep it.
With
In my entire
say,
life.
I don't get that much.
crap queen from the small
I like
blind.
it. I
Not
love the
correct.
challenge.
Avery's a little different down here, John. I don't know if you got
I
like
feel
the Texas girls before, but
Might be a long night for it, Shape Party.
Yeah. Challenge.
And now everything is there we go. That's correct. Bet on Drew does indeed have a
I
pair,
think
but
you can
it
get
is
AHL
inferior
season tickets for
to
pretty
the
cheap,
queen.
right?
Yeah, they're not too bad.
We will go
Let's
check
do that.
back, and now there's
Oh,
two
so
pairs.
literally the best
Anybody
next
wanna-
3 months. Yeah, sure, I'll have one here.
Will seemingly
Oh,
content
shit,
to get
I know
the
what
showdown,
I did order it.
as he will check for a second time here.
Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, no heart. There's 3 hearts out there now. I think Bet on Drew has a pretty clear bet, and I think he should go for a large-ish sizing. Attack any of his opponent's 1-pair holdings, and particularly if he has a significant heart, you're going to want to get value from that.
That's why I just.
Fair enough, does go for
Do you
about
want the,
2/3 here.
those for as well?
Throw like one in the ice and the other in the
Will
fridge.
with
I
no
have two.
heart, but a strong pair.
I was
We'll
just
see
saying,
how
I'll
he
take
plays
4.
this one.
Yeah, you're like, we're gonna need 3 cases for this.
Beautiful.
Yeah, in some sense, he probably doesn't expect Drew to check back much King X or flush draw. So Queen's actually
no,
maybe
we went to lunch with him. I love him.
We did.
still pretty reasonably strong.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to peel there
Oh, yeah.
and reevaluate on the
There was a guy. There was a guy in my Twitch chat the other day. Well,
Will
he
does
was
make the
there
call.
at El
Checks
Rancho
it over
and
here
saw
on the
me and
end.
Drew.
It's
He's on
Bet
my
on
Twitch,
Drew
like, yeah, I
now.
saw you guys at El Rancho there, and I was just like,
Has 2 options. I think one is to go
yeah. No,
big
he did.
and
No, he did. I
chunky,
don't remember now, but
full
yeah.
pot thereabouts, maybe a little over, maybe a little under.
We did have
Pick
some
your
frozen,
poison,
I think.
or just check it back, as this board is somewhat connected and a little bit scary for your 2-pair. I mean, I think against most players here, this is just a slam dunk value bet. But when your opponent checks back, then calls you on the turn, it's like, what do they have here?
Right. He is going
8-bet.
Yeah, I like
2/3, 3/4, something.
Yeah, I
something
like
along those lines. Yeah, I think this is the right size.
525.
Yeah, 5 1/4. So in the 3/4 pot size regime, and we can already see from Will's body language that this is a good size because he is uncomfortable, and that is really just like, I mean, this is something that I missed out on for so long in my formative years of poker, of like what bet sizes meant and what you should be trying to accomplish, and you really just at the end of the day, you want to make your opponent uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And this is doing it.
Yeah,
Will
for sure.
doesn't like this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting sort of spin on like, yeah, what you're trying to accomplish. Like in some sense, you want them to have a tough decision. So yeah, you're trying to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah, because yeah, I mean like the game theory definition or whatever is to like make your opponent indifferent or raising.
Yeah. Yeah, if all of their decisions are worth
No,
0,
yeah, man.
then
Whatever we want to do.
you've done your
I heard
job,
Austin was a
basically.
super fun city.
I've heard nothing
Right?
but good.
It's a
This is
Thursday night.
actually, I think this actually is quite a tough spot here.
Hoedown somewhere.
Will gonna make the call here. Goes for the hero, and really well played by Bet on
That's 6
Drew.
and an 8.
Yeah.
Gonna pick this one up for the big river bet.
William did not mean that, bro.
Really well played there. And I think honestly, this this is one of those spots,
He pretty
sort
much
of
said
like what we were
so,
talking about
dude.
before, where you look back and it's like, what was I doing? Hearts were there.
He doesn't live up to the alcoholism.
Straight
Yeah.
came in on the end.
Yes.
If you had to turn blah, 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 right? You just sort of kick that can down
Yeah.
the road. But at the same time, I think Queen.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be like a 50-50 frequency on
Yeah.
just like calling and folding that.
Yeah, I'm certainly having a hard time folding queens there, I think.
Yeah. I agree. All right, so really well played there. That is going to put a little bit of a dent in the momentum there for Mr. Lottie. So we look at some PFRs there.
Thanks, Katie.
Anderson here in the chat. What's going on, my man?
You guys hear me through my
'Cause I make my money from poker, but I'm still 100% DGen.
That is not
Love me some
Lord
slots
alive.
and casino action. Hell yeah, man.
There's no white on your headset anymore.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
I don't know. What do you think? You like to play the table games or the slots?
You just turned me off.
Not really. I
Alright,
think
see how it
slots.
is.
Slots never did it for
Wow,
me.
prison.
It just sort of seems like my version of hell.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9
But
Damn, all right. No, if I ever catch you in front of a slot machine, I know
Yeah,
things
yeah.
have gone rapidly
yeah, I don't
downhill.
smoke, but I'd probably be chain smoking cigs, pulling the slot thing. Yeah, and then luckily for me, like my first few times ever playing blackjack, I just got absolutely smashed. Like, couldn't win a hand, and I was like, this game's not fun at all. Why do people enjoy playing it?
What are these people doing?
And so I sort of,
play or just, yeah, I was like,
I have
oh,
some
man,
friends
that's
who like went on a sick heater, like their first time going to Vegas or whatever. Like they had like a 10K blackjack weekend or something.
Oh, yeah.
And now they just like love blackjack, and like who knows how much more than 10K they've lost over the last several years, you know?
Yeah, dude.
So in some sense, I think it's kind of a blessing that I never really went on a heater. So I don't really play much of the table games. Don't really have a good time
Yeah.
doing it.
All right, we'll come back to this here in a moment as we've got Mixing It Up and DK both flopping second pair with the King Jack. Poker face Ash with top pair on Ace 9. One of the King Jacks has headed for the exit, but Mixing It Up here, sticking around with his. 2-10 in the middle, quick check here. So free river card, it's a 9 of spades. Brings in the front door spades and gives poker face Ash 2 pair.
And tonight we're gonna
Winner
watch
with
fucking
three
Big Brother.
Jack, hope to get to showdown.
And tonight
How
we're
much has he
gonna
got?
watch Big Brother.
Value, let's see if it plays out differently.
You didn't hear me.
Yeah, instead Mixing It Up here is going
Back in my
to
hotel room watching Big Brother.
value, not exactly clear what 150 accomplishes
He's a
there,
100 fan. John.
as that is almost a full pot size bet. He doesn't have a spade. I don't know. Not exactly clear to me
I was in the emotional state.
what the intent there was, but
I did. Well, I did
obviously
actually
we
twice.
didn't.
Maybe like 6 a.m. we're like, John, what are you
No,
I was
no sense
watching like
raising
me,
there.
like the montages of me and my ex-girlfriend and shit. Like, I woke
But
up
you're
this
you're
morning,
absolutely right about the like heater in the test. Like if you ever have one of those, you just are always like in the back of your mind, sort of scratching.
I
your
was
head.
like straight
Maybe we
for
can do that.
Yeah.
Like I've had, I don't play many pips. Thankfully,
daylight.
I haven't had
5, 10.
enough friends that have wanted to, because that's what drives me when I'm like in Vegas or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's have fun. Like
Yeah,
I'll go
totally.
punt off $1,000 playing craps with you guys, but like
Yeah.
it better be fun.
Yeah.
If we're all just like hating our lives
Yeah.
or something, it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, totally.
But I have had a few of those where it's like we're all shit faced. We're out, at some place playing craps. There's like 5 of us around the table or around the table, whatever, and like a whole other group of people. So you're like meeting new people, high fiving.
Yeah,
Somebody's
yeah.
just like on this sick roll where they
Yeah.
just roll like 25 times. and
Right.
Everybody's losing their minds. Like that shit is fun, and
350.
yeah,
Yeah, totally.
it does kind of make you want to go back.
Yeah, totally. I think you're definitely completely correct about like you have to be with a fun group of people, otherwise like it's just not fun. But at the same time, like I mean, you're giving up edge every bet you make, which is just kind of, as a poker player, that's kind of yeah.
Yeah, let's come back to that here, guys. We've got a real hand developing, Mixing It Up here on the button with a real hand, and he is going to come in for a cold 5 bet. 1,
4 is all
2,
in.
so 3 bet, 4 bet, 5 bet here.
Oh man. And now all of a sudden, like, I mean, Caitlin has kings, but how great do you feel about having kings?
And Mixing It Up is all in here.
Is this simple plan?
I mean, you just have to go with it.
It's
busy.
yeah, it sucks. Like I'm not folding here, but I'm expecting to see aces.
No, bro,
sure.
I played this
Pretty
song with my
often.
dad. I forgot
Yeah,
my dad
the
for
cold
like
5 bet
that.
is very unusual,
I was going, sorry, getting perfect, Dad.
To
and
be fair to you, that is a really tough day.
It is a rough day. My dad was
but you
so
have king.
upset.
You have king.
I was like, I can't have it.
There's the old adage of like, if you're gonna fold the second nuts, like then you're
Oh, we
like
get it.
you're literally only calling with the nuts and you're folding everything else. Like you're
Yeah,
just
once
gonna
in
get
a
run
while,
over.
find himself
This
in
is
the
that.
blender.
This is that scenario exactly. You're like you have the second nut, pre-flop. If you're gonna fold that and you're only calling with aces,
Yeah.
like you're just never gonna call.
Right.
Caitlin does put it in. Everybody else gets out of the way, and Mixson is like, oh yeah, no, I fucked up.
Yeah.
Whatever you want
And
to
now
do.
it's
I usually run it twice, but if you want to max pain.
even worse for him. She has kings and not aces, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah, you would actually prefer to
All right.
have
Tell me
her.
when to go for the first four.
So here we go. Looks like we are going to run it twice.
Oh, she's like, no, I know.
Run out. At least one of them to keep his money and get something back from the middle. A couple of red nines and a 6 of
Serious?
spades. Not even club out there.
Because that literally happened to me yesterday.
Oh,
you know that.
There's quad strokes to be made right now.
That is pretty
Yeah, this one is already over. So first board goes to Caitlin. She's going to turn her kings over, and mixing it up is going to see just how bad it is.
ooh.
Doesn't burn any of his
Folded 10.
queen, but a bunch of 9s and 10s are gone, which is unfortunate. And one club, as you said.
I hope the other one comes.
Oh man.
I'm done. Don't even do
Running
Not much of a
queens,
sweat.
That's about it. 7-5 for a quarter.
Okay.
7. Okay. Gonna need a 5 only to get
She doesn't
quarter
deal
of
with
the
it. So
pot back.
Shuffle. He's like, no, missed
If a 5 comes, Caitlin is going to be mad at you for manifesting.
Ace of diamonds
Look at
deal
us sit here
and
damn like a
Mixon
bunch of
still
young
positive.
kids.
Look at us. Who would have thought?
Look at us.
Who would have thought?
At least know that
It's the whole gang.
a hand that she was beating the entire time
Yeah.
and didn't
Probably
have an
thinks it's
overcard.
queens or something. Yeah.
You would have had one boy, buddy. You would have had one.
So, yeah, this one going to go the way of Caitlin. These two players running into each other earlier.
What'd you have?
Caitlin being stacked by Mixon.
Oh,
So
yeah.
trading blows. It is now 1-1.
Yeah.
What'd you say, you had ace king? Ace queen?
And you always love winning the second one because
Yeah.
you're like, you stacked me, so those are my chips all over there. Now I got them all back. Let's go.
Yeah. And generally, you might be a little
Everyone knows
bit deeper as
from now
well.
on,
right?
I'm a
Yeah,
max
exactly.
paying guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you get your chips back,
From now on, I'm a winner.
Pink girly.
which is always
Six
nice,
up.
Man, thank you.
and potentially get a bunch more.
Yeah, most of the time, unless they've spewed them off to
Yeah.
the rest of the table
Oh,
before you got
man.
your opportunity to get them.
Yeah.
Huh?
Nothing worse than
One step.
losing all of your chips to a certain player who just distributes them to everybody else.
Yeah, instantly too.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just like,
You never see them again.
I'm gonna add 2 pinks.
All right.
yeah, but that is definitely something that comes with the territory. You play this game
Oh,
enough,
totally,
and
yeah.
you're gonna run into that. But
I'm such a clever person. We'll talk about
Or somebody's racking up because they have to go, and
I'm like,
then you
That's funny.
double them up on their way out the door.
oh, dude, that one is really painful. Because there's always like the cliched thing, like, oh, he's playing out of the rack,
Yeah.
let's get him, and then they just make the nuts and cooler
Yep.
you or something, and you're like, what?
Oh wait, I thought those were supposed to come this way.
Yeah, yeah. No, how about I go get you a couple more racks for all of my chips on your way to the cage?
Yeah, yeah. Enjoy your dinner,
Yeah,
wherever you're going. Yeah.
yeah. Maybe upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. Drinks on me tonight.
That's right. And for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Chips here wants to know, what's the most any of you have won from a slot machine? Got a couple of reasonable answers here. 1,600, 1,400, and 5K from Poker Monkey.
5K.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I don't play the slots very often.
Yeah.
There are a couple of games that I've discovered over the decades or whatever that were like kind of fun, just little penny slots, whatever. One of them was Invaders from the Planet Moolah, and it's these cows, like alien invading cows, and they like have their little ray guns and shit. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The animations that happen.
Right.
And so it was fun for that.
Yeah.
I think the most I've ever won on a slot machine was a few $100. Just 'cause
Yeah.
I'm not putting a bunch of money in.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I guess like to have big wins, you have to generally be betting like reasonable amounts.
It's so true though.
Well, I am a max bet guy. If I'm gonna play this
Yeah,
slot,
yeah,
I'm
makes
gonna
sense.
I
If
felt
you're gonna
myself
play, you
do it.
should
I was
max
like, oh my
bet.
god,
Yeah.
don't. And you were like, you know what's fine? I'll
but
just
still,
Yeah, I think my problem with slots is like half the time I don't even know how you win, right? Like
nobody
you
does.
just watch, you're just hoping that like, wait, is that a good thing? Different things
Yeah.
light up. It makes some sounds.
Yeah.
Like it pretends like you win, but somehow you didn't make back whatever you bet on the spin.
Oh yeah, ding
half
ding
the
ding ding
time,
ding ding.
yeah.
You got 20 cents
Yeah.
back, and you're like,
You're like,
"Whoa,
wait a minute.
why is that even an option? 20 cents? Fuck you! I put $12 on that spin.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. Never had a great time playing the slots.
Yeah. It is. There are some of them like
Tell her I really like her color.
that have like a little interactive game or something, right? Like you'll unlock something.
Okay, like a pinball game.
And kind of.
Yeah.
And at least those, there's some interaction that makes it more entertaining.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Have some goal you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
Feel like you're making progress.
Caitlin here is going to make progress with her hand. $50 is the bet.
$50 with the mystery hand. Another gun.
Jack deuce.
Probably a reasonably strong. Oh. Never mind, it folded to her. So okay. I take it all back.
Yeah, you should. Just blind, blind versus blind. Straddle versus straddle.
Yeah. Potentially quite a wide range of hands she can have here.
I don't know what it was.
Rob here, 3 to a straight, through a flush,
That's right.
and just jack high. I think taking a stab here, and if you ever get queen high or king high to fold, that's pretty great. So, 75 is the wager, but Caitlin goes nowhere. Kind of diamonds here on the turn. Adds no additional equity here. I think Rob should just be shutting this one down. He does.
It's an optimistic bluff catch, I think.
Board pairing 7 here on the end.
But yeah,
It's actually a card that Caitlin will struggle to represent, and Texas Rob could.
actually would have chopped ace queen more.
But instead of 85 is super value-y, and he's just like, screw it, I'm not even going to go there. But, right, like, she's going to bet all of her 7s
Yeah.
on the flop.
It literally
I mean, the
was
flop's not
another
super
alpha
favorable for her, right? So I could see potentially having a decent amount of checks, but
You
No,
got
but
me
it's just
talent
blind.
12? Are you
Yeah,
trying to
Right?
fuck
And
me?
she raised. If she has a 7, she's going to bet it. Like, almost the time. So when she checks over and he bets,
Live.
then checks back the 10 on the turn. Like I think the 7s are just like all his. I think that would have been a great spot, even if she had just like queen 10 and was never gonna fold or like whatever. Like if he just like bumps it to 450, 425 there. Just
yeah, I mean, he can certainly rep a 7 pretty easily.
put her in jail.
Yeah.
35.
5 raise to 35.
Call.
This one, this is a good comment right here from my man, Mr. Captain Underpairs. Slots are like toilet bowls with lights and sound.
8, 9,
Absolutely right. Just don't do your business in front of one or near one because you'll get thrown out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, you drove 18 hours.
I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I'm
10x3
sure
bets me.
the demographic, that frequency slots, you know.
I think it happens daily.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Quite certain of that.
Yeah.
You're stupid.
John here with a couple of 7s
What?
raises it up, and Lightning PC, who has played just about 1 out of 10
No.
goes
God,
for a
good, 'cause I
third
would've
bet,
had
and
you if it
the
was
7s
another
just
I,
go
didn't, I
snap
had
right
to get
into
the
them.
VPIP up. Didn't really want to play a hand.
Gotcha, I feel you.
Gonna get away with
I
it.
got that VPIP
I
up.
understand it. I respect it.
Clams.
Make it silly in the cost. Fine.
Playing all live, and you're
like
super
this
hard.
I'm just like, I'm
For
over
how
it.
many days?
My PFR is 0.
A rental car, like your rental.
Yeah, I was a
Like
little
a zip
aggressive.
car?
I didn't really want to play the hand.
I'll take
It's
it.
awful. And I mean, it's such a small sample. It's been, what is it, 26 hands so far? So, like, I mean, even over the course of the stream, what do you have, like 100 hands, somewhere in that neighborhood?
Yeah, just about 100.
One
is about
day?
standard.
How much
Yeah,
you
and so I mean, like,
with?
it's so easy to just beat card dead for 100 hands. Like, 100 hands is such a small sample. But then
Is it just like
people
the
watching the stream will be like, oh, wow, this
inventory
person's
I
a
think
man.
that's what it is. Is
Then you're
COVID
just
messed that up.
forever
They're selling
just
it.
known
Well, the
as
microchip
VPIP
they're trying to
7% on one stream or something.
That's right.
1500 here.
But I guess there's something to be said of like mix it up a little bit playing on the stream. I don't know.
Jet thing really seems really cool.
But then he's like, I'm coming up here. So
Sometimes you can't really do much about it.
Do you know there's a
Yeah,
there's a,
or you got to start reaching down into
there's
the
a flight
dirty
you can
diaper.
get in Vegas?
Yeah.
That's a
And that's how you end up losing. I mean, like, yeah, you open hands you shouldn't open, you end up in spots you sort of shouldn't be in, but then you have to bluff because you have 8 high. Next thing you know, you've lost a stack, and it's like, oh, this hand's just a full pre.
find out.
Yeah,
What have I done?
That's actually a great.
that's one of the ones where on the platform.
That's
God, nah, I should have
a
done
valid
that.
question.
yeah, those are the ones
Wait
with
till
the
the stream's
drive.
off and then we'll talk
I'm
about
curious about how you found out.
All right, Caitlin here with the pre-flop lead and still the best hand. Continue for 60 on this flop. Poker face Ash calling from
relaxing. I didn't know
the
this was
straddle
going
and
on.
will
Questioning here. Telling you guys cool facts about airplanes.
Would be quite bad for Caitlin.
Jack also not great, however, she's very unlikely to continue betting at this point, so she's not really going to lose any additional money, I would
I
expect,
definitely,
with
yeah.
just third pair here and a bunch of clubs out there.
Party
I was going to say Poker Face Ash doesn't really have an incentive to bet, however, I guess she's going to attack a queen. Bet, but
Thank you.
regardless, she takes it down.
Yeah.
What? I'm leaving my car here because I have to be back at 2 p.m. So if the hard liquor starts now, my car is done for the day. But I'll buy your Uber.
Seen a lot of this sort of, I guess you'd call it
No, but I
merging,
have to Uber over to the lodge.
merging type bets going on. Mixing in there.
Sorry, I socialized it.
I get to sleep in. I don't
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
do anything.
exactly.
I'd be up
And
at
I'll
6
just
p.m. for
define
my
that
girlfriend gets
for
back home.
people
I
watching
need to
that
get up
maybe
at
haven't
5:30 to
heard
clean
that
the
term.
house
Merging
before my girlfriend
means that
gets
you're
back.
merging your ranges where
Yeah,
you
yeah,
take
yeah.
hands that would typically go for value
Okay, fine.
and
Stay
hands
I'll
that
play.
would typically check back to get to showdown, and you
Yes, boy.
sort of take the same action with
I
those
see what
hands.
goes on in the 5 day.
There's plenty of situations where it's warranted,
Yeah.
but
I'll be playing
it's
next
tricky.
year
It's a
when I
tricky
do
strategy
this.
to implement
I'll play
because
5-10 next
usually
year.
things are much more just black and white, cut and dry. Like, I either want to bet this because like I know what I'm trying to do. I want them to pay me, or I want them to fold. When you're in that middle ground,
You guys scare
very
me.
awkward.
Yeah, generally, I mean, the idea is you're in some sort of unique situation where you can simultaneously get better hands to fold and worse hands to call. So maybe you'll get like better pairs to fold, but straight draws to call or something along those lines. So you're sort of accomplishing a bluff and a value bet at the same time.
Yeah, I could have just said smooth. Yeah.
Triple range.
Perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, generally, it takes a fairly unique set of parameters for it to be effective, I guess.
Yeah, and to feel like you're doing it with purpose.
Right, totally. Yeah, not just betting, sort of
We used
just
to
to
do a
bet.
series
Yeah.
of videos when we
Or,
where I do the Jon Pardy voice.
yeah, without some sort of objective in mind.
Let's try it right now.
Try to do
Face Ash here, and probably like a third pair. That's still not the best hand, and she's gonna take a shot at this after
Well, I could do
Rob
it.
checks it over to
Whoa!
This actually could potentially be considered a merge, right? Like
That
she could
was like
potentially get
if
pocket
I had
sevens
just
to
audio of
fold,
that,
pocket eights
I
to
would've
fold,
had
and then she
trouble.
can get called by a hand like queen eight.
No, Canada's not that.
So that would be like, I guess, like a clear-cut example of like
Scottish.
there's an element of bluff to pocket sixes, but also an element of value.
Yeah, and the middling to small pocket pairs sort of perpetually live in that area almost, right? Like whenever you're betting, it's usually just to deny equity, right? And like you're very much just happy if you win the pot right then and there, even if you have the best hand. You know, like let's build this pot up to the ceiling
Right.
when I have
Yeah.
effective third pair.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Texas Rob here is
You look pretty serious.
350.
You just spaced
See
out.
if Poker Face Ash can see through this. The
I'm in a hand.
here to sort of take away generally is like,
What's your baby's name gonna be?
how many times are
God,
you
that's
going to check a top
beautiful.
pair on the flop
Happy.
I just dropped.
and then lead when they make trip? And I would say that most people aren't going to do that.
Yeah, I would agree.
She is going to make this call.
Tough spot on the river coming, potentially, when you do sort of float with sixes here. I mean, she's right? She's ahead now.
Yeah.
But she may have to be prepared to sort of
What's
buckle up
crazy, too, is I don't even need
and
enough
call
time to
again,
do it,
which
because
is
it could be either or. Or it could be-
fairly daunting, I think.
Oh my god,
It is.
congratulations. Are you excited? That's
The
exciting,
Seven
right?
of Diamonds is
I
a
wanted
pretty
a boy,
good card.
but, you know.
Fucking.
I think you might have liked to see another.
Already
You
messing
can't
up.
curse
goes
at
check,
the
check.
end porch, John.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the glory of playing in position is that if he ever gives up with a
Okay,
check,
clock
he
then.
just gets to check and find out if he was up to no good.
Damn prick.
I'm actually not as sad that it's
Oh, man.
1800.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
gonna
as
put her
sad
to
as
the
I thought.
test, and here it is.
Like, it's a girl, and I was like, ah,
Hero.
alright.
Yeah.
Man.
Alright,
I'll take it, I
I'll
guess.
take it.
I guess.
It has 2 arms, 2 legs, alright.
I love hero calls.
We're good.
Nothing against Texas Raw, but I am sort of rooting for a hero call here. I love when people put the cape on,
Well, then
take
I
it
got
to the
told by my
streets.
husband,
we'll make-
like, we both want a boy, so that means that we just have to have another one if
And this would be quite the
right?
hero.
Like,
It works.
now I get to use.
Yeah, so
Do you want kids,
it's a little
Kimmy?
bit funky, right?
too,
Like
it'll take one
this
day
hand
to
is
do it.
played out in a way that's a little bit untraditional.
I know, I was like,
You're
we're gonna
still
keep
young,
going.
you
You
look
might
like you're
expect
still
that
young.
I have 7 kids, I got 7
check
kids.
raise.
Hey, I forgot to
Yeah.
Like front door flush draws, combo draws.
I think like,
I'm gonna
So
say
it feels
so.
like
I
more
think
like a
you're
straight
fine.
draw,
I
right?
think you're fine.
Like imagine that he just has like a disconnected like ace
And for
3 of
Aurora.
hearts. Do you really want to check call that hand? That hand sucks. Like maybe your ace high is
You do have
good
Amazon
on
wish
occasion,
list?
but like it just feels bad out
What
of
is it?
position.
I'll give
I'd probably rather check raise
Wish
that.
list?
Yeah.
Right.
What's that like? Do you guys remember the
So then
old
when he
wish
doesn't do
list?
that,
I
then
have no
that
idea
moves
how to
that
look
out
up
a
a
little
Sears.
bit. But what about a hand like queen 10? Like that's a check calling hand on the flop, right? And then
Did not
the
give me
jack
any
pairs,
time
and
to
you're like,
react
oh, okay.
to
Like,
any
I
of
can
that,
do
and then
that.
we're insulted.
It's
You probably
just
have that. That sort of
Hold on.
adds
Where
up
do
for
I
me.
go? Do you know?
The other
I think
thing
he's
though
going to
is what about
Oh, this?
10-8? 10-8 just got there. So
Really?
like
Friends
if
there?
you're gonna say queen 10 and 10-8 are those sort of like rational, because they're also sandwiched right around the
seems
jack, so
friendly.
it
Does
sort of
seem very
interacts with your opponent's ability to have trips now.
Right.
Those are
Oh,
there
Rob
we
got
go,
owned.
hero
Rob
call.
Green
Wow, so yeah, she did something on something I guess was a bit
Texas, they
fishy
don't
with
fold. What?
his line there.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, what a great call.
Absolutely.
I learned that in like 20
Love
minutes.
to
Rob.
see it. And you see the look on Texas Rob's face there. He's like, how do I not get that through?
Yeah, no kidding.
Rob's gonna lose more tonight than he did in the 25-50 stream.
Funky lines, man. People, I mean,
Nice
if
call.
you've been around the
Ash,
block at
that's
all,
sick.
and
That's
somebody
psycho
takes
shit.
a funky line at
That's
you,
gotta go in the
you're
block.
just like, nah, bro. Like, I don't want to let you get away with this. If you're
I
up to
know,
no
it's
good,
true,
I
it's true.
do not want to let you
Okay,
get
what do
away
I
with
search
it.
Yeah.
It would
Yeah,
be
that
my
was-
first
that was very
name,
impressive.
K-A-R-L-E-Y.
$4,000 pot there for,
Yeah.
for
L-E-Y?
Texas Face
Yeah.
Ash, Poker
Okay.
Face
And
Ash.
then it's under my last name.
And, yeah,
my gosh,
amazing
you're
call there on
Yeah.
the end.
And now I'm sort of regretting rooting for the hero call because now I feel like
M-A-T,
Texas
is
Rob
that
here
it?
just puts in quite the hearty bluff.
Yeah, so yeah, we should absolutely acknowledge
Rob, you're
that
doing great
his
so far.
line, while a little bit unorthodox and funky, I mean, that put her in a spot, right?
Oh, for
I mean,
sure.
nobody
I
loves
was
calling
already
off.
like
He
a
made the call begrudgingly,
Oh, what?
was
Yeah.
correct, gets to sort of have all of the anxiety and stress of that hand washed away as she brings it to pot.
What a great feeling.
But if she was wrong and he just turns over like Queen Jack there, ah, what am I
Whoops.
doing?
When you're done dealing.
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's the part about when you're not on stream.
got over there, kid?
You can hero call and then just muck a
58,
hand when
Rob.
you're wrong. But when you're on stream,
I love
when you hero
getting
call, it's there for everybody to see. So.
It's my first one, and you know, everyone
Yeah.
like warns you how expensive it's gonna be, and it never.
Yeah,
really
dude.
sits
Like
in
there was
for
one that
sure.
happened to me. I was playing on a stream.
Oh, man.
I don't know, this may have been a year
5
ago or
fold,
something.
6 fold,
And I flop a
7
flush,
folds. It's like birthing center stuff.
and
5
then I
birds.
fold on the turn.
You have to buying all the
board
clothes.
pairs,
Here.
the action sort of leads me to believe, like, I just don't think that this guy's going to be bluffing.
Yeah.
And so I fold.
So you can either
And he had
call
trips
or
with a
you
redraw
can
to the
select.
nut flush. So, like,
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I felt that.
he thought he had it, and he was just going to bomb away at
Oh
it.
my gosh,
And I
it's
just
live,
folded
baby.
flush.
Come and get it.
You know, I got crucified. Like, I mean, I'm sure people that are watching right now remember this hand, and they'll probably be like, "Yeah, dude, that was a
Yes,
terrible fold."
absolutely.
Which,
Players checks on live.
yeah, like I was ahead.
Yeah,
But
but how often are you actually ahead in that spot?
That's what I
exactly.
said. I was like,
And
give me the memo.
like I have never felt bad about that.
Next
So I'm
live
like, I'll make that
stream,
fold every day of the
Yeah,
week
totally.
because I think against that dude, like I'm gonna be toast. Like I know. So yeah, it's pretty funny.
Thank you.
So like the aspect of being on the live
All
stream
right,
and having the stream.
7, adding on
Oh, yeah,
1,000.
Yeah, it adds another level
Ketamine?
to everything. But I think once you've played on a few, it kind of goes away. But I definitely remember my first few live streams. I felt like a bit of extra pressure. Just thinking that people were watching. But I mean, what does it matter, right?
Yeah. Did you have like friends or family like watch that you were like extra like, oh no, like I
Yeah.
can't look like a fucking clown here. Or my
Yeah.
grandma's gonna be like, what are you doing?
I actually don't mind looking dumb in front of like
Pokey rash.
people who don't play poker, so like my friends and family. Like,
It says like
but it's like
I'm allergic
if I
to
like
salmon
if I share like the stream with my poker friends, and then I'm like hyper aware of every decision that I'm making,
Yeah,
thinking that
I
like
feel that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if it's like friends and family, like they don't quite understand what's going on, you know. They just hope I win. So
Yeah, like you might torch a few thousand and they'll be like, are you okay?
Yeah,
Everything
exactly.
all right? And you're like, yeah, no, I'm good.
yeah,
This
yeah.
happens.
Happens.
But yeah, I feel you exactly. It's way more stressful if you know that poker players that you respect and
Way
you
to
think
go,
are like
action. Way to
put
adapt.
in the work, like these are sharp players and
Yeah.
they're about to watch
Ash,
it.
she's been
That-
wanting to
that
say that the
feels
entire
more
stream. She seems to win one pot
Yeah,
first.
yeah,
She's like, please
And
take
like
one.
maybe you want to get in a certain spot, and you're like, oh, but then they're gonna torch me for it later or something, you know.
Yeah, but you know, if you take it to the streets, get
Yeah.
creative, and get one through, then you also get to go and high five.
Yeah,
afterwards.
totally.
Like,
True.
got 'em.
Yeah, and I mean that's just it's a lot more fun at the end of the day, really.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's nice little in between.
And live poker, I think there's just so much room for taking it to the streets.
We've got poker face ass now. Poker face ass. All right, the return of the jacks, and Will Bennett is in here somehow.
By the way, this is gonna be for the vlog.
I was like, I don't know how he's in there with Jack Deuce, but he flopped trips, and
Oh yeah.
it was in fact not to be because he folded. Poker face Ash is going to pick
It's
up
actually
a
really
pair
nice.
of tens.
What sucks though is
Jack
that I
on
feel like
board,
that's almost like,
which does
so I would
put
compare
Beto
that
Drew
to
into second place.
like if say I'm going vodka, I was heard to a Grey Goose where it's like it's so smooth and you'll mix it to eventually where it's just like,
I
oh
would
my
never
god.
mix Macallan with anything. I would mix ice.
No, I just mean where it's so smooth, you're just an hour later you're like, oh my god, I'm blackout.
Yeah.
Like
That's the thing about
Like
Scotch
shit.
drunk is you're so confident 'cause you
Yeah.
don't feel drunk. But like,
It's like the
so like
game.
to you, you're like, but to everyone else, you're
okay.
like,
I actually might do more.
Let this go. I mean, I think folding a pair here is a little bit tight, but
Yeah.
that's correct.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's
All right,
always
cheers, buddy.
kind of weird on the board like this where it's just super dry.
Cheers. Come on.
Like the 10,
Yeah, we
who knows,
are.
maybe she had fun, maybe she
I
didn't.
don't think a little more.
You know, hard to know.
Holy moly,
Yeah, but
what's
there's so
going
many
on?
gut shots and flush draws and all kinds of things that come in. Like, folding a pair of
Honey, whatever you
just
don't want to
feels-
drink, I'll got it. Don't worry about
Yeah.
how much it
Fill it up.
Caitlin is living dangerously with her beverage on top of her chip, so hopefully she doesn't need that there.
Yeah.
We have a lot of sensitive electronics.
Cheers to you guys. Cheers. What's
So
up? Cheers, my guy.
always ask that the players keep their beverages away from the table. That's why we don't have cup holders, in fact. Is, some people think that like if you had a cup holder, it would be pretty safe. But
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen someone put a
downhill from
beverage
here
in
for
the
me.
cup holder,
And like 3
do
more
something
plays, I
ridiculous,
won't
and
care
then
if I'm playing 8.
create a situation within which
Oh,
that
yeah.
beverage is no longer
7.
in the cup holder.
Yeah, sometimes I keep my phone in the cup holder, and I've certainly
Can
like
you imagine if downhill was
knocked
your
my
go, it'd
phone
be like, plop, clock.
3 feet onto the table out of the cup
He
holder.
would have called clock on
If it
cam.
were a
At
beverage,
least 4 times, yeah.
that would be a
9
disaster.
raises 30.
Yeah, and on any regular
don't
table,
know,
it's just
Florence,
kind
yeah.
of a whatever burger, but sparks popping and lights flickering.
So raise 30.
Yeah.
1 raise to 100, 2 golds.
Caitlin here getting a little bit frisky.
Rob, would you
Eight
would you flip for the stack?
The one who said he was
4
coming.
Makes it 30
golds.
to go.
5 golds.
You would?
Texas Rob here will go for the third bet. Jack 10 suited, love that hand.
17, 18.
I've had people tell me they
No,
hate this
you're a
hand.
psycho.
I'm like,
How?
how
Who?
can you hate this hand? It's beautiful.
What?
I'm telling you, that's my reaction too.
Yeah, it's like when people say they don't like hot dogs. It's like, you're either lying or...
Get out of here,
Yeah.
man. Taco Bell's the best. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited.
9 check.
Love that hand.
Yeah. Jack 10 suited. Caitlin here.
1
Pull up
bet
the top
60.
pair and goes for the check. I like this. Don't want to bet all of your top pairs all of the time, especially on a board like this where she has the ace of clubs. It's like, what can he possibly have? So she will go for the check call, as Texas Rob here is like, well, if you don't bet this board, maybe I'm good.
Right.
Or can get you to fold king or queen high.
Thursday night game, that's exclusively on
Going to
Amazon.
continue telling the same story. And Texas Rob now with a pair, I think he
Amazon paid a lot of
standard
money
check
for
back.
that.
He does. Needs to
it a
find
smart TV?
another
I'll give you my
jack
watch.
or a 10 on the end and will not.
9
Yeah,
check.
Caitlin here going to continue telling the story that
I'm
she
gonna
is
watch it
weak,
on my phone.
but with Texas Rob picking up the pair of jacks,
Chargers are my
Yeah,
phone.
on the rail.
further.
Thank you, man.
Another player that I've seen a lot of development in over the years is
That's not where
David.
my game is.
Is now mainstay
It's a really
in
anticlimactic
bigger games
story.
here in town.
If I call your name, you get a thumbs up.
Big live stream
There's no cool
Wait.
and
Remember Seattle was on
big
my
buy-in.
Okay, I was like, wait a second.
Really, per game has
Anybody
a
because I'm
ton.
a Denver fan, I want them
And
both.
I
I
just
feel it.
really,
Line, 5
really great job. Caitlin, a longtime friend of mine.
It's insane.
5
Love to see her in there mixing it up and
I mean,
put
how do you
people
have
to the
that
test.
20 years ago?
Yeah, totally. That's true. I think she had a big tournament score at some point over the last year. Cool to
Got
see that
second
type
place in a big one.
Yeah.
And the NFL
Very
actually
good
went
score.
backwards when they cut overtime to 10 minutes from 15.
8 golds. 9 golds.
Sam for 1-3.
Just adapt to more like
Texas Rob here,
style.
1
up
raise.
with a real hand.
Kevin.
King of spades, gonna make it 30 to go.
All right, there's not gonna make it.
Waterfall of calls has begun.
5
Texas heads up
raise.
pot on the way. Oh,
Oh,
squeeze.
DK here, who
5,
similar to
6
our friend
golds. 7
there in the 7-seat Lightning PC, really hasn't seen many hands to play. So we don't get to say DK or Lightning QC very often. But DK here on the short stack as well here. We can see that this is a significant portion of
1
the
raise.
chips
700. 10 golds.
that he has in his possession.
Did you say you're going to the
Texas Rob, of course, will just go for the re-raise to get everyone else out of the way, and DK will oblige putting the rest of his chips out there.
Well, you got the ace king or the jacks?
I'll take the ace king. You want the jacks?
Sure.
For 10?
Okay, yeah.
All right, let's go. We got a wager, and you have to dye your mustache. Right, Nick?
Rob's gonna get rocked on both boards.
We'll stick with the 10.
All right, we got the 10. The 10 is on.
In the window.
Ace in the window.
What?
Diamond?
Diamonds?
Diamond.
We got
Oh,
diamonds.
we got a threat for this 10 bucks. I love how we're wagering. We've got thousands of dollars in the pot.
Yeah, yeah.
3 of hearts, no good. Gonna need a jack or a
Diamond, then
diamond
jack.
here on the end for DK.
I guess. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Taco Bell tonight, baby.
You know what sucks is I
We gotta create the drama somehow or another because you don't have any TCH Live loyalty points to gamble with.
That's true. I mean, I may have.
Oh no,
some.
we've got another run out.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, I mean I guess it was just the first one. right?
Yeah, yeah. First one seems reasonable.
Yeah. No, you owe me another 10.
Yeah, now that we've seen it. Yeah.
Looking pretty good for another 10 at this point.
Man, how do we miss everything there on that? All those diamonds.
How do you run so good?
All right, full house on the second run. Good twice, and DK finally finds a good hand to play and gets stacked.
Yeah.
So unfortunate there for our man DK, but we'll see if he adds.
Yeah, he finally gets to get in the mix, right?
Yes, yeah, Rob.
Been a little bit card dead most of the stream, and then loses 2 flips.
Thank you.
And that's poker.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, players checks
What
online.
stakes you actually playing tomorrow? 1025?
What you got, DK?
Oh, really?
16, gotcha.
Oh man. Well, here we are at just about 12 minutes to 8 o'clock, coming up on the halfway point. Do you want to thank everybody for tuning in, for joining us here tonight on TCH Live here out of Austin, Texas. If you guys would like to come on down to the great state of Texas, or if you're already here, just want to come on down to Austin and play on the live stream, we've got 2-5 on Mondays, as well as 5-10 or 2-5, sort of depends on what we're running. Here on Thursdays, if you would like to get in the mix, find a link pinned at the top of the chat box. Just go ahead and click on that, enter your information. Well, actually, the link that's pinned there may actually take you to the pre-created sign up. Not exactly sure, but somewhere on the YouTube page, you will be able to find a link where you can sign up to play on the live stream. Love to have you.
So what's the deal with this group, actually?
So it's pretty awesome. All the information is on the website. Go to texascardhouse.com, and there should be a banner at the top with the crew's information. Click on that, it'll take you over there. But it's basically, I think it's 8 days. We leave from Galveston. I was like Corpus Christi. It's not Corpus Christi.
Right,
We leave from Galveston.
Yeah.
And for like 8 days and nights, we're going to go down through the Gulf and stop at a couple of different places there in the Gulf, and you know, like Mexico and what have you. I don't actually remember like all the stops, but there's going to be tournaments, there's going to be cash games while we're at sea, and then it'll be some stops to go and, you know, stop at some restaurants and things like that. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Really looking forward to that. That's going to be in March of next year. So if anybody wants to join me and the TCH crew out on the high seas, get yourself signed up for that. John here flopping bottom pair and the best.
Have you been on many cruises before?
I've never been on a cruise. Have you?
I've been on one cruise. The girl I was dating at the time won a cruise at her work. And so I got to go for free to a cruise to Cozumel, Mexico.
Okay, nice.
And yeah, I mean, it's a blast.
Sweet.
Yeah. It's
How many days were you out there?
Oh man, it was maybe like 5 days.
Okay, yeah.
Something in that neighborhood.
Yeah. You just drinking and eating.
Just a lot of drinking. A lot of drinking, laying in the sun. A lot of drinking.
Once a week.
Did you have an all-inclusive? So you just were like,
I'm trying to remember. I think we did end up buying like the all-you-can-drink pass because I think it just financially makes sense at some point if you're going to have a few drinks a day. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. May not make sense for your liver health,
right?
But
yeah, sure.
it makes sense for the pocket.
Yeah, totally. Which is obviously more important.
The whole make.
For sure. That's a Greek roast.
Yeah.
Wallet? Nah.
No chops. No chops. I love
$5.
Well, nowadays, maybe forever, I don't know, but there's like tiers too. So it's like you buy the all-you-can-drink like base level, and like the dude's like wringing out the rag and you get all the way to your glass like over and over. Or you can get like big top shelf.
Oh, interesting! Wow.
Tier level. Yeah. And I can only presume that they just like plant a microchip into
yeah, definitely.
It's probably just a different color mustache.
Yeah.
Black wrist.
6 ways. 6
Yeah, and then if you hit an iceberg, you're only allowed on the little boats if you want the top tier pass.
Yeah, there's the guy standing there with a rifle. He's like, "Show me your wristband." Like, no, I'm only drinking Welch's. Get to the back of the boat. All right, 4 players see a flop, ace high.
It's mostly a Scotch drink.
Check all the way through. That's 7 of diamonds. Here on the turn.
All right, I'll take this deal. This is great. Yeah, this is
Caitlin, she's going to go ahead and take a pickle at it. 55 to go. And Mixson will call with a second nut, no pair, and a gutty.
Like my other runs like this, there'd be like little talk of
Bricks out. But I can't imagine Caitlin wants to continue betting, or she's going to stick with the merge.
Unless he moves the back
Blast.
cushions.
9 bit.
Okay, good, yeah. They're so
At least
big.
this way she can't get bluffed.
I hate that. I don't hate this.
Well, I guess she could. She can get bluffed.
You can always still get bluffed when they have an action.
No, I'm okay, thank you.
Yeah. Fair. I just think, you know.
And she is going to get bluffed. Let's go.
I eat my words.
Yeah, I mean, she makes it look like she's trying to get value with like a weak ace or a good 10.
It's just all
Yeah.
And
immature
Mixon's
adults.
like, no, I can just raise because like
Mature
there's a
adults.
one-liner to it straight out here.
Yeah.
You never have a 9. And Mixon is going to get away with that one. So you will eat those.
Yeah.
Like $300
I take it back.
It's too late. You got to eat them now. On live television.
From you, it'll be like an hour and a half maybe, right?
Trying to get buzzed from the calendar.
Was there a cruise giveaway?
Like 4 months
There
ago.
is a cruise.
I
I suppose I don't know
Get it together.
where at in
was like,
the
wow.
drawing.
One
Oh,
sip, you gotta try.
wait, Poker Monkey won the free cruise. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so I guess it's over and drawing is done. I have been out of the loop for a little bit because I played last Thursday and did not do the commentary. So I'm like 2 weeks out of there. But dude, awesome. Congratulations, Poker Monkey. That is amazing. So glad that you won the cruise.
Okay, I'm about like 12 weeks right now. I just finished.
Oh, there's a cliff jumping thing. Okay, Ragnar, you're going to put your post up. Message here. Short excursion.
Well, you're the
Raffle
cool
ended.
friend, but
Raffle
yeah. 6 calls. Yeah, thank you for the
You obviously don't know me.
That's pretty awesome. I love cliff jumping. So I would be very interested in that.
What do you think the highest cliff you've ever jumped off of is?
From where my feet were to the water, I would say I probably did
That's not a Colin face either.
20.
Yeah.
Like I have the second place, and then they add like
I don't know what
It
high
feels
is.
really
Yeah.
high. Like 20 feet doesn't sound
Yeah,
like a
no,
big
yeah,
number,
yeah.
but that's a big jump. Like you
Yeah.
have several seconds in the air of like, oh my
Oh,
god,
whoa.
and then you hit it.
Yeah, totally. There's some like spots in Lake Travis where you can jump off some pretty decent ones. I have no idea how high they are, but they're scary enough when you're at the top of them.
Yeah. No, like whether it was 20 or 25 or 18, whatever it was that I jumped off of, like one thing was for sure, you had to have your arms like in,
Yeah.
and you did not want to go in at an awkward
Sideways.
angle. Like, I mean, we were doing this a long time ago, back in undergrad. One of my favorite places to jump, where I did the 20-footer, was at Heron Lake in New Mexico. And one of our buddies, like, let his arms kind of come out when he went into the water, dislocated his shoulder.
Oh my gosh.
No, I mean, like,
It's no joke.
it's no joke. All right, a significant amount of chips have gone in here on the flop. And Caitlin is going to pick up the best hand here on the turn. But now, I'm feeling a little bit squirrely about this one. He's going to keep the merge dream alive and just keep hammering away with the 7.
5-10 big.
Just might.
6 bit 325.
Is that a 325 here? With the turn 7. Then Caitlin quickly
9 call.
going to make the call with the turn 2nd pair.
Yeah.
9 of clubs brings in the front door flush draw. Caitlin has a natural check over, and now Jon has a club. And with this action, is he ever good? I don't think so.
Yeah, how much showdown value does 7s really have here?
Rip it and rip it. Jon.
You want to vomit your mouth a little bit?
He does.
after
Okay,
that
he
one?
announces all in.
Yeah.
Caitlin snap fold.
Snap folds.
Heart rate. Where are we at, honey? Where are we at?
122. This isn't healthy. For sure. Like,
Oh, his heart rate.
like for sure not good for my health.
said his heart rate is 122.
Imagine if you were bluffing.
Yeah, well, he was trying to get away with one there, and he
That's
did.
why it was so stressful for me.
Fantastic bluff there.
I don't know if I actually have not been blocked.
Yeah,
Gets
sort
it
of-
through quickly, too.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to sweat the
Yeah,
the
yeah,
tank.
yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah, the worst is when
He's admitting that he had the winning
I go for a
hand.
big bluff and I just get snapped. And I'm like, man, you didn't even give me like the
Was that the winning hand?
chance
so
to
you're telling
like
me
sweat it a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
You just snap me off. I'm like, okay, well, that was
sucks to my
fun.
girlfriend. is
Honestly,
asleep.
I'd rather have that happen
So when she
than
wakes up, she's gonna be
what
like,
happens to
"Still
me
soak at poker?"
quite
I'm like,
frequently,
"No."
especially.
Things are different now.
It's
Let's
this.
keep
I'm
it.
like, all right, like internal fortitude, I'm gonna go for this.
Yeah.
And you announce the all in, and your chips hit the felt, and you pull your hand back, and in the like 1 second that it takes for all of that to happen, you're like, yes, we didn't get snap called, we've got a chance. And then you have to sit there and watch the guy tank it out for a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and then call you with a hand that you should have never even considered folding.
Yeah,
You're like,
she
oh
should
my
have snapped.
God, I'm
Yeah.
over here thinking I've got a chance, and you're like trying to convince yourself that third nuts is a fold. Like, get out of here.
To be honest, now that I'm thinking back
Yeah, that's
about it,
fair.
I'm just like,
It does suck when you get like tank called by a hand that should just usually snap. You know?
Yeah, that you would
Yeah,
snap with.
yeah,
You're like,
totally.
what, dude? Like, I could have already gotten to the rebuy cage and found a seat again. Like,
Yeah.
I had to wait through all of that.
Rob, I think
Yeah.
cowboy hats are a curse, but
not for me.
I think it might be my play.
Tournaments are just so different than cash, as far as like
I'm gonna say that one's on me.
5, 4, 6.
the sort of feelings
Rob's
you
like, I
get.
appreciate what you're trying to do here.
Like every hand just feels like
I'm on this one.
It is, man. You're sitting on dust.
yeah.
You're like most of the tournament. You're like, I
Yeah.
got 20 big blinds.
Gosh,
What am I going to do?
I'm coming to visit.
Yeah, it's
where you
interesting
live.
because I feel like
Like actually,
I would play better
actually where you live.
when I play cash if I had the same
Like,
level of
like
focus on
Dallas,
the
but
hand
actually
basis
coming
as I do during tournaments.
that's all he knows.
But it's really hard to manufacture that level of focus when it's not like my tournament life is on the line every time I enter a pot. type of thing.
Yeah. No, it's like quintessential,
Oh gosh, that sounds like the dream.
like human nature.
Are there
Like,
horses there?
if you're comfortable, like, you're not going to freak
You're
out.
lying.
Put
You're
effort
lying.
into shit, like, but
Yeah.
no, once like your feet are to the fire,
I was
you're gonna be
busy.
like, okay, I gotta figure this out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My defense like one
How many tournaments you play a year, you know?
Or,
I
I don't know. I mean, it's tricky to put a number
Yo,
on
I
it.
went. I
Really
went for a
fluctuates,
walk
and so much of it is like
yesterday.
loaded into the summer schedule, you know.
Bro, I saw a snapping turtle, dude.
But I mean, just like even local tournaments around here, in a plan,
It's not
They
even
look, bro, they look like
Yeah.
prehistoric.
and
No, for sure. That turtle.
I mean that can take up an entire
Only one
weekend,
of his family there.
right?
Yeah,
so that
totally.
could be like 2
All
entire
his family
weekends
I have no idea how
every
he got
month
there. Doesn't make sense.
where you're just like there grinding away for
Right.
12-hour days, trying to first put chips in a bag and then
This
come
one-
back and actually make a
This
run
one
to a
was
final
so
table.
old, I had to make sure, like,
You know,
with the sticks,
most of
that
the
it was
time
still,
we, like,
living.
Bro, I caught one of those.
Enter 3 times or something, bag chips, and then you have to get to like 60th just to break even,
Right.
and then it's like you go out 20th, and you're like, damn it!
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
just, I'm so close.
Yeah. And like
kinda like-
the
it was
difference
kinda like
between
probably
first
2
and
miles of
20th
trails.
is just so big.
It's obnoxiously big. I mean, it's great because
Yeah, it's how
you don't
it
want to.
should be, right? But
Yeah.
still, yeah.
All right, we've got a battle here between DK and Lightning PC, our 2 players
Oh,
with
this
lowest
was rough,
defense.
everybody.
Let's see who comes out on top of this one.
Oh, an owl. Like one time I got home, I heard hooting, and there's just an owl killing out on my neighbor's
Ace
roof.
Queen against the
gotta-
deuces.
You become a true Austin.
Not a lot of good flops for deuces.
No. Most of the good ones involve a deuce.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, also one of the better ones, but
Yeah.
still 3 overcard.
Yeah, yeah,
I'll
right.
go right now. I will leave right now.
All right,
Are you
DK
kidding
here
me? Do you know how much you can teach them?
checks it over. That goes 90. So it's over. This actually
So
also
imagine,
considered.
okay, so
Oh, no,
imagine.
goes for a
raise.
check raise with the deuces.
So imagine if we get there before.
I don't hate this actually.
The next
So
table was talking about, hey guys, guess what?
people will
There's
wonder,
parrots
is
in the
this a
wild here in
merge, is this
Austin.
for
Oh, let's
value,
go find
whatever.
them.
And
when
this
they get
is
there,
like
we've already found them. We've told them
equity
what to
denial,
say,
right?
and it's hilarious.
Very hard
We
for his
film
opponent to
all
have a
the
hand that's
film.
better than his. Not very hard, but it's
I think it's a good plan.
unlikely that their opponent has a better hand. And if you get him to fold anything at this point, that's great for deuces. So
That would be awesome.
definitely a hand that is going to benefit a lot from a check
Not
raise
that
there.
Yeah.
You're also just not going to have a ton of check raises on a board like that. Like, what else are you going to check raise? There's just not very much to go for.
Yeah.
Do they
Yeah, I
really?
mean, pair boards,
Parrots?
tough to hit. Oh my goodness, deuce. I mean, deuce on
Opponent's
the
on ace
river.
high.
Yeah, yeah.
But the fact that he calls the check raise on the flop indicates he thinks ace high,
Oh, that, yeah,
ace
I
queen
knew
high
that's
as well
met one that was
has some
600
value.
years old.
Yeah.
I met one. I was like,
Yeah,
you're like,
after checking
yeah,
the
we made
flop,
It had like
checking
algae
the
like growing
turn,
on its like turtle
and
back.
check back. Now you got to put your opponent on something like a middling pair, maybe big ace.
Oh.
River bet all
snap.
in and a snap call?
No thought whatsoever.
He's back.
That was not what I was expecting.
I'll grab another sake.
I wonder if these players have some history or something, but
Sure.
to snap this off is
In some sense, DK feels like he got lucky on the river, but
Nice hand.
he was ahead the whole way, I suppose.
I got on.
I wonder if he
it's just the value.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
not even seeing the 1.6. Oh, wait, no.
Alright, that's my time
Wait.
to go. Thanks so much.
Thank you so
Well, I'm not
much.
the only
But I thought it was
one
all in
that
for
has
1.2K.
Ash.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It was a
so
massive
somewhere that
overhead.
neighborhood.
I saw pictures of Ash
So the
back
2X
in her
overhead.
band days.
And get snapped.
She got some pipes. She can write
Let's
some
go,
little ditties.
DK.
Yeah.
Ash is like, oh god.
Had one of those reads where it was just like, I'm always good.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
Yeah,
I
totally.
can't play the guitar, but I'll.
I will be your male model.
I have a
for
question
this
about tournaments. I don't know
performance and
if there's any validity to this, but I felt like on tournaments with several
100.
day ones,
Your
right,
first
several
time called
flights,
full frontal.
Okay.
Full frontal.
it makes sense to play in the bigger flights because
Sorry.
like a higher raw number of people make day two. I know it's the same percentage of the field, kind of regardless, but it seems like if you have to finish in the top 40 out of
My friend's
400, that's easier than the top 9 out of 90.
What is that?
Is there any validity to
Let's
that?
keep it that way.
I don't think. So here's what
I saw your eyes like.
I guess the bubble would be.
the bubble is and it
No,
can
people got me
be,
too when I was in like grade
quote, unquote,
4.
more difficult to make it into the money in a smaller field if you're not chip leading or near the chip lead near the bubble.
Right.
Because let's take your example of like 90 out of 100 or 9 out of 90 or whatever, right? Or something near that amount. Let's say there's like 2 tables of 6 players.
You know how I really
And they're like,
enjoy is
yeah, whittling down to the final 11 or something.
Right.
The chip leader at both of those tables,
Oh, he's so
gave
or
me
if there's
a good
even
luck
just
shot that I
one
carry.
table
really?
and you need one more player to eliminate,
like a little
like
charm.
they get to just crush everybody else by raising and raising and raising and raising, just put everybody in the
great.
doghouse.
I really
And if
enjoy
you have a
him. And he's just
middling
good
stack,
vibes.
let's say you've got like 40 blinds and the chip leader's got 80, and then you've got a bunch of guys that have
Flush over flush to
20 and below,
Yeah.
you don't get to play any hands
Yeah.
unless the big
Yeah.
guy folds. Like,
Right, yeah,
you're just totally screwed. And so then you just have to sit there and wait it out. And you
Yeah.
could go through orbit after orbit after orbit of just waiting.
Yeah.
And that's obnoxious. It's awful.
And the blinds, like,
One time he jammed
they creep up towards the bubble there too. So like the big blind ante, the big blind. So every round, every orbit, you basically can play no hands and you're just slowly losing.
Check out this hand for Lightning DC.
Oh wow.
Got 4 to a straight flush in his hand, but has somehow actually flopped quite well. Usually when you have something that's like super, all of your own straight flush outs or whatever, it's kind of hard to still have anything, but has flopped trips and a flush draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, I mean, if you are the chip leader in a smaller flight
You have four- you
going
have four.
to the bubble, I feel like you have a real opportunity to bag a bigger stack than you normally would.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because you get to abuse that.
Yeah.
Now, in a larger field, let's say there's 3 tables, you know, of 9, and everybody's just sort of playing down to one more player. It just plays way more normal.
Right.
And there isn't usually as much of that big stack bullying.
Yeah.
You're also going to have typically just like a very standard like Gaussian distribution of chip stacks over like every flight that bags. The chip average is going to be like basically the same. Just because it has to be. You take 12%, you take 10% of the field, whatever. Like the average is always going to be the same. But how those chips are distributed over the players that make it
Boys
I
are playing.
don't
Let's
know
go.
if I
sort
can
of will
have a
fit
better
like a general
Oh, he has
distribution.
quads?
And that distribution will look the same
No, no,
in
no.
many tournaments. But
I mean, I've
the
got,
fewer
like-
people
He
that
has
you
pretty
have,
damn
obviously,
good.
the more like
Oh, show
blocky
it, Rob,
or
so we
more
can anti-sweat
granulated
you.
it becomes in terms of who actually sees it. And so it can look a lot more distorted.
Not
than
against
that usual
Rob.
distribution. The more players that you have, the more that distribution is going to look normal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right,
So-
all the chips are in here. Sorry, I'm over here yammering away.
Ace is full on one board. And
And there's straight, yeah, straight to the queen. And ace is full. So these 2 players going to chop the pot. Lightning PC there was actually really far behind. Maybe not really far behind, but was working with just 1 pair on the turn on the board that he was still live.
Yeah.
That does make it straight there. The mega wrap. Gets half the pot. But yeah, so one thing that for sure can happen in a larger flight where there's, you know, it'll be like 30 people are making it to day 2, and you'll have like 6 people that just have absolute guns.
yeah.
And that can't happen in a smaller flight because those people are just getting hit by the blinds so much more frequently that somebody would if you've only got 5 blinds.
Yeah.
No, you could hit one. No, actually, you can.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but my approach, and I think yours as a seasoned player, right? Like you're not looking to bag 5 blinds, right? Like
No.
some of these people are there and they're just holding on for dear life because they want the cash, right? Really excited about the cash, and that's all fine and dandy. And
Oh, you were good on both boards.
But like we want to go and bag a real stack. So we've got a shot.
Get like
So
like the world.
there it doesn't matter.
My hand's so
And
juicy.
honestly, there's even something to be said for playing the smaller flight because if
you
you do come in for the bubble with the chip lead, let's go.
Yeah,
We're going to run these
Totally. Yeah. Like you might have like half the chips from that flight
Yeah,
when the day
it's
ends.
reasonable.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess that makes sense. If you're going to sort of really play to win, I guess, right? Then you're going to
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, you won't often like sort of end up at the bubble, but when you do, you'll potentially be able to keep it.
I thought to myself,
Yep.
this motherfucker.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
all of these
Yeah.
are low probability events anyways
Yeah.
because tournaments are
You
so
know, outside
hard.
aces.
Dude,
Just have to run so
God,
fierce.
I don't understand. People, tournament people, you people.
Us people, yeah, us people can't make it to 32nd in the main event. It takes you
Oh,
people.
Yeah, you just gotta
Just don't
luck
even
box
get
your
it.
way there, yeah.
Oh man, what an incredible experience, dude. I hope. I mean, I'm just still hunting for my first cash in the main event. I've played 3 times. Brick.
I know, hey.
I would love to get a little bit of a rebate,
Yeah, totally.
let alone make it to a day 7.
Yeah.
Or something insane.
No, he goes, yeah.
Yeah, I recommend it.
I said, love you, but he goes, yeah.
No, I said, yeah.
I don't know about that. What's going on? Thank you. That's a good check.
Yeah, I don't know, it's gonna be pretty hard to ever have an experience like that again in life. But who knows?
Here you have to get a reservation to go.
I believe in you, man.
Yeah.
Fucking dare you.
Well, I want to believe in myself. I'm going to keep trying.
Yeah,
See how it goes. But yeah, would love to be there in that moment. You know, where the poor bastard that bubbles the main event. And everybody's cheers
cheering.
and like, yeah, they're just so pumped that that guy lost.
Yeah.
You're in hand right now, you are too.
I would love to be there when that happens and have chips in front of me. Like, that would make me quite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, TCH, turn on God.
Are there like when they have these like
I want combo now.
WPT like circuit events or whatever?
Over
Are
you,
there
big guy.
are there main events? Do they have like longer structures, or are they still sort of like hour level? Like, is an hour level considered like pretty long?
Yeah, I
You're
think
good.
most of them.
Yeah, you do. You were terrible.
Don't mind if you
Like
do.
the big
Last time
WPT
I
main
looked
event
at
stopped.
Yeah.
Like
Bro, she was there.
I
She
know.
whatever.
I hate that.
Those ones are an hour.
I'm sorry.
I'm not actually sure if the
I'm
35
sorry, he remembers the I need to apologize. He's gonna need to apologize.
have
I
longer
apologize.
structures or not. The 10Ks might actually have
That was probably the drunkest I've ever seen.
That might have been one of the drunk
maybe
starters.
something
that was-
What gets you to the drunkest
no,
you've ever
or
been?
is just familiar with it.
Everything.
I
Ate
wouldn't
for
be
like 12
surprised
hours.
if 10K is.
I had a 12-hour drinking day.
I just like
I got my hand.
after experiencing
You know what it
the
was?
2 hour levels, like it just seems really hard to go to
Oh, it was the
shorter
booze.
levels.
161.
Like,
That's actually
but
probably
that's also
your
because I
fault,
don't.
honestly.
I bought that bottle from that one guy too.
Once I start getting short stacked, I'm just making
Well,
shit up.
Ebony won one. you
Yeah.
won one, and
Well,
then
I mean,
bought
and
the
that's
bottle.
that's why the
So funny.
bigger tournaments have the longer structures is to
For sure. Bro, we stole your phone and cut the Wi-Fi.
everyone to play across the spectrum of like deep stack all the way down to short stack, right? Because even if you win the tournament and you may have been like chip leading just somehow the whole way, just like
Yeah.
crushing, and you had over 100 big blinds always, at some point when you get the heads up, like you're probably
I
going
put
to
the
have
wrong chip one time,
50
WSOP.
or
Right.
something, just
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that's
And
the
I was like,
nature
I
of
swear to God, son,
tournament play.
as I stepped in, I was like, oh my God, I have kings.
Yeah, and
No
cool.
one's
You
gonna
also
believe
get to
it.
play full ring all the way down to shorthanded and then heads up.
I was like, I swear
So
to
you
God,
really
I said it
experienced the
wasn't in my head,
entire.
I really meant it, like I didn't mean to do
I don't know what you'd call it, spread of what poker has to offer, I guess. Deep stack, short stack, full ring, shorthanded, heads up. Like if you win a poker tournament, you've kind of gone through it.
Absolutely, and that's part of the experience and
This guy, WS.
the whole.
You Jake and Ali scammers.
Right? It's like that you have to be a well-rounded poker player, or you just have to run super pure.
Yeah.
And we've seen that plenty of times, right? Like people that really are not well-rounded poker players running super pure and just kind of getting hit by the deck over and over and making that miracle run.
Yeah.
And that's what keeps everybody else like buying into these tournaments.
Yeah.
It's great. But yeah, generally speaking, you're going to increase your chances of having that deep run and everything by being well-rounded, having an understanding of the game, approaching it with balance.
Yeah.
Kind of a funky board here. This really shouldn't interact with anybody. So yeah, bet of 110 here from Poker Face Ash on the turn. Bet on Drew. Oh, that's not a 4 of hearts. That's a king of clubs. So keep that in mind. But
Yeah, so she 3-bet pre, flop of check. She bet the king on the turn.
Something happened to me, man, in my life. where,
Check
like, things
2,
just
he
brought me
check
joy,
calls,
just stopped
and now another king on the river.
Swear to
yeah,
God,
and I
it's so
think Poker
bizarre.
Face Ash here needs to get Dave to go home.
That actually is literally what it's called. Yeah.
Thereabouts.
Something happened in my life.
Bet,
Depression.
or just cutting out some chips though. Looks like she's gonna put together a
Bro,
wager.
Rob
Just can't make this
watched the
too
Woodstock 99 documentary.
Call this too easy.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah, and
it's such
sometimes
a-
when you're sitting here with tens,
Also,
right,
like,
you're like, oh, another king
I
came.
loved
How could she have a king?
I still probably do.
Those
So-
complete the front door diamonds, and Drew has a diamond.
Yeah.
Blocking
Well,
like ace
not
10,
really,
queen 10,
not really a spoiler.
jack 10 of diamonds, flushes that could have sort
It's
of gotten
crazy.
here.
The whole
However,
documentary, Rob.
See bet
a
flop.
lot of those are going to see that flop. But still, right? I mean, like ace 10 of diamonds can actually just check that flop a lot.
Yeah,
You should.
definitely.
But there's just so much. Even if you know the general outline, there's still so much that goes on in
Because
between.
otherwise, when the
like,
flush comes, you never have the flush.
Exactly.
Not good.
So very real blocker potential here for that 10 of diamonds. And with the 4 double pairing, once again, for anybody watching here, that is not the 4 of hearts, that is the king of clubs.
You live in Austin?
So this is a paired board, top pair that his opponent started representing as
Just
paired.
kind of mixed up with a few fish
He
here
has
in
one for
Austin.
relatively polar size. I love how full
Yeah,
pot
he
is
was like,
like
"Oh, Pardy, put
relatively
the game
polar
off, I'm
these
fucking
days.
in."
Like,
Yeah.
we're always expecting to see over bets, but
Yeah,
Oh,
you
no
don't see a
shit.
ton of overbets in live
Hell
poker,
yeah,
at least
dude.
in
That's sick.
low, mid
That's the way it
stakes
had to be with Rob.
games, as far as I've seen. I mean, you see some, right?
Rob,
But
imagine
They're
if
becoming
we
much more
actually,
frequent.
yeah,
I'll tell
they
you
are.
that much.
They are becoming more frequent for sure.
Imagine if we really
Online
did.
realm, they're kind of
Like all the things we say back and forth would be so mean.
Bet on Drew here, though, really in the tank, trying to figure this one
No,
out.
that would be crazy.
I don't know. What are your thoughts here with
Caitlin's like, wait, you guys like me?
finds the call. Yeah, I think tough spot for sure. Close. I
If
can
they
see an
do
argument
them,
for folding and an argument for calling.
I don't think there is a good argument for folding because you have
You
to ask
did.
yourself,
Rob was joking around.
what am I going to call?
He'll open use Brazilian practice.
Like out of my whole
Aggro.
distribution of
They
hands,
got
my range,
Yeah.
what am I
7
going to
scripts of
call with?
Brazilian team pro back.
Definitely going to either call or raise a king if you have one.
Yeah.
If your kicker kind of sucks or whatever,
Thank you.
you probably need to have like the ace of diamonds or queen of diamonds.
See you
Think
tomorrow,
about
Mrs.
raising.
Mathis.
And maybe people aren't even going to do that. But like that's kind of where you're at on your
Yeah.
calls that you feel good about. And then like what about after that? You kind of need to start finding some stuff like tens and stuff. And you want them to have a diamond.
Yeah, you definitely, having the diamond's nice. You maybe even just call tens with no diamond, but
You feel
you
certainly less great.
feel better about it with the diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she's repping pretty thin, I suppose.
Stars your team.
Checks back the flop.
Well,
Takes
bro,
a
I-
lot of her
close
flush draws
to
out of her
strong,
range
unfortunately for me,
on the flop. I mean, she should have some, but she is less than all of them.
Yep.
And then that's the king, sort of saying I have ace king, and when another king
Bell
comes,
4 for a while,
No.
right?
makes it a bit less likely she has the king.
The Madonna was there for
Yeah,
a
still
while.
plenty of king X
See,
type of
those,
thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
feel like
for
when you
sure.
came from the same
Just a
genre,
bit
that's
less
when I was
likely
kinda,
that they're
like,
there because-
super in your fucking way. Like,
Yeah, plus like
harder.
imagine that she has like king queen or king jack.
looking forward to
Like you're
this game.
way more incentivized to bet the flop
Right. Yeah,
with
like
a hand
ace
like
king.
that, whereas the ace high can check back. So like ace king is really more what you're thinking about. And if it's really only ace king, then the other ones would sort of bet to set up like try to
Yeah.
get other ace highs to fold.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, now all of a sudden you don't have that many value combos
Yeah.
if you sort of if you can eliminate hands like that.
yeah, that's why it's so important to pay attention to your cash game hands, not just your tournament. Suss out all that little information.
No, you just go, oh, I have tens, and you just flick it in.
Well, yeah, that works too. Would have worked right there.
Yeah.
Finish the McAllen first.
Literally.
All right, monotone board here. King high, lightning PC.
Rehab, big guy.
Big guy.
Yeah, I think sometimes like in a hand, I'll have this thought process, really in depth, like really thinks things through, and then at the end of the day, what it kind of comes down to is like, well, if they have it, they have it. You just put the money in. Like sometimes your analysis doesn't quite get you to anything stronger than, well, if they have it, they have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you're playing against opponents that are pretty balanced and will throw some weird stuff at you and keep you on your toes, yeah, there's a lot more shrugging and flicking it in involved because it's just like, yeah, you could have all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah.
But I would say that at these stakes and sort of anything around these stakes, people are generally pretty honest, right? And
Yeah.
you can kind of back through the hand and be
Yeah.
like, and then you did this, and then you did this, and it's like, I'm not sure that you're really protecting your flush draw check back range very well. Like, I think
Right.
you're just going to bet all
Yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
So you just never have flushes here, so then you just ace king, man. That's what I lose to. Tens.
Yeah, yeah,
Feel
totally.
good about this. Let's
Totally.
put the call in, you know?
Yeah.
All right, 3 on the turn. Lightning PC is all in. He's got the top pair and mixing it up here, going for the bluff. I mean, you're not betting bottom pair for value. I mean,
Yeah.
he is bluffing with this hand, but puts out a big chunky bet and is now faced with an all-in wager for only 600 more. This pot is already at 3.1K, so he's getting a price here.
Yeah.
If there's ever a world within, yeah, he's just going to make the call. He's like, if you ever just
Price is
have
too good.
a single heart, I got to go for it. And if you have a pair, better pair, then I still got 5 outs. There it is. King and the jack, and mixing it up is going to pay that man his money.
All right, we got
Will
5 for
get
that
a
game.
paid of about 640.
We got
Back
5 on that game.
of Lightning PC. Gonna get the full
They
dub.
posted 5 for a 2-5 game.
42 here. And with that, as we are right here at about the halfway point, I'm going to go ahead and step out, use the restroom, and then I'll let you can save if you need it, but I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll try and get a little bit. If anybody else is interested in playing 2-5, please let me know. We'll try and get a little one.
Seems like a lot of Team ACR lives in Central Texas area now. Drew, Ebony, and maybe Party.
Yeah, but I mean, like, even like after that or maybe before.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Team ACR, but I do know Ebony and Drew.
Yeah, I love you, dog. Oh, you're happy now.
And I suppose Party, according to chat, yeah, Party moved to
You
Central
love me
Texas.
now. Players check, live stream.
Sounds that way. Oh, okay. Just heard that he is just here for a few months and will be returning to the homeland after a short stay. So back to Canada.
My bluffing days are numbered.
All right, and Mixson is reloading, and we are on to the next team.
It was kind of alarming in some of those big pots. I was looking at my heart rate, see it went up. Just kind of stayed the same.
Okay, and looks like DK is going to limp here from the cutoff with King 10 off.
It's really great.
You've missed much excitement.
Yeah? And by
Yes.
that you mean?
2 limps, and the action is on Drew.
2 limps.
Yeah.
Ooh, action from Drew. Raise it up to 60 with the ace-4 off.
All right,
When I was in grade 12,
new game, round of each. This is going to be a round of each.
not nice.
1-2 hold
A lot of times you'll see people going for squeezes with hands like ace-X small, you know, suited. Two aces. But definitely in the late position, taking like suited variety and doing that well would be very profitable.
Let's do something stupid like cream on.
People just don't have enough stuff to defend with, you know. Limping in late positions, like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah.
you should be raising all of the stuff that you're considering playing.
30,000 steps a month?
You got this.
And post flop, it's not that. Like, let's say your squeeze gets called, right? Like,
I said 31st, but I meant that.
Like 10,000 a day is the standard target.
300,000 is 10K a day, correct?
you
Yeah,
can't
but
end up
that's a
taking the pot
standard
away post
target.
flop.
That's not even pushing yourself.
A decent chunk of the time.
Fine, I guess
When it comes like
I
10
think anybody
high,
that's
10, 9, 8, you're just like full on done.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you limped and called with, I'm sure you hit something there.
Yeah,
but like
that's
if it
your
comes,
board.
yeah, King 4 deuce, you're like, yeah, get out of here.
Yep, totally.
Just gotta stay here.
All right, John and Lightning PC here
Fucking love you, dude.
playing the same hand.
Can we pretend that airplane? I really is so shut now.
Texas Rob will
It's like hush them.
call here on the Stroud. Couple of sixes. John's got to adjust the the old
I mean, I don't want to say it,
Now have they been?
cowboy hat on this one.
but he said it.
Better price, but you know what I mean?
How much cold calling 3-bets are you implementing?
We can both try
Very
to get Rob.
few. It's
We both have giveaways for Rob, too.
it's a very high frequency torch. So I've learned my lesson
Yeah.
because I've tried to do it with hands like sixes and just watched my $110 get 4-bet away, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can't continue for that.
Yeah,
So what was I doing putting it in to begin with?
Yeah.
But there are still definitely times for it.
Yeah, certain dynamics kind of makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, Texas drop here, flop the best. Did we go check, check?
I think it was checked through pretty quickly.
Yeah. And now Rob's going to go for a probe here on the turn. Pretty standard. A little bit curious that Lightning PC didn't bet the flop. There's 2 overs and the gut shot to the nuts. I mean, I'm betting that a lot. Even though this isn't a very favorable looking board for you, you're still gonna 3-bet pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Like, you have top sets here.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're completely handcuffed to a guy that has cold called 3. Yeah, here we go. Checks. And then doesn't even bet the ace. I guess just giving his nut no pair value. Saying I don't need to bluff. I'm kind of near the top of my range. I don't need to turn it into a bluff.
Yeah. I guess if he wins at showdown some percentage of the time,
Nice.
it makes sense as a check back.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how
If
often
you tried to bluff me, I was going to come over the top.
that hand's going to showdown.
Yeah.
No, it's not a bluff
I think
The river I was giving up.
I think betting there on flop.
I thought we were all picking up
I'd already decided if you bet the
But
river, I was gonna come over the top.
everybody's going to play the way they're going to play, which is what makes this game great.
No, definitely my river.
Let's see. You had said something just a moment ago that I was going to respond to, and then I just totally lost my train of
I
thought.
thought the king might be good too.
The last subject I remember bringing up was cold calling.
That's right, cold calling. So the late position stuff, I think you can get away with it a little bit more. Like, let's say if someone opens like under the gun, and then somebody like middle position or late position 3-bets, and you're in one of the blinds, like cold calling that and then waiting for the under the gun guy to just like hope that he calls is like a nightmare waiting to happen, and I'm like always folding
Yeah.
or betting myself.
Right.
But like if it's like
Just grow up.
cut off or hijack opens and then like get 3-bet and like cut off or button, and you're on a hand like 6s or something in the blind, like yeah, you can cold call there because the first guy he's gonna have so much stuff that is gonna very frequently be like, oh well,
Rob.
am I just gonna like turn this queen 9 suited into like some 4-bet, like let's get these guys out of here? No, you're probably just gonna call that.
Ooh, Lottie flops a set.
With the pair.
Wow. Yeah.
John has 0% equity.
Not where you want to be.
But he is out of the way. And Will here with the set of 7s will improve to a full house. Texas Rob. Just the queens with 4s on boards, boards on boards, and the 8s in hand. Boards are hard.
Thanks, buddy. He knows.
Oh, good through.
He knows what's up.
Yeah.
Pot size bet here, just under.
Katie's
The
not going to
merge is alive.
have faith. That man's organized.
He's a goat. He's a goat at what he does.
Yeah.
That should be the title for the recap video. It's
Yeah.
Like merges for days or
Yeah.
something. Will here with a hand that is absolutely worthy of a raise. And he will do so. Texas Rob will be like, aha, this is the information I needed to allow me to now begrudgingly fold.
Yeah, it sucks to full top pair.
Yeah, but you can't bet 4/5 pot on the river and face a raise on a board that's like, dude,
No.
your
But
hand.
when the time comes, we'll shock the world.
Will just like takes his random like 9-8
I don't think
parts
it's up
and
with the
now
world.
just like
Right.
blast it away with it.
Or if we don't, yeah. I mean,
I don't
the
even have a
world
reality
views.
TV appearance. Good guy.
Yeah, you're
Oh
not
my
getting any
God, let's
value.
start
Yeah.
Texas Star. Not World Star, just Texas Star. Or we just get Texas
It's just not.
Star.
He's not going to have a ton of bluffs.
Yeah.
For sure. We can do it tonight in this club.
But, I mean, I hate folding top pair.
Just go and drop kick somebody at the table. Texas
The
Star.
real problem here is the kicker. Well, no, never mind. The kicker's irrelevant.
Yeah, mostly, I think.
Like I guess the thing about it is the kicker doesn't block anything. It doesn't block the heart, which is fine, but it doesn't block any of the straights. If you had a 5 or a 6, maybe I'd squint at it a little bit harder before I folded it. But like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Texas Rob, though, really doesn't want to get run over by Will on
Yeah.
the live stream.
Yeah.
He's going to think this one through.
Yeah, folding's no fun. Folding's no fun. It's pretty hard to make a pair, let alone top pair. And, oh man, you turned the flush draw, and all of a sudden all of your hopes and dreams on the river just kind of dissipate in front of you. There's something to be said, you really get attached to like a hand that had a bunch of potential.
He gets it, I'll give you a
Yeah, got attached,
Yeah.
as you were saying.
You'll give me
Yeah.
100.
Like, to a hand that felt like it had a lot of fun.
Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly.
Greatest
Like,
Showman.
you sort of get really excited, and then when it
Those
doesn't
songs fire.
turn into anything by the river, a lot of times it's kind of harder to let those hands go.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on.
Because at one point, the hand had had so much potential.
I know exactly what you mean.
Oh,
Word
sorry,
comes out like Jack 10-4, Jack 10-4, unit club.
Wait, you guys not seen The
Did
Greatest
I
Showman?
turn a royal flush?
The musical?
And it's like
You
a
guys seen-
3
you
apart.
guys seen
You're like, the
Annie?
dream
I've
is still alive, baby, and then the river is
In
just like a 7
Chicago's
of diamonds.
considered a
You're like,
musical.
what happened?
Yeah.
Why? How did we get here?
I was just wondering, how out of the loop that we are. Because
Win.
I love musicals. I've seen,
Yeah.
I love them. You know what I haven't
All right,
seen
looking at the
though
V-Pips,
is,
Texas Rob here leading the way, mixing it up, and John playing a lot of hands as well.
God, my mind's going holiday.
I will say that with the new setup, the one thing that I miss a lot is being able to pull up the stats and stuff myself.
Oh, yeah.
So we've sort of reversed it a little bit, where it's like before any interactions with the chat, bringing up little video clips and things like that were done.
It's not a bad guess, though.
Side.
Not bad,
You know what
to
I
be
mean?
honest.
Like, if we're narrowing the range,
Like, I
The
started
stats,
with,
things like that,
Greatest
and now
Showman has
it's
some
sort of
great,
reversed.
they have Camp Rock.
Which, I mean, it's nice to have all of the bells and the ability to
Oh, no, I
interact
love
with these
Family
things,
Channel,
but
like Camp Rock.
I guess-
Rock is not on Broadway.
yeah, I just like to be able to be like, I want to see the V-Pips, or somebody in the chat, like, what's the V-Pips? Like, I can click that. So I do hope that's some functionality that our poker guys will bring back.
All right?
So do you know how many RF poker tables are sort of live in the country? Is this like, because I know we're sort of trialing for them. We're working very closely with them, sort of like in a beta sense. Have they sort of expanded beyond that at all that you know of, or are we still kind of one of the only people?
Okay.
I'm not sure what I'm in.
Okay. So, Padawan producer Kristen is letting us know that they started out in Georgia and had a couple of smaller card clubs that they were working with,
That was a sick
trying to
call.
develop a product, and
Yeah.
we are
Wait,
definitely
really?
their sort of
That's so
flagship,
sick.
Right.
large scale,
Yeah.
you know, brand
That's
name
so sick.
that they are working with.
I really like it. I think it has like so much promise. Like, there's so many things that like can come from like having the app that tracks all of your stats and all of that stuff that I think are really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really a great tool to have additional information at your fingertips. Back into your ranges. You can analyze things if that's something that you're interested in doing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, you know what, Ash?
I mean, I think
I'm going to put that
probably
in my
most
vlog
people
as
that come
well
and
for
play
the
on the
biggest
stream
call I've ever seen.
are doing it to have fun.
And then
They're there to
everyone who
have like
follows me will come
video
follow.
that they can go
All
back
my
and analyze
500
whatever.
people
They're
will
not
be
going to
like,
be
let's
taking
go
it
see
nitty
Ash's
gritty, but you
50,000
want.
people.
Yeah.
And they'll tell everyone
This
about
pun's
you,
got
okay?
huge.
That's tell them about you.
Stone.
About with you.
Mixson here shows that
I watched
he
your
is
last few
all
vlogs.
in, that Caitlin has won,
When
but
you
that is
edit
because
vlogs,
he
you
didn't
edit a
have
few
his stack
at the same time.
correctly.
Yeah, he certainly has somebody behind.
Yeah.
But you're
But whatever
pumping that
Mixon
weekly,
does here, if it involves betting,
Oh,
it's
good
not
for
going
you.
to go well for him. It looks like he's got
Drew
somewhere
inspired
around
me to
like
start vlogging once, and then I got into the editing
1,600
stage,
maybe
and I
back
was like,
there.
this is-
Yeah.
Drew inspired me too, and I hired
And that
him.
pot is very clearly right. There we go. Looks like we are getting.
Yeah, I hit Drew up and I was like, how do we get the overlays for the cards? And he gave me a couple of
Here
pointers,
is playing
and I started doing it, and it's like, oh my god.
use some bluff and top some of the time.
And
Based on
I was like, what are you doing today? He's like, editing. I was like, no, but after. He goes, no, that's going to be full. And I was just like, I'll never do that.
Yeah.
I will never do that.
Hero.
Yeah.
Also, I don't like
cape on.
editing
Yeah.
short TikTok videos, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're not bad. Those are
Still don't love it. Still don't love it.
I've been dabbling
Given
with Facebook Reels
that
stuff.
Caitlin called a bit on the return.
Yes.
I think that's
Yeah,
healthy,
yeah,
actually.
like,
It looked like she was calling on the turn rather than betting herself.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's right. In position with just like the Omega done.
It's not the greatest platform, but I think it's like underserved.
Tough to find a call with
So
ace
I
high
think there's
here.
an opportunity there for somebody. I'm not really that. I'm
She'd have to be. I mean, maybe she's floating with a draw.
Just like a lot of back.
Fair enough. Maybe she's floating turn with a draw.
You know what I mean? It's like
Less than ace high.
especially when you give away a bunch
Now
of
she's
stuff like I
bluffing
do.
at
It's
it.
like,
But
and
Yeah,
everybody-
or even if she did have like ace X of spades,
like you
ace X of diamonds.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the ace of diamonds or
Yeah.
spades, so he's gonna chop with like a bunch of this stuff.
yeah, I just wonder like how likely it is she just checks back ace high, given that there's double paired board.
One or two of those gift brands that like stick around.
But yeah,
great for your
certainly
community, you know what I
he could be thinking he doesn't want to fold a chop. Nobody wants to fold a chop.
Yeah, but this also isn't like a get you off of a chop
And I
bet.
enjoy
Like
playing live
you'd go all in. If,
Yeah.
if you wanted him to fold off of a chop, well, you'd be like, how much do you have over there? 1600? I'm all in, right? Like let's go full
I
pot.
wrote a blog post
Instead,
today
this is
talking
like
about how, like, even though
this
I
very
love my
value-y
community, like,
60%
it
pot
was very
bet.
isolating to
And,
feel like even though, and I
I mean,
compare
I
it
guess
to,
he just doesn't
it's
want to get
isolating
punked, right? I mean,
to
like nobody does.
Oh,
the
yeah.
difference between
It's,
an
those spots.
LOL and like to see someone actually laugh.
Also kind of tough. Like he hasn't been running well here tonight. Had a couple of hands go south. So could just be one of those things where he's like, I don't know, I'm gonna find a way to get some of this money back.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on delay.
It's also sort of one of those spots where like you're just like, what really makes sense? That she like just calls turn and then puts a bunch of money in on the river, and then you see her hand and you're like, oh yeah, that hand makes a lot of sense. Why she would do that?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I often just like completely discount the nuts when I'm considering another player's range. You know, I'm like, well, you could have queen full. You
The
know.
other thing about streaming is like,
No, it is. It's tricky, but it's such a narrow part of the range.
Yeah, yeah,
that
it really is.
It's fair to sort of
somebody,
discount it. I mean, well, okay, maybe not discount it, but like to not pay it as much attention.
Right.
It's like, wow, shit, should I really be thinking about queen's full here?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
like if that's dictating your thinking, then yeah, you're missing once again the forest.
Yeah, totally. Which it's really easy to also tunnel in on specific parts of people's ranges and things, and then, like you said, miss the forest for the trees.
Yeah, but as you say, I mean, if she's got pocket queens there, she could have kings. She could have
Yeah.
any number of different hands that's like,
And that was
I'm just good,
Yeah.
and you're doing the betting, and I'm in position,
Yeah.
so do what you need to do, and then I'll bet on the river. And sure enough, that's how it plays out.
hand of
Yeah.
2-5 this
And
evening,
put you in a
guys.
tough spot.
Yeah, literal.
Got ace high there.
Now John has a premium.
Be sure and hit the like button if you're enjoying just normal 2-5.
Oh yeah, football. Football is happening. Are you in a fantasy football league?
I am not. I don't follow football a whole lot.
people are texting me, they're like, damn bro, I've never seen something like that.
I actually just learned while I was watching the Bills Rams. Is that who they played week one?
Yeah.
And I was asking.
9-4, 8-3.
I was actually watching. I was at a poker
done it
watching,
again, Gus.
and I was asking somebody if the Rams were supposed to be good this year. And they informed me that they were the defending Super Bowl champions. So that.
Oh,
would-
you had to be informed of that. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that sort of lets you know how locked in I am to the NFL.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they were like, yeah, they won last year, and I think they got better over the offseason. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I should probably know that.
Actually, yeah, there's not many
I have it. I have it now.
Yeah. Locked in.
Yeah.
Not many where else other than neither.
Peyton Dillard here wants to know why call with ace high. Well, there's two pair on the board, and there were two flush draws that
Oh
missed.
Lord.
So one could convince themselves that there are plenty of bluffs available,
Right. Yeah.
and ace high playing with the two pair on board is going to beat all of the bluffs. And so if you think there's a lot of bluffs, then ace high is going to be pretty good. So there's definitely rationale to be calling with
Yeah,
ace
definitely.
high there.
First time is it
But, you know, the nuances of the hand can sort of inform you as to whether or not your opponent is just going to be super bluff heavy, or if they're going to have enough value to offset that, where you have to be a little bit more picky and
we were
choosy
playing
about
fucking
calling. Whatever. I mean, I think if you just like fold every ace high that you have and only call with pocket pairs and such,
Like the first
like
conversation.
you need to do a pretty significant like amount of thinking to figure out if you're overfolding or not.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
For a second.
Yeah.
you absolutely should be calling with some of your ace highs, but you just want to be careful that you're not getting pushed around.
Yeah, totally.
Like 3
Yeah.
years ago.
Because, yeah, if you're just getting ran over, I mean, you do have to call bluff catchers. Otherwise, people just relentlessly bluff you.
Yeah, and I've seen plenty of times. I mean, cash games, tournaments, whatever, where people will like fold their hand face up and be like, yeah, it always has to come an ace on the river, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like,
You made a comment.
yeah, like I'm gonna represent every time an ace or any overcard comes because you're trying to convince yourself to get out there. And
No, she was for sure.
You don't
she
wanna
was
be
like,
the
oh, no. She was like, oh my god.
I was like, because in 2019 I wasn't even in poker yet, so I'm like.
And then you could be the guy on the other side.
I can't.
I was like, what the
It also couldn't be very possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, shit,
I know.
2019.
You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
the
you
Omega
could
calling
not
station.
get.
I was like,
Always.
really guessing the hotel. I was like,
I mean, if you call enough, you'll be right sometimes.
not the prime year, 27 through
True.
2019.
You'll be
we refer to
wrong
as the dark
sometimes as
ages.
well. Texas Rob is right this time as he bets with a 7 of spades or something else. But yeah, I just wanted to peek my team real quick. Looks like we've made it to halftime. Relatively low-scoring game. This game had an over/under at 54. There's 17 points scored in the first half.
John, you really
Who's playing?
It is the Kansas City Chiefs versus the
I'm good at that stuff too.
Los Angeles
10, please, 10.
two of the strongest teams,
Someone else getting
strongest offenses
was a performance.
in the NFL.
Mahomes, I know him.
Patty Mahomes, that's right, and Justin Herbert playing
And I
for
understand it's like.
the Chargers.
He's full of
I have
aces.
Herbert, Mike Williams, and Josh Palmer all playing. And, I mean, they're putting up something respectable for fantasy points, given the fact that it's a relatively low-scoring game. But, yeah, I was definitely looking for these guys to
You're like, I was gonna.
slang it and bang it.
Yeah.
How many leagues are you in?
I've got 2 leagues this year.
2. I'm in a fantasy baseball league, but we missed the playoffs this year. It was a rough year for rebuilding year. I won last year.
Oh, that's good. I won one of my leagues last
And then
year.
I went and lost like $300.
You got a few picks
To keep
back. You're like, all right, here we
Oh,
go.
so actually,
I don't know
Yeah.
if that part's fine.
I mean, I say I'm rebuilding, but in reality, I just suck this year. So I'm just saying it was rebuilding.
nice. But I mean, keeper.
Yeah.
You guys get old, and your keepers are not good anymore.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And like, I traded away a bunch of draft picks last year so that I could
And what's weird now?
try to win last year.
Blizzard.
This year's draft, I didn't get it.
Well, you succeeded last year.
Yeah. It worked out, which is it's crazy. I probably know the least about baseball of anyone in my fantasy league, but
Did good
I
job.
was just ran really well, got hot at the right time, and took it down.
Top pair here for Will. Checks back the flop, though. And
Yeah, he
Texas
does
Rob
both.
now going to check for a second time on the turn. Will just reaches for chips and reduces his.
Like you push through some of that stuff, but there's, you know.
I always love it when I'm bluffing, and I'm just like, all right, I think I'm gonna go for it, and I'm gonna pick this size, and I start reaching for my chips, and they just fold, and I'm like, oh, nice,
Yeah,
that
that's
worked
the
well.
best, yeah.
Didn't even have to posture, getting it out across the line like I'm confident.
Yeah, exactly.
Play whatever you want, right? I could all in.
I love how much of, I don't know about you, but maybe you can give me some insight. Like, when you're in a hand and you're like going through the analysis and you get to a point where you're, I'm going to bluff. Like, do you have like a whole internal dialogue? It's like, oh shit, all right, I guess we're going to go for this. It's just like, please no snap call, please no snap call. Like,
Yeah. I'm trying to think what is going through my head. Usually I'm just like, I've just convinced myself that I'm supposed to bluff in this spot, you know? And then,
like it's out of my hand.
yeah,
Like, this is what I'm supposed to do.
yeah, that type of thing, yeah. And then like, I'm like, please fold. But I try to, I mean, sometimes I try to just like focus on my breathing or something, you know? Because it just helps distract myself from what's going on, and also if I am giving something off, I think it would make it less
But I didn't.
off.
Okay.
If I just like, instead of thinking like please fold, I'm just thinking like, wow, my heart's really beating a lot.
Yeah, let's try to calm that down.
Yeah, let's sort of chill out, do a little semi-meditation, you know.
Yeah, I definitely like to do that as well.
Yeah.
Top 2 pair here. Top 2 pair here for Poker Face Ash.
Top 2 pay.
Checks all the way through, and another diamond peels off, which is what you love to see. 2 pair. A lightning PC now.
The nuts.
With the nuts.
What game are we playing here?
Checks all the way through once again, and hey,
wow.
full house with only $200 in the middle.
And no calling hands to be seen.
Just the other day, I was playing a big
Bet on Drew here is like, nobody wants this freaking pot. Maybe I could take it away. We've all been there before when it's just like checks through and you get to the river and you're like, I mean,
around.
maybe I just win.
He knew there was 4 islands.
I'm like, wait, why am I
Like a 1K deal.
That's 1 1/4, and now this is the problem though. It's like you're like, I don't know, maybe I'll take it. And then somebody raises you, and you're like, dude, come on, man, bet your own hand.
Yeah.
Like I got it from
Why you gotta do that?
Just say nothing about getting quarters.
And it should be somewhere around like 450, 500, but let's see.
Like, let's say you and another person have the same low.
Ash goes
You're winning half
for
the
a little bit lighter than that. Yeah, 380.
One of these spot pots that two people have.
Really doesn't want her opponent to fold like a jack of diamonds. And
Gangster.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Not
fucking
my favorite
easy,
game,
doesn't it?
but I'll play it.
it's pretty unlikely that somebody is going to have like
This is
the
a
ace
fold
of
after
diamonds
that speech,
because
I swear to
nobody
God.
sort of would have expected that. So, I mean, I understand definitely the
I want to
the
hear it for the
side here,
airtime.
trying to get back, or maybe
Nice hand,
right.
Showed up, bluff.
I had a giant wall.
not to be.
I'll see it in a week.
What are you doing? Like, dude, I lost.
Little chance I'm gonna watch it tonight.
Yeah.
I was there.
I don't want.
I had a good read on that one.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, I guess nobody's super nutted there, yeah. I'm just wondering if maybe, like, you just go really big, hoping you're just coolering somebody. But,
You have almost a, like. You have like
Yeah,
almost
like
like an ASMR
whatever,
voice too, like when you're
yeah,
calling
something
on.
like you, like, never get called anyways, so, like, when you do get called, just make sure you maximize something like that.
That was
I'm
always
gonna do
tricky.
ASMR.
It is really tricky.
Yeah.
It's
It's
perfect.
really hard to estimate how often you get called in reality.
Yeah, it's great. It's a beautiful.
And, like, it really sucks when you blow someone off, like, a semi-nutted hand
You never guess
that
this
would have called a reasonable size.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even just like a middling hand where it's like, I went for the big
You
one
did this.
and
You did this.
they just snap folded a hand that would have easily called like
What's up, buddy?
250 or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's still 250.
When it happens, don't get upset. Okay?
Yeah, it's huge. It's like those things add up. That's what makes your win rate, right? It's like winning sort of the max every spot you can. Yeah, just winning. Winning
That's
is where your
what
win rate
makes
goes.
the wins for
Yeah.
you. Winning.
Yeah.
Get it in there, big fella.
Oh, a couple of hands crashing into
Yeah,
each other
there we
here.
Could you imagine?
Actually, look back down at the cowboys, grab the chin.
Little smile.
Yeah.
To be honest, it looks like you can't. Like, let's go.
I haven't even seen my hand yet, is the real fucked up part about it. That is fucked up.
And Caitlin actually has a hand. She was sort of expecting to look down and have some trash she could throw away.
Fold here. Rob's still in there.
But awkward
Yeah, the
spot
fish
now.
is still in.
I could see her cold calling this.
No.
Yeah, the
That's
fold is
wild
the better
fold.
play. I mean,
Just a little team play here. Just a little team.
if there hadn't been
boys.
that whole dynamic leading up to that point, she
a
might
few
have
of the
had a
boys
little bit
playing,
more, a
some
little better
cards.
demeanor to pull
Yeah.
off the
Just some
cold
poker
board.
cards,
Yeah.
big guy.
Just
Yeah.
a little too loosey goosey,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. For sure.
at the poker table.
Yeah.
So this team thing we were going to do is not going to be.
Loosey goosey. Eating sandwich. What's the Growing
That's
Master
what I
Class
meant.
Yeah. Love that. Love the Doug Polk parody that he put together. That video is absolute fire. Came out a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I remember watching it, but I don't remember much about it.
Just absolutely amazing. Texas Rob is going to go for a 5th bet, and bet on Drew is like, cool, do I get to double up this hand?
Oh, wow. So 10s fold. Ace-8 off is in the mix.
So this is an early position open, though, so Texas Rob actually has a really strong range, and he made this a very, like, min-clicky 5th bet. So I think bet on Drew can play this both ways. I mean, this is either just like, we go for it all, or we can just call and play out of position with a really strong hand.
Yeah.
That's a Broadway song?
Like, your opponent's 5-betting range is pretty much just like some funky ace highs, like ace 5 suited, ace king suited, ace queen suited, maybe, but like a lot of times that's just going to call because it has ability. This one's actually a pretty big outlier, but it still has an ace in it, right?
Yeah.
So you know that if you call and it comes ace high, like, yeah, like most of his bluffs got there, all of his value was already there, and it's probably just over.
Yeah.
But like, you can call here, and if it comes jack high or something, you just feel good. Or like, still might be getting cooler by aces.
Yeah, whatever.
That's just happens. Bet on Drew here, though.
Wait, so is it a sitcom based off of
I mean, it is a bit of a decision. And announces call.
Hear that, Drew? You almost did it. You almost did that.
We go with 60 from the previous bet, so there we go. Here we go to a flop. Pocket king is well out in front. And no
To be
ace.
funny, like, to be honest, like the things seem to align.
Yeah, I mean, and like, if he just rips it there, he maybe gets action.
And the best part is, like 5.
I mean, he's obviously getting action from aces, and then maybe some big suited aces are calling him. But I think this may be, yeah, queens, yeah. This may be like the way to make the most money on average is just calling here. It's like how,
I think.
yeah, how like strong does a 6-bet look, right? Like,
Yeah. No, I love the call, honestly. Because, I mean, the pot's already massive, right? Like, 1,100 out there, and bet on Drew has 2.2K, so stack pot ratio on the effective stack is 2. You can always get all the chips in. And Kings is going to be a great hand to go for a check raise with on a board like this.
oh yeah, look, 10s. Somebody folded, I don't remember who it was, but.
Oh, Jon Pardy folded 10s.
Yeah.
Oh,
Should I
he's
color,
hating his life right now.
Oh man, there's nothing worse than folding a pocket pair and seeing the flop and seeing the set.
Yeah, here we go. Check raise all in.
What's funny is you guys made me,
Well
you
played,
guys
so
made me
if I
fold
bet on
10s.
Drew, I think that's exactly what
I swear to God.
well played.
Come on,
Nice
4 bet,
pot
call
there.
4 bets here with 10s? What are you doing there?
And Jon now letting everybody know that he folded top
Yeah,
set.
ouch.
A lot of man. I know.
Another pass.
I'm adding,
Okay, let's see if he threw it to Mike Williams. He did. Let's go.
I'm just adding a picture so I know where I'm at, actually. I didn't even
QB
know how
receiver
much
combo.
I even stacked him
That's
with
all
Josh
I bought.
Palmer because Keenan Allen, who is wide receiver 1 for the Chargers, is out this week. And so the number 3 guy got elevated. And I was like,
10s, yeah.
I think there's going to be a bunch of points scored in this game.
would've-
I've got
you know what's
Justin
fu- I
Herbert,
was
I've
hoping
got Mike
if you
Williams.
would just
Let's
call,
throw
I
Palmer
was
in there
calling.
too, because
Now
if
it's
he somehow got like 2 touchdowns and Mike Williams was on a drought, like I would have hated myself.
I would've asked
But he's
for
got 4
more
fantasy points.
contract
So
renegotiations
it's
and
not
everything.
nothing, but it's not great. I sat him for CD
like, no,
Lamb
no, no.
too
Watch
because
this hand,
with
and then tell me
Prescott
what
out,
you guys
have you heard about that? Dak Prescott, the quarterback for the
He's
Cowboys.
out. Didn't he? Wasn't he out last year?
Well, yeah, he's been injured quite a lot.
Yeah. What's wrong with him now?
Now he screwed up his thumb.
Bummer.
So yeah,
His throwing hand?
on his throwing hand. Yeah, no, the other one usually doesn't do much, but yeah.
I guess that's.
I hurt
probably
my thumb
true.
on my non-throwing hand. I'm going to be out for 8 weeks.
Yeah, fair enough.
But no, he's out for a little bit. 6 to 8 weeks is the estimated time frame. So, CD Lamb, the number 1 wide receiver for the Cowboys, going to be looking at some diminished value.
Yeah. Who's their backup?
Cooper Rush is the backup for the Cowboys. Yeah, nobody really knows. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. You think they would? I mean, I don't know. I'm talking at them. I don't really know much about the Cowboys or football, but
We should actually take Lightning's
you
money
think
and pretend like we didn't see it.
with Dak getting hurt so often, they would prioritize their backup quarterback situation.
Well,
cards say that.
Yeah, but like everybody gets hurt.
Yeah.
And you never know. It's like it's always just a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Some guys are obviously more injury prone than others.
Yeah.
Like you'll have like Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I
and
wonder
like
what that
he
is.
got 1,800 rushing yards and all these touchdowns, and they gave him the ball like 30% more carries than any other back in the league, and the dude didn't ever get injured.
Yeah.
Like, how is that possible? And
Yeah.
then another guy is just like, somebody sneezed over on that sideline, and this dude's got a broken face.
Yeah.
Like,
There is shit he says
Just like
on
running
Twitter,
bad.
like,
You know?
Yeah.
Like, obviously,
I'm not even gonna ask. him
their
to clarify.
build has something to do with their durability, but
It was 4 minutes ago.
like, I mean, they're all superior athletes. You know, they're all like insane.
for sure.
So like, yeah, you just run bad, you get hurt a
Usually
couple
right
years in
after
a
a big
row.
yawn.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah, I mean, so you also, everything comes down to salary
he
cap
was
too.
talking about fishing. I'm
Yeah.
If you're going to pay Dak like tens of millions of dollars every year, and
a
Zeke,
bummer.
you got Zeke Elliott, you got CeeDee Lamb, like you got all these guys that are getting paid, Micah Parsons, right, on defense.
Yeah.
He can't afford to have like a stellar backup, you know.
Yeah.
And there just aren't that many stellar backups like in the league. There aren't. I mean, shit. Once you get down to the
There's not that many
the Jets
starters.
and stuff,
Yeah.
they're like, we got Joe Flacco in there, like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
see if we can resuscitate this guy. Have him
Is he
play.
still around, Flacco?
He's the starting quarterback.
Oh,
for the
he
Jets.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually threw for like 300 yards last week. They were pretty terrible, nonetheless. But
So who's the worst team in the NFL this year?
You're in an Airbnb.
debatable.
It's close to like 300 a night.
There's no like clear. Like I remember for a few years,
Well,
it
it's
was
the
like
first
Browns
week.
and Dolphins. Like
It's like a one bedroom.
they had that reign of just like being at the bottom of the. I know they aren't now.
Like if I was
but
on my own,
Yeah, but
there's no
still
like clear like this team's expected to win like 2 games this year.
Airbnb is like absolutely.
I don't think anybody really has a clear handle on that
What
because
just
even like the Jaguars,
They're outrageous.
the
Like
Falcons,
$500 a night.
the Bears,
I'm leaving after this.
That's what you were
the
getting.
Jets, right? Like those are the teams, the Giants that are all kind of like you look at them and you're like, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
They're not going to be good. But like the 2-win game or the 2-win teams, like
Yeah.
nobody knows
Yeah,
like
fair
if they're going to be that bad.
Yeah. I think they. Well, I guess they probably can't, but it'd be interesting if they could do something like what they do with the soccer leagues, where like you just get like demoted to like the minor leagues if you are like in the bottom tier.
he's fully blind.
Because my understanding is, especially wasn't there a bunch of scandals going around of like people actually throwing games or like at least trying to do badly so that they would get good draft picks. Like didn't some emails get revealed about like I don't. This is all like a vague memory.
It was
but,
one team in particular.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotta look at this one.
Mixson is all in here.
Oh, it's not
Will
bad,
is going
Lottie.
to sweat it
It's
out
above
by
an 8.
turning
That's
one
8
card
bucks.
over at a time.
Oh,
And he'll find
my
the
God,
big
it's
lick.
I really wanted to run a flip,
No good.
but I know Rod's so sick
do you
if I
have?
flat the 500.
Oh,
he just ripped it over the top.
Mixon was doing that blind.
Wow.
Oh,
I was like, I'll run a flip
Dominated.
if I get a fucking 3-1.
Mixon here at the bottom of the earnings leaderboard is just trying to find some spice, and get something going.
Turn it around somehow, right?
Yeah, we got some chatter here in the chat box. Yeah, the Jets very likely to be the worst. They've got some good young talent, good young running back. They've got some good young wide receivers, a quarterback that is very much unproven, Zach Wilson. So there's some possibility, some
It's
potential,
better
I
than a
guess you
flip,
could say,
and I know you'll take the
for the
flip.
Jets. But yeah, they're very likely to be near the bottom, which is just a perpetual thing there.
Yeah.
And it's like at some point you look around and you're like, you guys have had a long time to like get first round draft picks and all of this stuff and rebuild. Like why aren't you rebuilding?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Right.
And then it's just like no, like from the top down, bad decisions are being made here.
Yeah, I didn't take that into consideration. We'll make it like a 10K.
And still, I'm sure the
Yeah,
Jets
I
are
know,
worth
that's why you can never
more
fit
than
with
they
them.
were
So,
5
I'm
years
really
ago, right?
rich.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, like
Like, there's no incentive for these owners to like actually win if they're just the value of the team just goes up no matter what.
well, I mean, there's some aspect of that, and that is what some people sort of grumble about.
1K. I was like, 1K. It was 10K. I was like, I'm not doing it.
But at the same time, like, imagine, yeah, like, okay, you're a multi-billionaire, and you don't really have that many concerns in the world, but like, are you really just like sitting back on your yacht and being like, like
Maybe.
I own this shitty team and they're fucking the laughing stock of the entire league,
Yeah.
but like I still get my money, so I don't care. I think you want to win,
Yeah, you
right?
probably
Like
wanna win.
you own a team, don't you want to win with that team? Like, yeah, I do. But when your decision is like, cool, we're going to draft this kid that nobody knows about because he's definitely going to be the one,
Yeah.
and everyone's going to, and then we'll show him, and then he's like a total scrub. And
Right.
you're like, well, we'll draft the next kid that nobody knows about. And it's like, no,
Yeah.
just stop that.
Yeah.
Like, actually just
Maybe draft the one that everybody wants. That might help.
Because he's yours if you want him. Just go draft him.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
the first pick.
Yeah.
Will here with pair of jacks
God,
is
That's
going to
something
show
to
down the best hand. 8-9 a pair of fours, no good for his opponent.
King had that name too. Or Prince did for sure.
Do you want to thank you all for tuning in on this fine evening? It is just about the 9 p.m. Central Time. Mark?
The new Game of Thrones.
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Hold down the fort
I
here.
tried to
for
watch
a moment.
episode 1 with my parents. Everyone was banging and naked, and I was just like, oh god, I'm not doing this ever again.
And so you'll just be hanging out with
Bro,
me. But
ask them. They asked me to
thank you
watch.
guys for tuning
Perverts.
in.
Like, I've never recovered from that.
Catch us each and every week, Mondays and Thursdays from TCH Austin.
Although you do seem like
Tuesdays
somebody that would
and Wednesdays
watch Game of
out of
Thrones.
TCH
No,
Dallas.
That was it, William.
Bet on Drew here, 10-7 suited in the hijack.
Bro, have you seen the spin-offs of Yellowstone?
Definitely a hand that I
Bro, there's like movies and spin-offs and
Breathing
shit
with.
now.
There's been another season.
No, I think it might be done.
No, it's not what?
I think it might be done.
Ragnar,
Just like
Stone bubbling. His online tournament. Tough
Costner
break,
said
man.
I'm not doing it.
Hate to do that.
Have you guys ever watched?
Everything.
Million episodes?
For sure. No. But
Mixing it up, gonna make the call. He's got a suited double gapper.
What about Deadwood? Have you watched that one?
5
was it?
of clubs. Quick checky with second pair on the
How
flop
many seasons?
for Drew. Picks up
I need shit to start.
spade flush draw on the
Again, I'm
turn.
at that point in my life
Takes
where
it back
nothing's-
and then
we're just
hits
in a
it
slump. I need some like
on
new
the
shows to
river.
watch. Like,
Mixing it up now, gonna bet out 25
I think
bucks
it's kind of overrated, bro.
here on the river with the
I'm not-
pair of
and again,
eights.
I love drugs.
feel like it's not like,
And he's with small pocket
Like,
out
it's
there.
awesome.
Backing
But it's like,
into the spade
I
flush.
don't know, like,
Will not be just calling.
I was like 2.5 seasons.
It does pick up, and my wife didn't like it, but I loved it.
But did you like it when it picked
Yeah,
up?
but it's like you got to get
Has
into the sub story,
Initial-
which
okay,
is
yeah.
like
That'll
there's a
here.
guy that's dying from cancer and he has to
Does
resort to
Yeah,
selling
yeah.
drugs.
Because my
Call it
girlfriend,
tomorrow.
she's like, just friggin' finish this week and watch Better Call Saul. And I was just like,
Yeah.
if it's
Better
the
Call
same,
Saul's
that's what everyone
Tough night
says.
here for
That's like the show.
Mixon. Digging for
Is
these
it the
pods.
same without the?
Really not working out well. So onwards and upwards we go into the final hour of the broadcast. Power Hour here on the screen.
Tommy,
Yeah. See, that could be a me problem. I love it.
Yeah, that time of the night where the straddles start kicking. Everybody's like, the 40's available. And you're like, yeah, 40 out
Yeah.
here. And it's like 50
I know,
big
I love
blinds
it.
or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Kitten's still like, I'm not sure about
Yeah.
it.
Last year I played that. You were
you're like trust. Oh yes.
like straddle, double straddle.
That's how
As soon as Power Hour started, I
Yes.
was that way for a while.
When kids were in my house with my 7-7, I'm like, well, what do you guys, what do you guys get this stamina?
And the other ones.
I'll be around here,
Yeah,
around
man.
these parts.
Drives the action.
Rob, I can't believe you had aces.
Well, once the straddles get too big, though, it actually kills the action a lot of
Yeah.
times because
Me too, actually.
it's like
Pretty bad.
in a game like
I
this,
know,
2-5,
but, like,
the
what
$10
hands
straddle
have you?
is just like super standard. And even if a player that doesn't like to put on the straddle themselves, if they see other
I
people
don't
doing
like
it, they're not
having
going to be that intimidated by it.
Yeah. I mean,
But once the straddle goes 20 and then 40, and like somebody on a
but
2K
not
stack
against
is now playing 50 big blinds, like
Yeah.
that's dramatically different than playing 100 or 200 big blinds deep, or even more.
Right, and I think like the proper adjustment is to sort of loosen up, but I think it actually has the opposite effect, right? Like it's like you should be stacking off fairly light and let's only have 40 big blinds or whatever. But in reality, people look at it as like the absolute value of the dollar or the absolute chip stack rather than big blind. So they sort of tighten up a bit, I guess, because like, well, if I raise here, I'm raising to $350, so I better have a really strong hand to do that.
Yeah, like a $350 hand
Yeah.
instead of a 2.5 big blind hand.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
And there is another aspect of it which I think is important, which is people do naturally tighten up because of what you've talked about. But there's also an aspect of it where you should tighten up, which is that because there are more people that already have money invested, there are more potential villains out there that are incentivized to defend.
Yeah.
And so you might be on the button, but you're first to act, right? Like because
Yeah.
the straddles have all
Yeah,
gotten
yeah,
to you.
yeah.
It's like, yes, you're going to have
Range
position
changes.
later in the hand, but you sure as hell don't have it right now. You got to get through all of these people. And so
Make
it
it all
really
aces.
changes it. Yeah.
I mean,
Or
they
whatever
could.
they've got that they go all in with, and
Or
you're
that.
not happy with
Yeah,
your
yeah,
sixes.
yeah, because you open
great.
and they just
I'm
shove
good.
because shove's like the only size they have.
You guys really stop saying yes, but like, well,
Spot.
like I enjoy it.
Button open, you know.
Yeah, for real. All right, bunch of hands, couple of flops. Bet on Drew here. Has 3 pair on top and 1 pair on bottom. Gonna make the call after mixing it up here. Comes out with a bet. Oh, he's flopped the nuts onto the bottom board.
Caitlin is a set.
Yeah, middle set. Problem for her is she really doesn't have much working on bottom, except for backdoor spades. Mixson here. Yeah, he's gonna get it all in. Wait, who raised?
I'll give him 3.
What?
That's for last night.
I was just trying to not throw it directly.
A pair on the other
In your
board.
box, Jesse.
Always nice to have something, right? Like if you have, what is the nuts now on one board?
Oh, poker face Ash raised. That's what happened. Okay, so she must have made some sort of raise.
Oh, she's a straight.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
I was like, no, that's back time.
Good play, buddy.
6-4 as well.
And a flush draw.
And a flush draw. Okay, so now we've got the action caught up. Now understandable why Mixson is in there in poker face.
Maybe
In there with her hand as well. So 8 of clubs, queen of diamonds.
I've never seen the
Effective turn
backpack
card.
on in the cash game. Where they put it.
My first time.
Put it on and go out of here. Oh my God!
Got all in wagering. Texas Rob.
Oh my God!
Poker face Ash now has turned
And he
the
looks stupid,
nuts
so that's
straight
Oh my god.
with
she
the
actually is
heart
a
flush on
monster
bottom.
with the
She's
redraw.
actually good. Yeah, she's in great shape here. Can she find a heart on the bottom? She cannot. But that's going to give... No, never mind. I was going to say it was going to give Mixon a superior straight. I knew he had a 7, but it doesn't work out. 6-4
3
still
cards,
not
Cameron?
straight.
Misdeal, imagine.
Still here.
So 6-4.
Hey. Yo, it's the it was the
Gonna
backpack.
get quartered here
That's
for
what it is.
Mixon.
You should just play with the backpack on.
Nice hand, Ash.
What a turn.
Nice hand, Rob.
Poker face Ash. Gonna go ahead and pick up the lion's share of this pot. Mixes up wins minus $18. Texas Rob wins minus $19.
I call this the
I love
top.
that.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, it's always like, it's always kind of difficult. Like when you get quartered, you're like, did I actually?
Wait,
It's kind of
Yeah,
you know, you're like counting how much did you bet on the flop again?
yeah. You have to like sort it all back out. And
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, no, I lost Taco Bell money.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
1/2 the
Going
pot,
hungry
1
tonight.
1/4 of the pot. Yeah, you're getting
No, I mean, if you lose the Taco Bell money, you can't stop them. You got to choose between gas and Taco Bell. I guess you just choose Taco Bell.
yeah, that'll give you the gap.
Yeah, totally.
Silly. He's like, wait, dude, anyone
I'm definitely hitting up Taco Bell. That's my my stream night cheat.
Treat, yeah.
Ash should have won some.
You won 3/4.
That's right. Keep one money.
Well, you won half, and then
Are there any, do you got any secret spots around this card room?
That's the thing that's
Frequent
great.
for
It's like
food?
someone has
Not so secret.
That's why
I guess.
Well, I guess
Bob
it's
just
recommendations.
like,
Yeah,
put your
my favorite is the for like budget eats that are really good is Cabo Bob's, the burrito place across the highway. Just absolutely amazing.
Every now and then you get the all four players to call your river bet.
Xinglong, the Chinese place here in the same little shopping center. Really good Chinese food. Well, I mean, it's like standard American Chinese food, but like for what you pay, what you get is quite good. Guy that runs that place, really nice guy as well. Outside of that, I will go to, you know, some of the other restaurants here. There's like a little Mexican place, Japanese and sushi is like pretty decent. But I don't know, nothing else really like blows my mind around here.
Yeah, whenever I'm coming up and haven't eaten, I'm always like, where do I want to stop? You know, I often land on Cabo Bob's.
Yeah.
But yeah, not a whole lot of options.
And then you have the option.
I don't even have to
Dola joining us here in the chat. What's up, dude?
So you have two
There's only a little bit
and
left.
then you have this option.
Yeah, I definitely find myself doing Cabo Bob's at a much higher frequency than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a Wingstop or whatever too.
Right. Yeah.
You know, I like wings.
It's my kind of
Don't try to
thing.
order from them on a
Look at my
weekend,
10, I'm
or
10.
you'll be waiting for.
Is that what you made promises to TCH I need to
What I
fulfill
did,
now?
it
Especially
won't
during
cute.
the Cowboys game.
Yeah, on a football afternoon or something. Just,
We're gonna go viral tonight, boys.
And I put sippy cup was there.
Oh, is this streamed on Twitch as well as YouTube?
Sorry, say that again.
Is this streamed on Twitch also?
Yes, I believe so.
Saw that little thing pop up.
Yeah, I honestly I
Actually, yeah.
never really pay that much attention
Oh, yeah.
to if we
not about not
are on
saying
Twitch or not.
only a
But
little
yeah,
bit
we
full.
certainly have the capability for it. Whether or not we are right now, I actually couldn't tell you. How do I tell me in the chat? What do I do for the other one? Is it top points or hours, whatever it is? No, that one's top hours. Hours. I don't remember all the commands.
Yeah.
Bunch of diamonds out here. Caitlin has the 10 of diamonds, which is the best one of
I was
those.
excited when he gave the lineup. I'm like, oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. That's a really great lineup,
I
man.
feel like it's top hours. There it is.
Yeah, literally.
You were supposed to bluff. One more chance.
All right, 10 of diamonds will be good if we get to showdown. John is going to flash the 4 of diamonds, though, and begrudgingly let it go. Caitlin shows us the 10 of spades. Like, haha, get wrecked.
No!
Nice little move there. Whenever somebody shows you one card and it's a meaningless card, you're like, yeah, but what about the other?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why don't you show me both?
Yeah, if you're punking me, wouldn't you just slap them both down and be like, look at that crap?
Yeah, this is the hair lift.
Richard Walker, thank you for the comment
it's
there.
actually really
Yeah, I mean, when people are having a good time on the table, it's definitely
He has 10, he has 10.
there's a chance for us to sort of flash.
Can I put 10 out? I have a bunch.
Maybe maybe when
I don't want to
they're
miss the struggle.
I look at my hand also. Yeah, guaranteed.
shut
Even
them
if I
out.
looked at it, oh yeah, it's like,
Guaranteed
Let
the
them do
10,
their
for sure.
you can put a 20 if you want.
It's power round where you got to throw.
Bucket, floor.
Debbie,
He was a foot away.
Texas Rob gets back just in time for a blackjack hand. He's going to fold rather than double down.
Nitty.
Seriously. All right, so pocket threes for Caitlin, makes it 30 to go. John here.
John, how far we,
I think I'm seeing a flop from the
Right
small
there.
blind with big lick there.
Yeah, it's certainly tempting.
I'm not sure, actually.
Oh, no.
Would have been quite lovely as well.
Yeah.
John here getting punished for these folds tonight.
He
What are
really
you
is.
drinking over there?
still.
Oh, you're switching. You're just sipping around.
When they run out, it gets
Well, we got a lot of.
Kind of tough to rep much here. You can rep a 9 for sure. There's going to be a lot of.
Just like, what do you want me to do?
Right.
Ah, she has stacks over there.
She will.
Oh, I love that. Can I? That's actually a great thumbnail pic.
Ace of spades.
Now I want
now.
like the super down where like your chips are like
You definitely
higher and you're
prefer to
getting
have
up
a
and robbed,
spade.
just like
You're
this
gonna
one.
take a shot at this, the Lightning TC does not.
Yep.
And every once in a while, his king high just might beat like a queen 10 or something like that.
You
but,
at one point folded ace
yeah,
king.
pair 3 is good.
Oh, last night?
Yeah, you don't do it.
Good. That's good to find.
You don't do it in Texas.
I should have done that.
It's a non. Yeah.
My favorite is the like
Texas.
5-way whatever, and you have pocket threes, and somehow just like
A lot of
checking
people told me
through,
before
and
I
you're
came
like,
down.
my God, I have the best
Do
hand.
not fold.
And you're like, I'm still not gonna bet for value, but like,
It's great.
checks through the final time. You're like the 4th one to go, but you just turn your cards over. You're like, let's go.
Yeah.
I know I have the nuts.
Yeah, and then someone else is like, oh, I have pocket 4s. And then your dreams are crushed.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to remember that part of it. The part where I won
Right.
in my mind.
Yeah.
Speaking of pocket
And you're like,
four.
wow, you slow rolled me with 4s there? And then you
Yeah.
try to fight them at the table?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just punch him in the throat. That's
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
do.
usually. Yeah.
Got him.
Yeah. Oh man, I did see an epic slow roll the other day. That, luckily, the people, I guess they were friends or something. But a guy just like one of the biggest slow rolls I've like seen. Probably the biggest I've seen in person.
Nice.
And he just starts like laughing at this guy's face. They were both strangers to me. Oh my gosh.
Did the guy that got
No, it's
the
actually-
roll,
it's
did
super
he
tight.
seem to appreciate it, or was he quite upset?
You know,
Super set.
he took it well.
Put it
He
in
clearly
there,
wasn't thrilled.
Roberto.
He wasn't like, you know, some people are really.
To be
lose it.
honest, if there was a part of me that thought you
that's
may, that's why I
for
sized it
everyone's
to
fault,
him.
No need for
Oh,
violence.
really?
Dude.
Poker table.
Yeah,
Colin?
it was one where I was just like, oh no, this could get bad.
Ace high disconnected forward. Eight's still well out in front here for John.
I know
But
you're playing.
checky. Board pair is the 6 on the turn.
Grow up, dude.
For whatever reason, we're showing that John has
I've
one out.
I've literally had enough.
Oh wait, it's because it's showing a 4. I was like, no, it's a 6, bro.
Yeah.
So we are getting some mysteries here tonight.
It's like 60.
Like I must have missed that.
I love it.
Incorrect.
If I'm on kings, if you have an ace, you're good.
I'll bet you a quarter you're not. Or I'll give you a quarter if you show up.
Rob trying to give a quarter.
I think that
I
counts.
had 4.
What about 2 and a quarter? 250 is what I put out there.
I'm in a 4. High card, sure. 9.
Rob, just admit that I'm one of the best cash game players
I always think it's interesting when people offer
Is it?
like go hard or whatever for a certain price.
I've done my due diligence.
It never occurs to me to do that.
No, yeah,
Nickel and dime people.
He's the only one
Yeah.
that has it reloaded.
Here I am.
Throw me a quarter and I'll show you one.
I'll show you.
Let me actually check see if
Okay.
it's still gonna be one.
It's a whole new untapped revenue stream there. Though.
Yeah, I think. I mean, maybe it really improves your hourly.
I mean, if people are paying for it, I
Yeah,
guess.
true.
I mean, but then you also have to factor in, like, if you keep showing, does that improve their ability to, like,
right,
read you, and then, like, you actually just end up giving all of that equity back later.
It's gonna be expensive. You want to do it? He said you want to double up. Big
Tricky,
guy.
man. Trying to nickel and dime people out here in these streets.
Yeah, it is.
What if like I was a real poker player? Like you guys had to sit there with me, like a real game.
I just try to nickel and dime people by betting, like, $5 on the river. When I know that they just have, like, a totally busted flush draw, and they're going to just, like roll their eyes and put the 5 in there because they want to see my cards.
Yeah.
I'm like, queen high. Like, I know you do. That's why I have 5s over here.
Yeah,
I bet
yeah,
$5.
Yeah, see? So you're nickel and diming people, too.
Yeah, but in a fun way.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, showing somebody a card for 25 bucks, that'd be fun too.
Right. Oh, drew with kings again.
You say
why
raise
not?
215?
And how to get to 60?
Good poker face, actually.
3-bet, 4-bet?
Maybe a
Poker win,
$20
too.
straddle
That was
here.
really, I
from
don't
Texas
even
Rob.
know what to think of
That's
that.
my guess, because I don't see him opening to 20 in any
Bluff it, I don't know.
tonight.
50-50. Possible.
Texas Rob is going to make the call here, and DK now getting seeing a pretty reasonable price, getting to play in position here. He's going to let this go. All right,
Oh,
pretty cautious play.
I love a nice
What's
suited
awesome is
wheel
there's a lot of
ace.
hands tonight that I wasn't even in. And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
in position.
Yeah.
Give me a flop, please.
and no one wants to listen to me talk about my hands.
He will not be punished for folding,
Just
unlike
want studying shit.
Jon Pardy has been repeatedly.
Yeah.
Just top set here for bet on Drew, and a whole lot of not much here for Rob. Not only can he not go runner 5, he can't even find 1-5, as we have seen all of those folded.
Oh, no, I gotta wait.
Checky.
$100 bump? Oh, I've got
To a 3 of diamonds turn.
What are you and Poppy Van Winkle just fucking stacking, eh?
Dude, so you get like single barrel bourbons. If they're really good, people drink them.
You bet on Drew checks again.
Oh, shit.
Certainly tempting when you have top set.
Yeah, it's definitely tempting.
I was in Arkansas.
I think
My buddy got me a comic book split. You know the
Leo, that's pot.
I
I think my approach probably would have been like bet small on flop, check turn, something.
All right, I'm gonna.
All I know is Archie. Remember Archie comics?
Yeah.
He was just like, bro, that's not a thing anymore. Like, nobody. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. It's always tricky. Whenever you're out of
really
position,
tricky, yeah.
I almost feel like getting tricky or anything is just like not gonna do anything. It's like you're better off just like bet small on the flop and then hammer it hard on the turn, like you normally would.
Yeah.
With all of your value.
Calls, pot size bet there.
Yeah.
Genius. Because
Dude, I'll get them for
Bet, big
$1. If you
call.
sell them
Psycho.
for
Piece of
25.
hearts brings in the
all day.
front
Oh,
door
it's crazy.
flush.
Yep.
all
And
it takes is someone to be like, oh, this is a cool saying.
another overcard.
You,
The flop.
Pretty small, I still do something.
I mean, if Drew checks here, I think Texas Rob is just like
And you can buy them
checks
a lot.
back
Like, I
as
just
quickly as
bought a lot,
possible. 'Cause
47
it's like,
coffee mugs for,
there's
like,
just
$12.
no reason for me to do anything here.
And I'm gonna sell them
Yeah.
for 15.
He does hard block the 4-5 for the wheel,
just break even.
but like doesn't have a heart, so it's really kind of tough to go down that road unless you just
Right.
like,
I'm never
I'll
gonna
pump
lose.
this guy no matter what.
Here's
like Gary
Arkansas
Vee,
one.
dude.
But definitely a weird spot for Drew. Like his hand is still really strong and can certainly get some value from stuff. You would hate to check and have your opponent check back like ace-8 of diamonds or something. Like that would just be an absolute nightmare.
And I probably paid like
But he's going to go really quite big here. 1.2K into 1.5.
because they're personal.
Three-quarter
you know what
size
I mean? It means
is-
something to somebody. 2-ish.
I don't know if anything less than a flush calls you. Let's think about that one. Can ace-8 find a hero here?
Yeah, some sort of rivered,
Maybe.
rivered, something that hits the ace, I guess.
Deuce, ace-8, ace-3.
Yeah.
All of those going to be put in a pretty tough spot, but at the same time, you don't want to make it look like super value-y. Where you just bet 900 or something. If you're ever going to have some bluffs, you'd want to go big. Texas Rob, though, definitely going to be in the blender here, it seems.
Yeah, non-believer.
Had a couple of hero calls gone wrong
Yeah.
here this evening. Let's see if this is another one of those.
Just wonder if that's real.
Super. Well, Rob's still thinking this one through. I mean, this is definitely a spot where, like, if you call and are right, it's epic. Like this would obviously put Poker Face Ash's call with sixes to shame.
Yeah.
And so I think he might be thinking about the spotlight here a little bit. Like, can I take one for the good guys?
Yeah, we have to.
But yeah, he doesn't have a heart. Like that would be like the one thing that you could sort of glom onto and be like, well, at least you have a heart. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, like.
What do you think of it all, Ash? What do you think of it all? Big
Flop
spot.
check. Turn
Big
pot.
spotty, right?
River pot-ish.
Yeah, 3/4. I don't know.
Any of his bluffs.
Yeah,
well, a lot
that's
of his
a real
bluffs
question.
improve by the time we get to the river.
Engagement check.
Aaron, what do you think, Aaron?
Should he call Aaron?
Aaron?
See the
they're
cards?
asking you.
Yeah.
Aaron, we're using our call in, Aaron.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
Either way,
they
if
want
Rob
to know what I have
does
to
the right
say.
thing,
Well,
He's going to be wrong.
giveaway.
y'all know what I think.
Okay, if Rob does the wrong
Let this
thing,
one go.
I'll do a $50 giveaway.
Well, I can clearly see
Someone's
that.
getting paid. Who are you giving it to?
Set
We'll
it
give it
easy.
away. We'll give it away on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it
Obviously,
a fold.
ACR money, right?
Well,
Obviously.
yeah, I mean it's relatively polarizing, and in those sorts of spots, then your exact holdings aren't that important anymore. It's like pocket fives, pocket sevens, pocket nines, whatever. Even just like 9/8, right? Like whatever your opponent is representing is really big or nothing, you know. So like all of those middling hands that we're talking about will beat all of the nothings.
Yeah.
It's just
as long
like
as he's
if
never-
you call with all of your middling stuff, then you're overcalling.
Yeah.
And he is gonna overcall this one. Get shown.
Oh.
The set of kings.
Are the sickest.
Yo,
Yeah.
what? So
Another big
who was
chunky
what?
pot
What?
here.
You
Bet
will
on
if you
Drew
go
with
to
king.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No,
Yeah, I mean, as long as he beats all the
nope,
bluffs.
I did not say that.
You can
All right,
consider
fine.
calling,
Twitter,
right?
I'll get $50. We'll do a giveaway tonight. To be,
But you can't
Not
call
tonight.
all of your
You
bluff
can do it
pitchers
tomorrow, though,
generally,
for sure.
unless you're in like
do it right now.
in a spot against somebody who just bluffs too much or something, right?
Yeah, somebody that V-pips 100 and then tries to win every hand post-flop, you're like, yeah, I'll call
You
with
can just
pretty much
basically
every
never
bluff.
fold. Yeah. You might even call with hands that like don't beat some bluffs sometimes, you know. Like
Yeah, for sure.
yeah.
No, there was a guy that showed up here today.
Why the fuck not?
Fantastic guy.
Rob
I
goes,
snap
And
called 1100
he
with ace high.
would
Rob
V-pip
only
at just
called
about
me was
100
like, I want John to
and try to
put
win
a
every
quarter
pot.
of his bankroll in
And
the Twitter today.
you would have
That's why he called. He's
to
like, 50 bucks
just
for
like
John? That's
buckle up,
demoralizing.
grab a hold of your nuts, and just
Yeah.
go all the way. And like I heard him on the river one time with ace 10 high, just like
Yeah.
I beat a bunch of stuff, and he has everything.
Sometimes Rob
And
just
I
got
was
put
right,
aside.
and for like $1,000 on the river, and it
Yeah.
was just like, and people were just like shocked. And I was
Yeah.
like, dude, have you been playing with this guy? Like, come on, we're all playing with this
Right,
guy. Like,
yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
You guys are still just like calling with a normal
Right.
hero calling range. Like you're gonna get wrecked. But
Yeah.
it's freaking nerve wracking.
Oh yeah, it's the
Here we
worst.
go.
Yeah.
Call him down with king high.
Yep.
Like,
Hey, she got it.
what'd you have? I didn't see it.
Up
He's the diamond
Baker.
show.
Yeah, and then you got to worry about. I mean, depending on billing, you got to worry about them.
I was trying to do
If
a
you
little
call
Rob.
them down with king high, all of a sudden, like the cat's out of the bag. Like they know that you know.
Good luck,
just
Owen.
bluffing.
So,
Then it's
Yeah.
like, is this person going to adjust it?
if
That's really bad.
Yeah, somebody
No.
V-pipping 100 isn't gonna do that. But yeah, no, there's like there's some people that like V-pip around 50%.
to be honest, I'll tell you, if
They're having fun. They're having a good time.
It's like,
Yeah,
I
if
will
they
call
do
you if
get caught
everybody
like
else
hand of the
falls.
cookie jar one of those times.
I'll flip with you.
High.
What's
I've seen them adjust, and usually
I'm
it's
thinking, like, I'm
pretty
not
tough
sure
because
how we
like,
can even
they,
sign.
Players
they're
check,
still
live
playing a
stream.
bunch
What's
of
the one
hands.
Tim Meadows
Then when they get the
the ladies'
nuts,
man or something?
they just come after
He's
you.
like the
And
worst
they're
man
like,
ever.
oh, I'm gonna get paid now.
Yeah.
And then it's like really, it can be really informative, like to see bet size trends, where it's like, if all of a sudden things change just a little bit,
Yeah, and then
like,
a little bit of ice.
Yeah.
this doesn't feel right. Something's changed.
You're on your own, big guy.
Maybe let him have this one.
Yeah, like they've been betting big but under pot over and over again with
What are you
bluffs,
doing, Rob?
and all of a sudden now they're betting pot and a half
Oh, God.
in a spot where they've never overbet before.
let that
And you're just like,
Yeah.
maybe they're getting a little greedy with their nutting.
Just covering tables like he's like maxing.
Yeah. No, no.
I think Caitlin
Always
that's great.
pays to hit.
I love that for us.
Look at the speed tips right there. Looks like our lowest one, Lightning Poker there,
Can't be worse.
15% holding the Lottie line. And Mr. Mixson here is all in blind, I do believe.
Should be at least a little
Straddled
bit
his
better.
entire stack.
You know, as, yeah, somebody's gonna have to wake up with something reasonable. Texas Rob here, King Queen. He is going to make the call. And that will release the ace deuce, I should imagine.
It's actually 293.
I mean, you're up against a blind hand, but still, you have to put in like 300 bucks and play a hand against another guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd let it go too. And here we go, a blind Queen 7 off against King Queen off. As, yeah, I mean, Mixson doesn't know what he has, so he's probably just going to sweat his cards one at a time at the end,
Yeah.
as we do. But I do think, I mean, this would be a fun spot for Texas Rob to turn over his hand, so that there's like the sweat, anti-sweat.
Right.
Of like,
Yeah. Oh, here you go.
I might only have to beat King high by the end,
Yeah, yeah,
or like if
totally.
he pairs and it's like, oh, I need to have this or this or this.
Yeah. And that looks like what's happening.
Perfect. All right, this is what you love
Beautiful.
to see.
More fun this way.
I don't say
Nothing
that.
against Texas Rob here, but Mixson has been having a rough night. Love to see him get something going here with his blind hand, and that is not going to do it. He's running sevens and not going to find it. I don't remember what he had. Oh, he does have a heart. He's got the Queen of Hearts.
Oh, is there all hearts here?
Yeah. And he snap turns that one over too.
Oh, not even a sweat.
No. So mixing it up there, will get the dub
Nice.
at the expense of Texas Rob, who has, to his own credit, also not been running super great.
Back.
True.
A couple of spots have not gone his way, but still sitting on a healthy stack over there. Yeah, actually, it's just a battle of the two guys that are stuck the most there, actually.
Yeah.
And they sort of swapped that $600 pot, so Texas Rob moving down, Mixson moving up just a little bit. DK also stuck, and according to these numbers, everybody else up. We do know that there was some shenanigans in these numbers
Right.
early on, particularly with, I think it was Texas Rob and Caitlin that had the numbers that were clearly incorrect. So those numbers may not be particularly accurate. All right, Lightning PC here. Come in for an open. What do you think about the special muck flick, like how you pitch the cards, or like throwing the chips out to the side, or whatever? Like, what do you think about that? Adding a little flair.
Yeah, I think when I muck my hand, depending on which seat I'm in, I might have a little flair, but mostly
the
because I think
backhanded?
it's practical, you know? But maybe it's just because I want to look cool. I don't know. Maybe subconsciously that's what's going on.
Yeah.
But the chips out to the side, I don't know. I've never been one of those guys, but I can appreciate it, you know, when I see it.
That is very convenient.
I used to do the like, sort of like
Wait, just go
the
take a
wave
nap.
or whatever, so it was like spread it out on the table, and I grew out of that.
You've never heard my Ugo.
Now I just stack
It's
them up and
impossible.
put them out there.
Yeah.
Here's a stack of chips.
Yeah, I think I
You've
do.
heard of
something similar.
DWO.
I think there's
Okay, first of all, he
certain,
was in Sling Blade.
certain
right?
people, the way that they, like, if someone just,
We
like,
ain't got no
grabs a
fucking
pile of
band,
chips and doesn't know how
Randy.
much and puts it out there, like,
That one is always like,
yeah, sometimes you can pick some stuff
Play
up
this hand now. I
based
swear
on
to God.
how people put chips out there. But I don't know. I'm not super into like the nuance of the way people do it, but I think like there's certain really egregious ones where you might be able to learn something about the strength of their hand if they don't care how much they're betting, for instance.
yeah, absolutely.
Baby, I'm as fast as you.
Ragnar wants to know, how is Lottie up so much? don't remember him winning many hands, but yeah, no, he had the aces. He played them very well.
No,
very
it is.
tricky.
It sounds
He got
open,
max
for
value,
sure.
and then he went back to mostly folding.
He made a full house against top pair. Sevens full of fours.
Oh, that's right, against the queen
He's like,
eight.
yeah, maybe not.
Yeah.
Caitlin here with a queen 7 of diamonds is going to turn top pair, but he's checking, so it's time to go for a little value. We do not have the action incorrectly. We're like sort of half frozen here. It's sort of interesting.
How do you know?
Graphics froze for this hand. Presume
It happens,
things
bro.
were
It's kind of like a
terribly
little bit deflating, but like my parents
There's
call
going to
me
be a
Jon
bet and a
Pardy.
call
I'm not the most famous
in
Jon Pardy there is.
a couple of calls,
Grow up.
and now Caitlin will happily just show down the top pair, no kicker,
Such a dickhead, that
and
guy.
she does indeed have the best of it.
Born,
And why not share it? You know?
calls himself Jon too. Like J-O-H-N, we're completely different human beings. He says Jon.
Too many apps.
He goes P-A-R-D-I. I is almost, to be honest, cooler than the Y.
Interesting, our
Oh, yeah,
secondary.
the Y
So,
is kind of like
Until
change
right
change.
now,
good
I've
question. I'm
always
going to put
sold
this
your
up
last
here
one.
for everybody to look at.
That's exactly
you
what
put
I'm
the at
saying.
sign in front of your
That's what I'm
name
saying.
and
People would do that. He's more
put
popular,
that in the
better,
chat.
and I is better.
But
you
you're
no
more
longer highlighted that.
Hey,
Is
Definitely got
he
better.
looks terrible.
yeah, normally it's a nice little feature to have someone
What
at
if
you.
Jon Pardy was in the chat right now? Yeah, he puts in chat.
So, let him know in the chat if that is a
Follow me
thing
for years.
y'all are experiencing as well. All right, graphics still frozen. Let's see.
My card's showing.
Oh, okay. So one more hand, and then the graphics will unfreeze.
Verb.
Ah, okay.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so I feel like we need to do one more wager. You need an opportunity to get your $10 back for some Taco Bell. So we'll have to come up with something.
All right.
Buddy, I'm gonna get some back.
Yeah, either or.
I mean-
I just want them to.
Tried and true is like the red and black.
I didn't have kings.
I mean, I just don't know how likely it is we're going to get into a flipping situation again by the end of the stream, you know? But maybe.
Okay. We'll tell you what. If we don't get something that jumps out at us as a reasonable wager, then the last hold'em hand we'll do a red black.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Things
on.
got out of hand.
It really did, didn't it?
And there's no rule that you have to match the table.
Yeah, you just decided that actually. You thought that was like a suggestion. You were like, I'm gonna exploit this.
I don't know
5,
if
10,
we
sorry.
got
I
reset
looked,
on the hand
obviously.
counter. I feel like we must have
Could put in the 10 on.
when we had the disconnect on the table, right?
On the floor.
Because 68 hands is like far too few.
I just wanted
It is that
I know
low?
it
He
ain't
was more
going
than a meter away.
nice.
He was more than a meter away.
Oh, okay. All right, no,
That's
no,
the
no,
same
no,
for me. I'm
okay.
gonna
He was
vomit.
talking good hands.
Oh, that's the most American
People having a
one.
good time, a lot of tanking, a lot of spots.
Ever
you
use
know,
what
where
everyone
we
else
were
uses
thinking,
but us.
Fucking dare, not in my house.
Not in America,
Never
baby.
tried and falls. Good question.
Yeah, but most of the stuff that was tried and false, like nobody else ever heard about. It was like, oh shit, man, that was awful.
Yeah, actually, probably a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish you did not let me do that.
Blake,
What's up, Blake?
Never be. Try it
Where's
again.
my kid? Blake?
how's
Yeah.
that family?
Tried it once, it was false. Game over.
You baby?
Oh, you got a kiss.
Yeah, that's my guy. Me and his girlfriend have talked more than he
Top
has.
pair.
Hey now.
That's actually true. That's a true
Small
story.
wager here.
So I
Middling
got told I
wager,
couldn't
perhaps.
get in this game. It was exclusive or something.
Oh shit, talk to him.
Hey, well, what's up? I'm John.
Looking to call.
Pleasure to meet you.
Poker
You're gonna
face
kiss
ass
her.
here, just
You're in
sort
next
of
month.
taking a
Guaranteed.
stab. Is now going to pick up
But actually,
second
if you
pair.
want to swing next month, you're guaranteed in if you want. Sweet.
Can I go ahead and lead this for
You're into
85?
it? Usually around the same time, like this kind of week.
I think we should
All
right. No,
I saw your boy
Ash and Greaves.
it's 1,100.
At least $85 worth of value going into the middle here. Mixson does need to fade.
Where's he at
ace
trainer
of
always?
love.
Dude, half the fucking
Hey, Dad, what's up, baby? Good
I
to
thought
see
he
you,
was gonna take a
man.
whole 2 weeks
Good.
off. Guess he didn't. Or maybe it has been.
Here we go. To the river.
He's a worker. He
King
was
of
supposed to
spades
take
does
it
bring
off.
in the
I mean,
front door
shows
spades,
up.
but brings
He's
Mixon top
Try to
Because of
lose
this
big.
It is.
quickly bets 200.
Probably
Cowboy
like,
hat thinks
Two-thirds
like
pot.
unnecessarily
go.
jealous about that or whatever.
Yeah.
These are the spots
Yeah,
where
the other guy was here for 2 weeks consecutive.
like just
so
the turn lead, all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what's going on?
That's a good little game.
Bro, you've lost every pot you've
Always
played
throws
and
me
you have
off
so
when
many
something
things.
Haven't been in forever,
unconventional
probably.
happens.
Yeah. And honestly, like the only thing
Rob plays the
that
smallest
sort of
things he has
gets
in the
there
house.
is Jack 8 of diamonds. Or sorry, the only bluff that doesn't get there is Jack 8 of diamonds. Everything else is just
Say
like,
he's making
you would have
me feel
folded
good.
on the top.
Yeah.
You're not going to foreclosure.
Queen Jack got there. The front door spades that decided not to check raise the flop. It got there, but no. Poker face Ash is going to believe that Mixon is up to no good, perhaps just trying to get away with it.
Yeah.
Call.
Call it a comeback.
Don't call it comeback. He says, yeah, he is making a bit of a comeback.
Last night,
Just under 1,000.
this dude was freaking.
Just over 900. How do you want to think about that one? Half glass full. Half glass full. Did I just say that? Words are hard. Glass half full.
I didn't even notice, so for what it's worth, you're doing better than me.
Sounded great to you?
Yeah.
Hitman's 110K, Rob is in for 10.
My brain put it together like it was nothing.
Nice. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, I
That's
guess
what
so.
they say.
You're a crazy guy.
Yeah.
Because I watched you double heads up for a joke.
Big violent ordeal.
You know my last stage.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
All right. $10 to go here.
Pepsi products. Yep.
Those up front are out of it. Over to Will the Knit. An ace.
Does.
Go for a raise. Let's do it. 55 to go, and a quick call from Mixing It Up here. 10-9 off on the button. Let's see a little squeeze here from Jon Pardy.
Literally, oh wow. To be honest, Rob, I was going to continue that sentence, but you looked actually defeated when I said I was gone.
Don't think he's going
You
to,
were
but
like,
I like
Yeah, I
like
mean,
that.
it'd get through.
You can't play worse, buddy.
Jack deuce suited, not my favorite hand, but for a
The old
quarter,
Jon Pardy
why
shit.
not?
You came in being like, I'm going to play like champion.
3 ways to a
Oh, I
flop,
get it. That's
queen
why I have
high,
one
two-tone.
Whole lot of nothing.
You're going to recoup it
Yeah,
tomorrow
Will
night.
there with
Tomorrow
the
night
ace
you
of
and Caitlin,
spades could have
two
definitely thought
massive
about a
winners, like
continue,
10
then this
keys.
would have been a brilliant card for him to continue telling his story, but as it stands,
Flash check, live
through on the
stream.
flop.
Just trying to bush
Now,
like y'all.
Lightning PC with a 0 equity bluff.
I know
And
the bush.
put $65 out there.
That's a heart.
And the diamond.
Hey,
It's time.
So Will makes the call.
all right. You know what? I'm going to put 10K on the table.
Here we go. Heads up to a river. Going to need to see a jack, and it's not that.
How much heart light he has.
Yeah, sweetheart. Come on.
All right.
I have a
Basically say, I have a flush here. Please pay me with a queen. And Will is going to say,
I love it.
Gets one through.
I love it.
You gonna be coming in?
pretty tough to hero there. You'd almost rather raise with the ace of spades.
Yeah.
But when it's like, ugh, this kind of sucks, and I don't know what to do, folding is just like the easy way out. You're just like, yeah, he probably has it, and you just let it go.
Yeah.
Like, I'll go for white D. Rob, me and you
Yeah, it's
won't,
really
if it's just John and Rob,
Especially in
you're
like
not making your game.
smaller pots, it's kind of just give up in a lot of spots. Not saying you shouldn't give up in a lot of spots.
Probably I'd rather that than me and your boyfriends.
For me, more often than not, it's like I need to find more spots to give up because I usually am just like, well, I got 10 high here, I'm never gonna win. It's time to go for it. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Am I over bluffing? Probably. Let's think about this.
Yeah.
Dominique, it's me.
Am I allowed to
I
bluff
need you
literally
and the
everything
girls.
here?
Get
Probably not.
Bro,
Yeah, and if that's the answer, then
you ever hear the
what do I do with this exact
Yeah.
reason?
I'm
That's you, bro.
Pretty hands here crashed into each other.
They were talking about maybe doing the dirty.
Texas Rob here, raising it up to 60 with the 9-7 suited. William re-raising.
But I mean,
And now John,
no, they're
suited Broadway.
I'm meeting up with them there.
He is just going to let this go. This is on the double straddle as well. 20 is out there. Ooh, and another real hand here.
Really? Will you shut the fuck up? Like literally no one cares.
Yeah, actually, fuck you, Lottie.
I love you, William.
I love you too.
Gonna have to play this one out of position for the rest of the hand if he's even allowed to see a flop.
Oh, really? You mix it a little
Not
bit?
too sure I like
Yeah,
the
any
call
frequency
there.
was like, it's like, oh, if I have
But
a decent
Texas
hand,
Rob is just gonna make the call as well, so
kinda like,
here we
ah,
go,
fuck,
3
or
players
something
to a flop.
Okay, I like that.
Will with the betting lead and position.
All my folds are pretty high frequency.
Good flop for Jack.
Yeah. I think Drew folded 6-7 suited.
Needs a few more to beat us.
Pretty
right,
reasonable.
Lightning? I think so.
Yeah, from the big straddle, right? Yeah. Yeah, you really don't want to be the next guy to call the 200 and then have it just get ripped away from you. So.
Yeah.
All right, check over to Will, who is going to take a stab. 250 is the bet. Relatively small sizing, which I think is perfect if he has pocket aces or kings or something like that. Really no reason to go hammering away. If your opponent's behind, they're way behind. And if they're ahead, they're way ahead. So back over to Lightning PC once again, just cold calling the 3-bet pre-flop out of position.
They are pretty deep here.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna go for the check and the call, and honestly, Texas Rob here could go a couple of different ways. He is just going to call, but backdoor hearts and the gut shot.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, his hand would operate quite well as a check raise there, as it's like, what on earth is going on with Lightning PC? Like, his hand seems pretty capped, and he took some time. Like, he might have like pocket eights or something over there. Top pair here now for William. And checks it back, so checks through. And now here we are, 4 of spades on the end. Completes the backdoor spade flush. We're just checking all the way through. William is not going to go for any value with his top. That seems a lot a bit tight. We were talking earlier about sort of picking your sizes to try to get max value and stuff.
Right.
0 is not a size that gets you any value.
That's true. Yeah, you can't get called by worse. If you don't bet, that is true.
Yeah. You also can't get check raised, so obviously
That's
that
true,
was where Will's head was at. But
yeah. I think, like, kind of a spot where maybe you don't want to read too much into it, but like the speed which you check through there, it's just like, it feels like ace queen's just always the best hand, or almost always the best hand.
It shows you ours too, right?
I agree.
But maybe he had a different read, or he picked up on something else and decided it wasn't worth putting more chips in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good sized pot. He's going to win a lot of the time, and if he ever does bet and get raised, he's going to hate his life.
Yeah,
So
he did have the ace of spades too.
yeah, for sure.
So
to each their own, but yeah, definitely a missed opportunity there to go for a little value.
Yeah.
Not that anyone could have really thought about calling, I guess, but
yeah, Jacks might put some more money in.
yeah, if the price is right, for sure. Because the jacks were played really sort of trappy anyways.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be a raise from Lightning PC in the small blind. Texas Rob going to call with the clean diaper. Go heads up to a flop. Spicy one. Pairing a flush draw here for Texas Rob. Up and down straight draw with backdoor hearts for Lightning PC. So could definitely see some chips going in here.
It's about the most exciting flop you could have for these two hands, I think.
I've never shuffled 5 games.
playing this one in position, like pair and a flush draw always feels like, oh, we should just get all the money in. But you have bottom pair, and your opponent has raised, which Broadway connects really well with that. Now, if this was like 7-6-3, you know, with 2 hearts,
Right.
like raising there feels a lot better than raising with a couple of Broadway cards out there.
Right.
Texas Rob is going to go for it anyways. He says, no, my hand has, at the very least, a ton of equity, if not just the best hand. But Lightning PC will not be deterred. Will make the call. And here we go. Heads up to the turn.
What if, would you
Ace
boy.
of clubs, Broadway.
If you were just like, John, here's my card
Oh
stuff.
boy.
You figure out,
I don't
even if I don't do it myself,
Texas
you
Rob
trust me
slowing
to
down, but
find a way to follow your
could be
hand.
wrong.
These two players very deep.
Yeah, very.
From now to Lancer.
And this
Oh,
is
man,
a scary
that's-
card.
I think raise is check raise.
That would be
Like a lot of money could potentially go in.
Well, and this is exactly the reason to not bet your hand with the 3-2 now, is like, okay, that's a good card for my opponent's range. They had the pre-flop betting lead, and they're going to have all the ace-queen, all the ace-jack. Like, you can have some of that too, but you don't have that right now. You have a hand that has a lot of potential and not really much else going for it. But it needs to see the river. And if you bet and get raised off of this hand right now, it is not going to be good for you.
Overbet. Wow. Man, what a good feeling to have the nuts just an overbet.
And the king of hearts.
Yeah.
So you know that they can't have king 10 of hearts where they're just like free rolling. So you know that you're, at worst, you're up against like a 7-3 here where you got to fade a board pair.
Yeah, totally.
And it's an overbet. The tricky part is that when facing an overbet and you have the stones, you're like, you're probably just bluffing then.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
You're like, well,
Yeah.
I'm going to win that overbet money, which is nice, but like, I'm about to raise you and you're probably just going to fold.
That was all him.
But they could also have threes, right? Like, pocket threes is still going to want to get a lot of money in because of the front door draw, and his opponent can have all kinds of 2 pairs, like good 2 pairs, right? Ace, queen, ace, jack. So you need to get that money in now on the turn before things change. But yeah, he's not going to love it when Lightning PC presumably makes it, what, like 3.5?
Yeah.
Oh shit,
Oh,
just
he's-
ships
just
it.
shoves.
Okay.
Oh my god. Maybe Texas Rob can get away from it.
Oh, maybe?
I don't know. He doesn't like to fold. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think 100% gets away from it without much thought.
Yeah, let's see it.
You're not wrong that he hates to fold. Like, yeah. I mean, that's a big spot, but that's exactly
just
why
such-
betting
yeah,
is
yeah,
such a nightmare.
Yeah.
Getting raised off of that equity sucks. He has 25% equity.
But good for you,
right?
bluffing.
It's a bummer.
It's working tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, when you face...
To be honest,
Wait, why? Wait,
I
hold on.
wish
Why?
that I could like actually needle you for like poker play.
I don't know. Everything gets
flush
skewed
draw.
by like the number of cards. Yeah, one card to come on a flush draw. You can't.
Yeah, probably
Seems reasonable for a guy who doesn't
I don't know.
watch
Maybe a
football.
bunch of the
maybe there's a lot of hearts left in the deck.
in the deck. Yeah, and like our poker knows that, so it was like, well, everything else been folded.
You guys have been killing that. I really enjoy you
But
and
in
Ashley.
any case,
It's
did
good,
have to
yeah.
let go
She's
of
like-
the
she's a
28%.
good, because she's smart. Like she's fun.
Taking a look there at the B pips once again. DK's played a few hands and such, so nobody lurking down at the Lottie line any
I
longer.
like kept losing your screen. So I was like looking down and I was like, and I'm like, just watch the
Not even Lottie.
Not even
She was
Lottie.
like 15 seconds behind. She couldn't figure out how to get it back.
Shout out Anna Marquez. She was actually super mad.
All right, so
Oh, she's so
raise to
Anna Marquez.
says 40 for 35.
Spain. Yeah, she's just
40, whatever it is. Yeah, I'm seeing 35.
I love that Anna. I like her.
You've never met that Anna Marquez?
I have 2-3 heart.
The dirty type.
Fair flush draw.
Well, it was like the
I like Kevin Rand. He gave it the Little Slick nickname, and I like that. I honestly like that better. Like, you know, the main event and everything from a couple of years ago with
Well, and I don't trust you to
the dirty diaper and all that was its own little thing.
You should
But
have. You see him today?
I know, but there's
yeah,
also
there
a
was
lot
a
of really bad
guy really rambunctious and whatever, and he like bluffed all in with 3 deuce high, like just a complete nothing burger. Because like back in his home game or wherever, like I don't know, Nebraska or wherever the dude was from,
Yeah.
that was the dirty diaper, and that was like
Got
the
it.
special hand. So then that became
Right,
a big
okay.
sensation. But yeah, little slick.
Little
I like
slick.
that one too.
Right.
All right, 10 high board here. Couple of diamonds. William here has at least 4 to his straight. I'm gonna go ahead and bet out here. I imagine the deuce 3 has found its way into the muck. DK. No, what? Never mind.
I think he bet flop with deuce 3. He got 2 calls.
Oh, like check, check, bet, and call, call. Okay, yeah. Now he's done with it. He's like, cool, you guys have stuff,
He's
I
over it.
don't. 9 pairs here for William. Don't know his kicker.
I live by St. Ed's.
DK here. Pair of 9s to go with the 7s on board. And the queen kick in. Definitely don't like a bet here. Another one of those things where it's like, what are you accomplishing?
Yeah.
As front door diamonds came in, all of the straights of the world were out there, but it doesn't really matter. Nobody had anything to do with this, and DK is just going to take it down. But some interesting spots here tonight where it's like, it does kind of just feel it's like one of those places where you're like, I don't know if my hand is best or not,
Right.
so I'm just going to bet.
Yeah.
And I think we've all been there at times in our life, but
Last hold'em hand?
Yeah.
intentionality in spots like that is really key.
Yeah. Always good to keep in mind.
Oh, this is our last hold'em hand. All right, $10. What do you want, red or black?
Black.
Okay, red for me. Red for the good guys. Let's see if I'm getting some fancy Taco Bell tonight.
$20 worth of Taco Bell.
Unblocking, I say.
$20 worth of Taco Bell would hurt me, actually.
Yeah.
My usual order is like bang on $10, so
If I had like queen jack, I just would
I'll just get to go back.
You get a bunch of ones if you want.
Nice, I'll make it rain.
Make it rain at Taco Bell.
Yeah, I'll just right into the window, just like, there we go.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Uh-oh, a bunch of red cards getting burned. Not great.
What, I have black, right?
Yeah.
I already forgot.
Whatever it comes, I had.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
Oh, no, do we not see a flop?
Oh, no.
I totally forgot.
Oh, okay. Well, then, what, top board on the...
Top board on the flop?
Okay.
Sure.
125 for the last one? Yeah. Last one, 25.
Padawan producer Kristen comes back here, and she's like, hey, this is the last hold'em hand.
Yeah.
And
She's not wrong.
Yeah, but we paid attention for literally no reason.
We got locked in.
Last one.
Sure did. All right, that is going to do it for Texas Hold'em. So one final hand, $25 PLO double board bomb pot
Ooh,
to
25.
close things out. Yeah, spicy.
Oh,
Getting spicy here at the end. Power hour, full effect.
That's right.
4, right?
All right, so top board. I've got red. Cameron's got black. Let's see if I can make another Taco Bell trip here.
Nervous. Heart rate's up.
123, just like Jon Pardy. Just
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom. Oh, man, the moment of truth.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse, do me proud. This is what we've been practicing for. Oh, black in the window,
Let's
black
go.
behind it. Oh, man. All right.
Money back. We break even on the evening.
That's right. Oh, man. And then all black's behind it and on the bottom. Glad we didn't do a double or nothing. Or
Yeah.
something.
Set up live stream.
All right, well played, sir. It was fun.
Yeah, yeah. Thank
I'll
you for
have to
having me.
buy my own burritos tonight. It's just fine by me. Thank you very much, Ragnar. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Thanks for tuning in.
Cheers, man.
All right, did we check through on the flop? Is that what happened? Yeah, everybody has their cards still, so. Rob is counting it.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a tell.
GG.
Jibbers, man.
All right, bet of 75 here from Will.
Several
Several players calling, and now we've got bet on Drew. Gonna raise this up. He's got the 9-8 and a king with clubs, bad clubs. Not too sure I'm gonna raise this hand. Feels like if you're bad on top, then your hand is really bad. And if you're good on top, then you probably don't want the pot to get very big because things can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, Lottie here with a pretty strong hand. Club redraw.
And top vote, yeah, see, so bet on Drew is raising into the nuts.
Yeah.
I need some sort of funky, club on the bottom.
Club, no good.
Oh, yeah, Will's just got a scooper now. My goodness. Oh, wow, and Will's checking? Oh, I guess he was hoping that they would bet.
Yeah.
Where's the river bet?
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to bet your own hand, especially when you've got, like,
Lottie!
nut.
Why do you say
But Will is just going to scoop that one up, and that's still a pretty juicy hand to end the night on for our friend Will the Net. As we take a look at our net earnings there, bet on Drew up at the top, Will close behind. Several other players finishing up a couple thousand. Texas Rob here getting whacked tonight. Again, I do think that number is a little bit off because of what we had happen at the beginning of the stream. But Mixson and Rob taking some damage here tonight. Anyways, that's going to do it for myself, Aaron McAvoy, for the crew here at TCH. My buddy Cam, thanks again for coming in with me. This was awesome. Had a great time. Hope we can do it again. But yeah, going to be signing off here on TCH Live Thursday. We look forward to seeing you again next week on Monday for TCH Live 2-5 match to stack here out of Austin. Y'all have a good night. See you later.
We're going to the Rock Rose Avenue.